Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, race fans. We are here at Sydney Dragway for round 6 of the Speed Addict Clothing Track Championships. It's great to have you back with us here at the track or on the live streams. My name's Pat Elliott. I'll shortly be joined by Les Binkhorst, and we'll be talking you through today's action on street. As you can see, we've got a couple of cars starting out there. Chris Zammit, Alan Stevenson. And a healthy burnout to start off the day from both Zammit and Stevenson in Go Logistics Super Street, our first round of the day. You can get out there. It's a beautiful day here at Sydney Dragway. The sun is out. There is nary a cloud in the sky. The track is looking amazing as always. Big thanks to the track crew here at Sydney Dragway, doing a great job. Big respect for those guys, making sure that everyone's going to get their best ET and safety as a priority. Clean start out of the hole. Chris Zammit with an 0.79 reaction time. 0.210 for Stevenson in the rocket lane. Zammit through for an 11.73 with a 4 at 114 mile per hour. 11.25 with a 4, 117 to Stevenson. Next pairing up, we've got Brian Adasingh in Diff Technics backed VY Commodore. LS1 Power, also supported by Area 51 Custom Performance. And Sammy Joe Johnson in the rocket lane. RVO Performance on board the Holden VE Commodore, Diff Technics, Russo Performance, and GJ Drivelines. There, both at the light. The green light comes on. Close reaction time for both drivers. Looks like the VE's got the legs out of the hole for this first pass. Sammy Joe's going to cross through for an 11.59 with a 4 at 117. 12.34 with a 3 at 112 for Adasingh. Right, Mark Elborn in the Power Plus New South Wales Ute. Trusty 4.2 litre. Always out here punching above its weight. We've got Guy Greenland in the Scrapyard VX Bellina wagon. He's in the rocket lanes. Good to see. I am now joined by Les Binkhorst.
Oh, good morning, Patrick. How are you, mate?
Very good, mate. Very good.
Oh, just holding the fort there, always here.
Yeah, just having a yap, mate. You know, the
yeah,
usual.
Yeah, usual. Guy Greenland gets there first. Runs a 10.91 at 127 and a 12.45 for Mark Elborn at 106 miles an hour in the Aeroflow lane.
It's a real surprise package, that that wagon of Greenlands, isn't it?
Oh, it's. I love the way that supercharger hums in.
Yeah.
You can hear it whining. It's just like a Dodge Hellcat,
yeah.
only slower.
I was waiting for the Dodge reference. So it's got to be a Mopar. Speaking of which, there you go. We've got a Hemi-powered Jeep down there for you, mate.
Yeah,
must have known you were coming.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I was trying to get onto that guy the other day. Okay, Dave Morton in the rocket lane went down 10.56 to 129 and a 12.59 at 102 for, was it Peter Varillos?
I believe so.
I think that'll do. Well, this will be a good Adam Bowers. He's a real regular here. Very prominent in the pointy end of the field in Super Street.
Yeah, certainly. He's been Johnny on the spot with his reaction time lately as well, which is really good to see in such a tightly contested category. Yep. Jim Raptus, of course, we know from Go Logistics. He's out there with the big Trackhawk Jeep.
Yeah, I don't think he'll match Bowers here. Bowers is gone there. He runs a 10.22 at 127 and an 11.971 at 115 for Jim Raptus in the Trackhawk. 6.2 litre Jeep.
Yeah, it's a big chunk of car to throw down the road, isn't it? At under 12 seconds in the quarter.
Yeah, it's they must weigh in at about 2,200 kilos, probably, if not more.
They'd have to, at least, with all the gear that's
Oh, another cup. Henry Spickak from George's Hall. The young man in the Holden Commodore Ute, 6.3 litre. Gosh, he's been around. He's been racing just about as long as I've been coming to drag races. Started out at Castlereagh, but he used to drive a little VW, and Con Irianos from Holsworthy in New South Wales in the Aeroflow lane in the Commodore 6 litre. but Henry Spickak gets out of there 11.98 at 118 and a 12.59 at 111 for Con in the Aeroflow lane. Well, it's been a bit of a while since I saw you last, Pat.
Yes.
It was just before I went to the stall. I think it was round 2 or 3 or something.
I think so. Yeah.
We're up to round 6 already. Only 2 more to go after this.
I know, we're getting towards the pointy end.
Isn't it?
It's and as always, tightly contested. So everyone is focused and getting out there. We've got Craig Warren in the LJ, Sydney Scrap Steel LJ. Lifts a wheel, as always, 0.22 reaction time. Craig's on it early today. Robert Matisic in the Rocket Lane with that beautiful Camaro. He's going to make his first pass at 10.162, 132 for Craig Warren. Good mile per hour there out of the Tirana. 11.141 at 121 for Matisic in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, but it gets out of the hole, but that Craig Warren, he was had a triple O at the last reaction time at the last meeting. Mark Hopkins now in the Rocket Lane, holding the Alex Tirana, holding the 312. It's probably a sort of like a sea gasser. I guess that'd be about an engine size for sea gas up against Braden Stewartson in the Audi RS3.
We were just talking earlier about the late model Euro cars as well that are making themselves known out here, which is great to see.
Wow, I tell you what, there's not much difference between us. Well, Mark Hopkins gets there first at 10.76 at 125 and 11.78 for Braden Stewartson at 116.87. That's a nice little car. 5-cylinder. That car's been, that engine, that 5-cylinder engine must have done the rounds of every major manufacturer around the town.
It's a great package.
It's a good little motor, isn't it?
Great package, and it's not. I'm not sure what Bradenson's got under the bonnet as far as modifications wise on that one, but those RS3s, you're basically E85, a tune, and maybe a dump pipe away from running a 10-second pass with the right tyre setup. Very, very impressive for a out-of-the-box car. Dennis Matisic in the blue Camaro there. Just a little cherry on the tree, but that's okay. It's only first round so far. 11.107 at 123 is his ET. And Mitchell Gregory was 11.38 at 127, I think it was there.
Yeah, it gives the racers a chance to. There's a couple of guys here that just dial in from whatever they dialed in last meeting and things like that. But now that it's getting warmer, there's a couple of weather conditions that change and can affect all sorts of cars. So it's best to get out there, have a few qualifying runs, as we see Richard Matasevic from Bringelli in Aeroflow Lane in the standard yellow colour ute. I tell you what. And David Matasevic from Bringelli in the Ford Cortina. Gee, that was close. He went around him.
That was very close. That'll be some good racing if the boys, the Matasevic boys, get matched up for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it'd be interesting around the dinner table at night time.
Tex in the Plymouth Satellite. I think if you don't know Tex, you don't know drag racing.
No, Tex is a neat character. He's gone for the. Not so much hillbilly style, but...
Rockabilly, maybe?
That's the one I was trying to... Good on you, Pat. Great backup, this guy.
It's a lifestyle, mate.
It is, yeah.
That's good. Tex pulling big Satellite into stage for his first pass of the day. Really committed racer as well. Hoiks the wheels up just briefly off the line. 0.52 reaction time. Tex is here mean business today. And very committed to racing at multiple interstate rounds too. Yeah,
he is at 10.28. Gee, at 130. Hope mine goes like that, but mine's only a 4.08. His is a 5.05.
It's only a number, mate.
Yeah. And my drag racing days are, well, it's being a commentator, a bit like sort of guys like Ray Hadley and Ray Warren and things like that. Hardly ever played the game, but like they enjoy. Running commentary and things like that, and so do I.
Yeah.
I just really, it's just a break away from everything at home.
Certainly is, mate. And everyone's here for a reason.
Yeah.
You got great racers that might not make a great commentator, and you got great commentators that might not make a great racer. So we've all got our place.
That's it. Yeah.
So I'm still trying to figure out which one I do better. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I don't think either at the moment. So we got more work there. But that looks like that concludes Go Logistics Super Street for
Yep.
first Q1, and then we're going to move into Western Weekender Junior Dragster.
Well, the little juniors, and
Absolutely.
we see in the Rocket Lane, Anastasia Lucky, Kawasaki Ninja 300cc. Gee, they're getting up. There's,
They're running the drag bikes
this is the
first.
drag
They are.
bikes,
Sorry,
yeah.
excuse me. We've got
Junior
the,
drag bike,
just swapped them around off the run sheet today.
Yeah, but they have a habit of doing that, particularly when it's sometimes Super Street and Street Fighter, you know.
Yep, yep, that's right. That's all right. We'll get through here.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
still a growing category here, junior drag bike. So I think we've only got 3 entries today.
3 entries, yeah.
In drag bike, but that's all right. There's a lot of potential here. So these young racers are certainly committed to their chosen category. Lincoln and Anastasia very, very committed. So it'd be great to see them going rounds today.
Now I see Lincoln's machine's got the wheelie bars.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's good. You know, they're probably about, on that bike, probably about as useful as a rubber beak on a woodpecker, but it's just how involved you get.
Yep.
And that's what he's done. Okay, just waiting now. Well, Anastasia's finished her. These riders start off at a later age, you know, from straight, instead of going to a 4-wheel machine, they've got into a 2-wheel machine, so they start later. I think they're 10 or 11 or something, I'm not sure. But I'll have to have a look at the rules. Anastasia gets out there. Reaction times aren't real quick, but she runs it through for a 10:21 at 71. That you have to be young Barton Shaw.
Yeah, certainly. He's on form,
Josh,
straight out of the box, Josh. So
Yeah.
good to see.
Light them up.
We'll have to have a chat to Mum and Dad and see if that tyre sponsor's been found.
Yeah.
So far, we know they're constantly on the lookout. So
Well, I'd suggest if you wanted to find out, go and have a look at Centrelink and see if they're in the queue for a pension after spending all the money on the tyres. Josh gets out with a .142, runs it through for a 954 at 71.90 miles an hour. I think they'll be doing Chicago shootout or round robin or one of those.
Yep, certainly.
Little round thing. It's good because they all you get to see them all 3 times in qualifying, and you get to see them race as well.
And it's such a early stage of their racing career as well. Track time is most important. You know, you want to go through your procedure, you burnout procedure, your start line procedure. Just make sure that that's coming naturally.
Yeah.
So when you get up there, you knock all the nerves out of the way. You're like, this is just my job.
Yep.
I'm going to pull up here. This is the bit that I do this.
Yeah.
I go forward, I stage, and everything's all good. So the more you can do that, the more repetitions you get on that sort of thing, the easier it is to be consistent.
Yeah.
And not have that sort of fear of, did I do that bit right? Or what bit of am I forgetting?
Yes.
No, that's already done.
Yeah.
So it's all good.
Yeah, you've just about picked the eyes out at all there, Pat. That's exactly what, while you were talking, that's exactly what I think about. When the quickest I've gone in a race car is 7:21, but that's over the 8th in a, just did a little 64 Nova with a 383 Chev in it. Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah. And that's, look, I mean, I think as much as we'd all love to be professional drag racers or, circuit racers or whatever, it's not really the case for quite a lot of us. Because it is still a relatively small sport. When you're talking, say, Australia versus US, and the opportunities for, to do this as a full-time gig, pretty minimal.
Pretty limited,
so keeping the fun element in drag racing is really important. Like if you obviously you want to take things seriously. You want to make sure that you're doing everything you're supposed to be doing, because it's not here to waste anyone's time or money. So you want to be serious about it, but it's really about having a bit of fun and enjoying racing with mates.
Yeah.
Which a lot of these kids are all friends.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, in junior dragsters, and a lot of the grown-ups and the old kids out the back. They're racing their mates too. And they'll go and have a drink afterwards, or have something to eat, and everyone's.
We see Tegan Smith gets down there first over in the rocket lane. Well, that's it. Piper Bennett and Savannah Condello at the moment pulling up there. Piper Bennett there, she's really got a handle on this junior dragster deal.
She certainly has. Great looking car.
Yeah.
All the gear on board.
Yep. And Tequila Sunrise is the sponsor. Stratus for junior dragster. It's a core 3.75. Hope that's not cubic inches. That's very tiny. And it won't be 3.75 litres. But anyway, she gets out with an 0.33. But Savannah Condello, while we were talking about Piper, Piper gets there first. An 8.003. Very good. Top of the field so far at 81, and an 8.12 for Savannah Condello at 82.88 miles per hour. Yeah, they're not. You hear various things about comments. They vary. The range is very wide from the comments, but I really enjoy watching. I see where they've come from. Now, from one meeting to the next, no two dragsters are the same anymore.
No, that's right.
They've got other little bits and pieces on. Look, you see these other ones here. This one down here's an absolute rip snorter as well.
Yep, we're starting to see more of the canopy style dragsters. Yeah. Be interested to see if we do get the funny cars, junior funny cars that they've introduced in the US.
Yeah.
I know that there's been a few guys approaching different companies here in Australia to start bringing the bodies in.
Right.
But obviously there's a bit of discussion with IHRA and ANDA and whatnot to get that category started here. I don't really see why that there's much of a problem. I can't imagine that there'd be too much of a disparity performance-wise when you're talking that limited engine sizes and things like that. It's not going to be that much of a difference.
No.
You can basically just mix them all together. You could run a funny car and a dragster in juniors. It's really not that much of an issue.
Oh yeah, look, like it's got four wheels. It's more or less probably to get some perspective of the width of the rear axle to get it outside a funny car. Oh, still inside, but just the wider track.
Certainly.
So it's be interesting to see, because it's great with these young kids, and it does show they're really, really determined. So.
Yep. Absolutely. Jake McNamara in the Aeroflow lane. Fine Line Motorsports on board. We can see Brett down there bringing him into stage. Good to see Brett White at the track as always. He basically just lives here, I think. Zane Condello in the Rocket lane. Fine Line Motorsports again. Zane's always towards the pointy end here. Jake certainly finding his way through. I've got to really try and find some more superlatives, Les, when I'm discussing these juniors that are here all the time, and they're all fighting so hard for their points and their position on the track. I almost could say the same thing about every one of them. There's a couple that are new to the scene, that are learning and finding their feet. But geez, I tell you what, kids are just sponges. They learn everything and they soak it all up straight away. It doesn't take long for them to get their head around what they've got to do here. So all of a sudden you've got someone who's a newcomer and then they're fighting for the lead. 0.14 reaction time for Jake in the Aeroflow lane. Beautiful.
He'll love that. Jake did a stint of commentating here at the last meeting.
Oh, he did?
Pat,
Brilliant.
He came up here and he did junior dragsters. And just getting sorted out. And well, he knows them, most of them.
Yep.
And so he gives a little insight into what they're thinking about and things like that. So
certainly. All right, Alex Rottenbury in the Aeroflow lane. Hunter Race Engines on board with the MLJ Constructions and Scruffy. some of his sponsors. I think I mentioned in the last time I was here that I was really hoping Scruffy was like the dog that was sponsoring their program. that'd be great if the dog was at home going, cut that light, Alex.
It was probably like Brian out of Family Guy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He might have had a martini at home. Johnny Lucci in the Rocket Lane, Lucci Civil on board, Naughty Boys. And VP Race Fuels giving some support there. I'll tell you what, they've got a great looking package down there, the Lucci races. That's all of those cars are tip top. We've got Dom down there, Dad from Lucci Civil. He's backing things. I think he was out here last round with the VK, racing in one of the categories. His VK Commodore was basically a Summernats unveil car, or a Motor X unveil car.
Was it?
But he did a little bit of the show scene, and now it's out here racing, which is great to see.
Right.
A couple of really close reaction times there from Alex and Lucci, 052, 056. Obviously, an A junior dragster versus a B junior dragster here, so we're going to see a disparity with the mile per hour and times. An 8057 at 81 mile per hour, which is pretty on the money for Alex, and 889 for Johnny Lucci in the Rocket Lane.
Okay, all the way down from Oxley, I should say, Ireland. That's ISLAND. Charlotte Leafting over there in the Rocket Lane. Speedflow Products, which is the family business. And she's in the Rocket Lane up against Chloe Rako. Well, the Rakos did very well at the last meeting there from Albion Park. And Mum and Dad still sponsoring, so they're still racing. I think it was Tommy. Was it Tommy Rako? Yeah, he got the trophy last meeting. So that'll put him in the point standing, in a really good position. Charlotte, not too shabby either. They make it down. They make the trip down all the time. Every time there's a round of the .clothing.com, speedaddict.clothing.com. They're here. A 160 reaction time for Charlotte, and for Chloe a 129. So Chloe, she should get there first, and she does. A 792, which is a bit quick at 82, and an 8309 at 78 for Charlotte in over there in the Rocket Lane. So Mr. Rako will have to do a bit of a detune there.
Bit of a detune?
Yeah. It's probably just a matter of just turning the screw
just
down a little bit. Yeah.
Maybe a little lift later in the pass as well. So it's all part of the racecraft that that's why the laps are so important.
Yeah.
Figure that out. We've got the other half of the Lucci racing category down here, Savannah Lucci in the Aeroflow lane. And then we've got Jaden Bunisif in the Rocket Lane, that really well turned out North Rocks Auto Centre C Junior Dragster. So Jaden's certainly still relatively new to the class, but has absolutely been making strides in getting his racecraft down, getting his start line procedure all sorted.
Yeah, both races here, C Junior Dragsters, so they can only go as fast as 12 seconds flat because of their the class. There's C Junior Dragster. This is the starting out age, so from about 8 upwards, and these drivers, they go real quick too, over an 8th.
Yep.
Pretty fast. Savannah gets out with a 246, and Jaden a 154. But gee, Savannah's bolted. 12.055. Gee, that's a good one at 53 miles an hour. And for Jaden in the Rocket Lane, a 13.03 at 48 miles an hour.
Certainly.
Wow.
Savannah's right at the pointy end of that C Junior Dragster category already, which is great to see.
Yeah. Oh, I like anything orange. That's my it's between orange and yellow is my second favourite colour, but orange cars, they really stand out.
Certainly do. Daniel Carabullet down there in the Rocket Lane with that Lightstream Electrical, Australian Motoring Group, Reconditioning Services, VEK Tools and Dr. Meth Race Fuels. Got it all on board for Daniel there, and Georgia Leafting, as we know, Speedflow Products all over the side of it. Great Aussie company manufacturing all sorts of fluid delivery items.
Yes, they're both B junior dragsters this time, so they're in that 12 to 13-year-old range, I think.
Yep.
I might even start at 11, but it's they're still can only go so quick and so fast.
So
Daniel's out in the rocket lane with a .275 and a 103 for Georgia lifting, but Daniel got there first. It's not a race, it's only qualifying. 808.4 and an 8053.
I think we might be doing some more adjustments there in the Carabullet.
Yes.
Pits for B junior dragster there, running out an 80.
Perhaps, oh no, I was saying we should give them a handbook and go down. Wouldn't we be popular?
The first qualifying round, that's just the one you get out there. All right, get this out of your system.
Yeah.
Now we're going to focus down on on the category. So, Browner Boscovich and Danielle Boscovich out here. A junior dragster versus B junior dragster. Bosco Motorsport, of course.
Oh, wow.
Boscovich family is well indentured here at Sydney Dragway. We're going to see that name pop up all through the day in different categories.
The only one I haven't seen race of the Boscoviches here is Mrs. Boscovich.
Well,
all the kids and
probably got a
Josh
handful, mate, I'd say.
Yeah. Okay, for Brianna Boscovich in the Aeroflow lane, a red light, 045, doesn't matter, they're free in qualifying. She gets down there in a 798, which is a bit quick at 82, and an 880 with a 4 at 74 for Danielle Boscovich in the rocket lane. So,
right, the
one
third
was
leaf.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the third leaf.
Third lifting here in the Aeroflow lane. Emma, she's in the C junior dragster, so obviously the youngest competitor there. Speedflow Products, of course, on board with that Raptor 210 powered C junior dragster, and Daniela Axiak out here in the A junior dragster, another pointy end competitor that's always out here. Precision Racing on board, of course, and John Ryan Freight Management helping out Daniela's program.
Yeah, well, see, Daniela's she's a fairly seasoned racer. Emma Lifting, the youngest of the family there, of that racing family. She's in the C Junior Dragster in the Aeroflow lane, and as Pat pointed out, Daniela Axiak, Cecil Park in the Junior Dragster in the Rocket lane. So it's been always very well supported here at Sydney Dragway, the Junior Dragster bracket. I tell you what, Emma Lifting wasn't bad for a little C Junior Dragster, 060 reaction time and a 054 for Daniela in the Rocket lane. She gets down there in a 794 at 82 miles an hour and a 1233 at 52 for Emma Lifting. Oh, she's coming on sort of like gangbusters.
Absolutely. And I think it's pretty safe to say that the air's pretty good out there at the moment.
Oh, mate,
it's because we've seen a few A's go under the 8 already, so quite easily as well.
Yeah. Well, the New Zealanders have got one more class.
Yes.
They've got Junior Dragster A GB, which is gearbox, and it's 125 cc's, and they're like those little Formula go-karts, you know, that you race around. Yep. Geez, they're quick.
Absolutely.
They claim that they were the inventors of the Junior Dragster. They everything. I don't know if that's true or not, but you know everything points to the US. But you can those New Zealanders. I mean, we've been trying for what 13 or 15 years to win the Bledisloe Cup, and we still can't. We still can't get it.
I used to be a rugby fan, and I hung my jersey up, mate.
Did you?
I can't watch it anymore. It's just it's too frustrating to see what's happened to Australian rugby league, rugby union. I'm sorry,
rugby union. Yeah,
the Wallabies just let me down. They let me down. So, but the All Blacks, mate, it's a religion.
Oh
yeah, that's the difference. And you know what? The place is so small that any particular category or enthusiast sort of sport that you find, they're so dedicated. Yeah. Because it's a real small, tight-knit community, and drag racing, of course. You know, I mean, you look at how many Kiwis make the jump over the pond to here. Yeah. As we should just comment quickly on Harry Ryko, previous round winner. 055 reaction time is going to go through for 798 at 1. Robbie Rostesky there with a 9.0 in the B Junior Drags. That's 71 mile per hour. Yeah, there's so many Kiwis that make the trip across the ditch and compete over here because obviously our scene is a lot larger. There's a lot more opportunity. Yeah. Morris McMillan, he's running the Aeroflow team now, and they've got the Top Fuel Funny Cars, Nitro Funny Cars out there. That's basically the pinnacle of the sport next to the Dragsters.
Yeah.
But they're all, all the Kiwis are so fierce competitors and really, really quite talented.
Yeah, they are. Oh, well, look at them, like McLaughlin and SVG and kids like that. There's other guys there too that have been racing in, whether it's IndyCar or any one of those high-speed motorsport
Liam Lawson
categories.
in Formula One now, or about to get a seat in Formula One.
Yeah.
So, a ton of talent over there. But what is it about saying that they've invented things now? Junior Dragsters, the Pavlova, Lamingtons. Geez.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, New Zealand, just take it easy, mate.
Yeah. Well, we should reinstall those shark nets out on the beaches. Stop from coming over and pinching all our ideas.
The country's beautiful. It's clean. They're mostly all pretty nice.
Yeah.
They invent everything. They're great drivers. Just leave something for the rest of the country.
Yeah.
All right. Christian Canuli out there, PC Racing Boss Dragster. In the Rocket Lane's gone through for an 8.035 at 81. They've got that dialed in quickly. Jacob Longo, an 8.93. 73, a little bit of work to do for the RMJ Mechanical Services Dragster in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, haven't heard the Canuli Lane name around for a while. Good to see that. Here's Taylor Canuli.
Yep.
And the Butler Dragster. So
they've found a bit of time in between all their other projects that they're running to get back out here in the junior category, which is good to see.
Yeah, so we've got Talons in the C Junior Dragster, so limited to 12 seconds. But there's been a couple of Emma Leafting, another C Junior Dragster, so there's more coming into the fray. So good for us, good for drag racing in general.
That's right. We need races to put on a show.
Yeah. That guy's going to take off in a minute. Yeah, it's like a fish with. That's an unusual one. I've never heard that name before.
Taylor?
Taylor, no.
Yeah.
There he goes. Oh, Vegas down there. Oh, an 053 light. Pretty good.
Pretty good reaction time.
Yeah, for first run of the day. Oh, nice and safe. 1283 at 50.24 miles an hour, or around about 80 kilometres an hour. You see the Americans, like when you say, when Kenny Bernstein banging on the door of 299 miles an hour, and then Kenny Bernstein went 314 miles an hour straight in. That's over 500 kilometres an hour. So you say 500 kilometres an hour on the Yanks. Gee, that's fast. I said, hey, it's just as fast as 314. But it sounds a lot more spectacular.
That's right. Still, it's such an interesting mix because we're so focused on metric system, obviously here in Australia, mile per hour sort of.
Yes,
it's attached to drag racing, of course, because
everything else
everyone knows.
Yeah, that's right.
And it's so odd, even for those of us that are in the scene, when we watch, from Perth Motorplex.
Yes,
they run kilometre per hour on the boards, and the timing system there, and even as someone who's watching it day in day out, you can see the same car that goes down the track, and you go, oh, how fast did that car just go? And you got to remind yourself, it's kilometres an hour.
You think, gee, that guy stepped up.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sure the last time I saw that funny car go down was just touching 290.
Yeah,
it's gone 480. What's
going on? Yeah,
no, it's
the old KPH.
Yeah. And wheels and tyres.
Yeah,
tyres are the most confusing thing as well because we go millimetres in the width, but then inches in the diameter.
In the diameter,
I don't know why.
And that's right. With tyres, that's one thing. Caravans is the next thing.
Yep.
Like it's a 22-foot caravan.
And trailers.
Trailers.
Trailers. I always That's one thing, you know. I actually commented to a trailer company that I follow on social media. They've got some great trailers, and they're always saying, you know, 16 foot by 6 foot, and I'm like, guys, it's 2024.
Yeah.
There's a lot of younger people that don't get the feet thing.
Yeah.
If they've got a car, they know that it's 5.2 meters long.
Yeah.
So just put in brackets next to your foot size, what the metric version is as well. And I think you'll find it's a lot easier for a wider range of people to get used to it. And they're like, oh, but that's the standard. And I'm like, yeah, I know it's the standard. You know, we used to drive at 50 miles per hour on the road as well, because that was the standard too.
Yeah.
But we don't anymore. So you know, we can adapt a little bit. All right. So aside from all that rubbish that we're talking, let's get back into the racing.
Yeah.
Street bike is up here. Greg Horridham in ZX14 in the Aeroflow lane, Minis Racing. We've got Daniel Burtonshaw, the senior.
Yeah. Oh, senior gets out there with a .102. Oh, nice. Look at Horridham. No, who's going to hang on here? Look at this. No.
Yep.
Rocket Lane. A 10.080 at 136, and then Greg there, a 10.20. 10.201.
1.660 foot for Daniel Burtonshaw is moving for the big fella, so
good
to see.
Yeah.
Very good to see.
Adrian Watson in the Rocket Lane in the Yamaha R6, 600cc, just a small cubic centimetre. And Angela Phipps from Pittown in Suzuki Hayabusa. And it's sponsored by the family, so she's really dedicated as well. So Angela, but I tell you what, Adrian Watson in that 600cc machine, he's sort of like gone. Runs it through for 10.572 at 130, and the 13.77 at 77 miles an hour for Angela Phipps. I think she might have missed a gear there, because at about, you get 800 feet there, I see it, she just sort of maintained the same. You have a look at the incrementals, and they were really slow. Okay, now rider number T63 in the Rocket Lane.
Looks like another ZX14 Kawasaki.
Yeah.
I can see down there. I am familiar with the shape of that bike.
Oh, good.
Almost rode mine today, and then I chickened out like a big wuss. We've got Michael Borg in the Aeroflow lane, the ZX12R, the earlier version of the same bike. Whoa, big wheel stand in second gear from T63 there.
Geez, Mick Borg's going.
Yeah. Oh. 11.39 with a 6 at 124 to an 11.34 with a 6 at 140 for the Rocket Lane. So.
Yeah, geez, big top end there from that little 600cc motorbike. Jesse Barnes, Suzuki GSX 1300. D Wood Interiors sponsoring young Jesse. And T10, must be a T10 gearbox. No, T10's the number.
T10's the racer, and I'm sure we have seen him out there before. He's the father of one of the other racers, I think, and the name slips my memory at the moment. It's been a couple of rounds since I've been here. He's on the Indian, I believe.
Oh, is it?
I believe it is a late model Indian, yeah.
Jesse Barnes, 10.165 at 142, and for the unnamed rider, it's 13.08 over there in the Aeroflow lane. But well, I had to get rid of all my bikes because I had a stroke in 07.
No, don't let that slow you down, Les.
No, well, I should say, my wife won't. She said,
Mick Withers trying to do a backflip.
Mick Withers, yeah. I was wondering if he was racing today. I'll have to go down and see him later.
Yep.
He did pretty well. Oh,
he's backed out of it.
Yeah.
That's all right. Mick will gather himself up. He's been at the pointy end of this field previously, so. Yeah,
I think he was, last weekend he was runner-up.
Yep.
The last meeting, I should say, round 5.
Yep.
He was runner-up. So, street bike, it's 9 entries, that's good. What's this, Street Fighter?
Street Fighter back out now, yep. So basically you've got your, Street Fighter is a great category because you can pick up your car that you drive to work every day and basically turn up to the drag strip and compete. So as you can see, it is definitely a wide range of vehicles that you may not expect to be drag racers.
Yep.
We've got an FG Falcon in the Aeroflow lane, Christopher Varillas down there, and then we've got Danny Stadelmeyer in the mighty AU Falcon. Obviously, no longer a street car, so to speak, I would say, for Danny, but yeah, manually shifted car there as well, which is a rare thing. He's definitely got the advantage on that one. The AU shedding a few kilos compared to the late model FG. So 13.65 with a 6 at 99.5 miles per hour for Danny, and 15.044 at 93 for Christopher in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, 1.5 seconds between those two cars.
Yep. We've got definitely a different matchup here. Ben Roberts, normally driving a Falcon, but looks like he's brought the Isuzu D-Max out today.
Yeah, he's a regular competitor here up against Sean Dartnell in the Hyundai i30. Now, this little thing, it's only 1.4 litre, but I think it must have a snail or a hair dryer attached to it because it's a pretty sharp car.
Yeah, for a small, let's call it for what it is. It's it's an economy cruise, daily driver sort of box. That's what it's intended for, an i30, safe, economical little thing. But Sean's out here time after time, and it really shows off with the reaction time, 0.12 for the i30. He's going to cross through for a 16.61 at 81 mile per hour, and 18.48.73 for Ben in D-Max. Yeah,
over there in the Rocket Lane. So, Ben's Ford Falcon, he's usually here every single meeting here for the Speed Addict Clothing.com series that we run here. This is round 6 and 2 more to go.
Certainly, we think, we'll have to confirm, but we believe Sean Dartnell in the i30 is leading the championship in Street Fighter class.
Yeah,
so,
good.
And as I mentioned, that reaction time will show you why.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn Featherstone in the Aeroflow lane is going through a 15.35. Jack Matasevic, previous round winner there in the blue BA Falcon. It's left a little cherry on the light, but that's okay. He'll come back around and sort himself out.
Yeah.
Megan White back out again. Fine Line Motorsports, Holden Tracks. It's down here. Brett will be obviously closely watching. Don Zammit in the VE Sports. Well, not driving his VE Sports wagon today, actually. It's a VT Commodore.
Yep.
Sedan down there.
Yeah, it's a 1.124 reaction time for Don in the Rocket Lane. Megan gets out there with a 460. The Alarm Clock Award.
We've seen Megan drop a few tasty reaction times in the past, so
right.
We've just got to get the blow the cobwebs out first pass.
Look at that.
Back out there.
17 flat for Don Zammit in the Rocket Lane, and a 17.505, half a second behind.
Yep.
For Miss White.
That would have been a really close race to the line if Megan was on the money on the reaction time.
Yeah, 460 is a bit, sort of like young Alan. Alan will be up there. He'll have a word to her out the back.
Michael Zara out there in the Statesman. V6 Statesman is going to swing on through for a 2.3360 foot. Past the 8th mile at 10.308, 1,000 foot. And ET coming through for a 15.96 with a 5 at 87 miles per hour. Looks like that will conclude Street Fighter. And we're going to move into bikereview.com.au modified bike.
Yeah, I was just coming to ask you. I'll get mixed up with a couple of the, I know Mick Withers, his magazine does, I think they might sponsor the street bike bracket, but Biker Review, this one here, modified bike, Gareth Wilcox in the Rocket Lane. Yep. Kawasaki ZX14R, nice bikes they are too.
Yeah, the Spook.
Matty Hunt in the GSX R1000, 998 cc's in the Aeroflow lane. Oh, not much difference there. Matty Hunt seems to have sort of opened up a bit of a margin, and he'll run it through for a 981 at 143, and for Gareth Wilcox a 1030 at 132 miles an hour in the Rocket Lane. Wow.
Oh, not bad at all.
No.
So next pairing up, we've got Michael Riches in the Aeroflow lane. 10 Digger Racing. He's on the 750cc GSXR. Datatech Tuning and Newman Race Products on board that program. Jeff Eagle from Wallerawang in New South Wales on another ZX14. Very popular at the moment.
Yeah. went for riding on the mate's ZX12
Yep.
way back. It's a long time ago.
Yep.
Jeez, it went. I had to hang on. You know, it's no good hanging on like this on one of them bikes. Jeff Weigel gets there first at 10.19 at 143 and 11.51 at 121 for Michael Riches over there in the Aeroflow lane on the Jazz XR 750. That's what I used to have.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a good bike too. The front wheels were always about, the front wheel was always about this high off the ground.
Yeah, trying to carry it along.
Oh, yeah,
Absolutely.
gee.
All right, Albie Davidson in the Aeroflow lane here, the vinyltree.com.au on board with Suzuki Hayabusa, All Car Care Services and TD Motorsport. Backing up his program, Cheryl Beddoes, Joe Curry Motorcycle Transport, Harley Davidson V-Rod. Got Westpac Bank on board.
What?
Cheryl? That's a great way to bankroll your racing program. Knowing a major bank in Australia is probably not a great deal of contribution there, mate.
No. Yeah, well, you're right. If you can find one, I would wonder which branch it is.
That's it. Triple O reaction time from Cheryl
Oh,
Beddoes.
look at that.
First time out this
Gee
morning. Sounds like had a bit of a mischief later in the past, but gee, Cheryl was wound up and ready to go this morning. 000, great. Albie Davidson still crosses for a 10.37, 1.38. Cheryl with a 10.20 at 1.03. So certainly a bit of a mischief later on in the pass. I think I could hear it bashing into the rev limiter there. So great to see from Cheryl. She's Cheryl on the spot rather than a Johnny on the spot this morning with the reaction time. So good to see. Bobby Joe Simmons out here with Reed Carpentry on board the Hayabusa, the Aeroflow lane, and Sean Ricketts, of course, backing from Heavy Duty Magazine on the Kawasaki ZX12R. Ricketts always at the pointy end with that Kawasaki. Good reaction time there as well. An 0.89 from Sean is out. A 1.44.60 foot. It's pretty good for that bike too. Going to see him cross through for a 9.57 with a 136 mile per hour. Bobby Joe 9.52 at 156 miles per hour in the on the Hayabusa in the Aeroflow lane. So
wow,
packing some power in that Hayabusa.
Oh, Rob Simmons. Oh, it's good to see young Roberto back on the on the flat top here, the 2-lane blacktop. It's him there now. Bobby Joe's been out here a fair bit, and he's been sort of MIA.
Yeah, all got commitments. Unfortunately, sometimes they very, very cheekily get in the way of our racing program. So
yeah,
that's a shame. But out there, an 0.53 reaction time, which is very nice. He's going to cross on through on that solo pass for a 10.022 at 138 mile per hour. That is modified bike. All done. Proudly sponsored by bikereview.com.au. And we're going to jump into Super Sedan.
Super Sedan.
So very hotly contested category out here. We've got Owen James in OAC Engineering, Ford Cortina. Real weapon of a car down there. Big old fat tyres under the back of it, wheelie bars. It's got all the business going on. And then we've got Simon Bonello in RPM Racing, back to Pro Street Fabs. XW Falcon with the 428 Clevo.
I can't say that I've seen the Cortina here, certainly recently. Pat, looks great on the racetrack.
Absolutely. So a little bit of a wiggle coming off the line, but yeah, I did a walk earlier on, Bushy.
I think both cars sound like they're having a bit of a pedal on the track mics there.
Absolutely. And good morning and welcome, Bushy.
Thank you very much, Pat. Thank you.
Nice to hear you in the cans. Back here at Sydney Dragway, round 6 of the Speed Adict Clothing New South Wales Track Championships. Again, just to reiterate, we are up to Super Sedan Q1 this morning. Everything's running beautifully. The weather is fantastic, and we've got we're all feverishly knocking on wood.
You can probably pick it up in the background, but of course it is fantastic to see the sun out. It is a gorgeous spring day here. Of course, crowd building. We have obviously a little bit going on today with some state election, local council election, happening. So hopefully we get a few more people out here at Sydney Dragway a little bit later on in the day. We have 2 very tough racers on the start line right now, and that is Sean Maher in the little HB Tirana and Andrew Little in the Bush Rat Racing Camaro. Looks like Ma out in front with an 0.38 green light and should get across the finish line first with a 9.15 at 1:45 and a 9.61 at 1:39 for Little over there in the Rocket Lane.
Good to see the Bush Rat back. I know the last time I was here, Bushy had a little bit of a date with the wall, I think from memory, or a bit of some sort of failure. I think the last time I was here, I remember the Bush Rat had a bit of a problem. I don't know if he had a round off though. I skipped around. Yeah, due to other commitments.
There's not many candy red Camaros driving around, but you know, it's good to see Andrew back. Of course, normally running with his brother Michael, but on track now we have Sean Sorbello and Joe Zammit running side by side. Looks like Zammit's out in front in the VL 10 flat, 133 mile an hour in the Rocket Lane to take the win, to a 10.12 with an 8 at 135 for Sorbello in that LS powered Commodore.
Gee, Super Sedan's so tight, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just. It makes me question why I've got a car that might fit into Super Sedan class, actually, because I'm a bit intimidated by that.
I think this is the issue, I guess, when you get into a category that the racing's so good. But what I love about it is it's so open. You can have a Tirana, you can have a Falcon, you can have a Hot Rod, you can have
a Suzuki Mighty Boy.
Like how many Suzuki Mighty Boys have we got that are race cars? You can run a V8, you can run a Turbo 6, you can run a 4-cylinder, you can run an NA6, whatever you want, a rotary even. 009 on the tree for Nathan Cowie in the Mighty Boy. That Falcon's not going to catch it from there. The Mighty Boy will get across the finish line first. 9.01 with a 6, 147 mile an hour through the top end, and a 9.46 with a 0 for Adam Hunter.
Also, I just want to note, best tow rig of the day goes to Cowie. Nathan Cowie this morning. That Mighty Boy turned up being towed by a 32 Hot Rod.
Oh, did it?
This morning.
Okay, because normally he's got like a black pickup is his tow vehicle.
Apparently the pickup is getting a transmission, I think.
Okay.
I heard.
Yes.
So why not hook up to the Hot Rod with a flathead V8?
It's a blown
flathead V8.
Flathead too,
right.
I think. Have seen that car around before, but always good to see the traditional style Hot Rod, I guess, out and about. And we see the flatheads doing quite well performance-wise for what they are.
Yeah,
of course,
definitely. Not a lot of weight to drag around generally in a 32 Hot Rod. So.
No.
But did I just see Tex run again in Super Sedan?
You did.
Is he bumped up to Super Sedan, or is he double entered today to run in Super Street?
I don't know. That's going to get very tough at the end of the race, meaning if that's the case.
It's going to be confusing. But either way,
we're still in Super Sedan, so maybe you're correct, Pat.
Yeah,
or maybe he's got two cars now, exactly the same.
That's pretty impressive to have two Plymouth Satellites out here. But
be like the US with the big flat trailer with the
with
the big Ram or whatever towing it and 400 ton of car behind it.
Perfectly fine, and just on a regular driver's license.
Yeah, who does that? It was Jimmy JJ the Bolst.
Yes,
was like that with all his cars. But
terrible. All right, so we got Lou Palumbo out here in the Aeroflow Lane Fairfield Mobile Auto Electric on board with the HX Tonner, 400 cube Chevy under the bonnet. And speaking of Chevy Taylor.
Yes.
They're in the beautiful bubble top 409 powered machine in the Rocket Lane. Tilly Motorsports, Spares and BK Race Engines helping out with that program.
Just checking out the injector stack sticking out of the bonnet of the Cortina.
Yeah.
Good to see the old 8 injector type setup.
I'd love to be at the big end of the track when that makes a full pass out the back door. That'd be great. Big nitrous purge from Palumbo there in the Aeroflow Lane, getting pressures right and set as they're both just moving into full stage. Lifting the front end of the vehicle on both lanes there. 1.32 60 foot for Palumbo. It seems like the Tonner is on song, a 9.11 with a 6 at 145 miles per hour to a 10.139 at 132 for Taylor in the Rocket Lane.
Pair of experienced sparring partners on the start line here.
That's one way to put it, for sure.
I was being politically correct.
Yeah. David Gruber, Aeroflow Lane, LJ Tirana, 383 powered Chev, backed by Queanbeyan Engine Service, LIT Consulting, Specialised Towing. Now we've got Rex Webster, with the Austin A40 Ute that has a 540 cubic inch Chevy big block shoehorned into the front of it.
Wheels up launch for Gruber off the start line. 0.52 on the tree. Webster not too far behind with an 0.73. The Tirana will get across the finish line first. 9.24 with a 6. 1.45 on the nose. And a 9.47 with a 1 at 1.42, Pat.
Yes, indeed. And here's another vehicle that, you know, speaking of ones that we're not that familiar with, similar to the Cortina, Debbie Robb down in XB Coupe.
Haven't seen Debbie here for a long time, actually.
Yeah, I you know, obviously haven't been here as long as you have, Bushy, so I'm not familiar with it, but it's great to see another car making the trip all the way down from Tamworth as well, regional New South Wales. We've got multi-equip on board, a 528 cubic inch Ford.
Yeah, big cube for a Ford engine.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see. We've got Jaden Curry, of course, from Prospect, local boy, in the Tirana down there. Chevy Power.
Yeah, only just got his license in this car. Just saw the nitrous purge on board, so looks like he's running a little bit of chemical supercharging. 395 on the tree for him. Good pass out of the Tirana. 850 with an 8. 156 mile an hour through the top end. And a 914 with a 5 at 144 for the Big Falcon. And I think that rounds out Super Sedan. We're going to move into a Super Gas Eliminator now. Their first round of qualifying. These cars, of course, run on a 990 fixed index, but they do run a Pro Tree. So a little bit different in this category. All 6 lights will flash at once. They want to run a 990 or slower, preferably.
Catanzariti in that beautiful Firebird down there. It's such a great looking car.
Sure is a very good. Actually, it was Catanzariti's old Tirana that went the last pass. Yep. So took the step into this car a few seasons ago and just continually adds to the trophy collection. And a 984 with a 9 at 146 mile an hour. 005 on the tree. Just needs to put a little bit more in that throttle stop and and he'll be right where he needs to be.
Absolutely. As I mentioned earlier, Bushy, when the juniors were running, I was speaking to Les, I think the air is really good out there today. By the looks of things, a lot of people that have been sort of breaking out or going a bit fast first out this morning, and all the cars seem to be doing it pretty easy. So, beautiful day for racing.
A fantastic day to be a spectator too. If you are at home watching on the live stream and say, well, I've got nothing to do today, I've already voted.
Yep.
Head on down to Sydney Dragway.
Absolutely.
And grab yourself a posse in the grandstand. Quite pleasant out there in the spring weather here at Sydney Dragway. Not a cloud in the sky. 030 red on the tree for Luke Romeo. 129 for Vince Panetta in the Tirana. The Commodore will get there first. 986 with a 5. 149 mile an hour through the finish line to a 985 with a 3 at 148. So both. So far, all of the Supergas cars going fractionally too fast for that 990. So Roy Romeo on the solo in the In Touch Automotive Ford Roadster. Do you like this car? Something a little bit different.
Yeah.
And
always tip-top condition.
Yes.
As well.
Yeah, both the Romeo cars have always been very, very well presented.
Immaculate.
The crew come out in all their crew shirts and dressed very similarly.
It doesn't seem to matter how many times I watch Supergas Bushy. I always got what's happened to that car. As soon as they come off the line, they're like, oh no,
the throttle stop. Yeah,
exactly. So always keeps things interesting, but it's good to see everyone's down the road in Supergas, and we're going to move on to modified.
Yep, and that is Brooke Rapazada in the Aeroflow lane. I didn't even have to see the name. I can pick the sound of that Big Lock Chev idling away. One of my all-time favourite front engine cars in the Aeroflow lane right there. This thing looks absolutely gorgeous out in the sunshine. Multicoloured green, the presentation, the chrome work, the polishing.
It is a beautiful car. And Brooke's just been going from strength to strength, driving it as well. And also a very strong competitor in the Rocket Lane with Rocco Romano.
Yes.
In the Baltimore Dragster there, 598 cubic inches of big block goodness. Certainly doesn't have any issues propelling that Dragster down this strip.
Definitely one of my favourites in the burnout. Does the big throttle womp as he goes through, but just easing into it this morning. I dare say that one not particularly big, but it's all right. Maybe just getting his mind in the right space.
Yep. All right, we'll get Brooke brought forward into stage. Rocco's pretty well ready. He's at pre-stage. Just waiting to welcome Brooke to the starting line.
It's both these races starting their racing career in Junior Dragster. .015 to an 015.
Wow. Romano picking the wheels up off the hit as well. Crossed through for a 7.15 with a 9 at 183 to an 8.06 at 169 for Raposada in the aeroflow lane. Did Brooke drive something in between Dragsters and modified?
Junior in this.
Yeah, junior, sorry, and modified.
Not that I recall, Pat.
That's quite a step from running an 8.0 in a junior dragster in the 8th mile to running an 8.0 in the quarter mile in a big block powered modified car.
Definitely a big step, but I mean, I think stepping into a modified car is a fairly logical step if you're keen on the full tube car, like not running a sedan based car. And of course, obviously there's a few more options if you like your sedans.
Certainly.
And want to step into that out of junior dragster or any sort of racing, I guess. But if you're keen on the Alters and the dragsters and the funny cars, etc., then modified eliminator is the next step.
That's the direction.
Yeah. As you say though, it's a pretty decent step to get into a car that runs low 8s, and I mean, a front engine car may not handle in the same way that a rear engine car will. Like we see Jess Turner's rear engine Spitzer Dragster in the Rocket Lane there, leaving very nicely, and will run on through for a 7.76 with an 167 mile an hour. Not running the nitrous anymore, or at least for the time being. That car was running 680s, 200, just nudging 200 mile an hour, if not a little bit over it.
They have got it tuned up well though.
Yes.
Even without the nitrous, because they have had a few little gremlins with that dragster. I think the last few times I've been here, it's been a little bit hit and miss when they've come off the nitrous, but it seems to be running well, and it was a nice reaction time from Jess there as well. All
right, we have Lachlan McCaskill in the Rocket Lane. Good to see Lachlan racing again. Of course, another one of the races out of Junior Dragster. He raced with both his sisters. They've stepped into modified, and now he's obtained his license in this car, running mid to high 7s, really big speed, 555 cubes of big block chef behind you. Like, as you say, just jump in, mate. Just have a crack.
What's the difference?
and in the aeroflow lane, we have George Bukareshvili in this baby LS powered front engine dragster, only 365 cubes, but this thing just is so well sorted and runs dead on all the time.
Super consistent.
And that's why we often see him at the trophy presentations at the end of the night.
Certainly.
Running for Race Max Direct in the aeroflow lane. Lachlan running for Mach 1 welding, 0.36 to an 0.35. How tight do you like your reaction times? Look like McCaskill's out in front at the moment, and a 7.31 at 182. That car's picked up a little bit of performance, I think, as well. A 7.81 at 175 for Bukareshvili in the aeroflow lane there. Do you reckon he's telling Furfies about his
cubic inches?
Cubes, yeah.
Not the mighty LS. There's it's designated LS for Lord and Saviour, right?
Yes. Yeah, but he's running the 427 version. He's just telling us that.
No, that's not a 4-inch stroke crank. Don't know
it. I'm waiting for someone to bring out one of those hemi-headed ones, like the.
Yes.
I've seen some pretty impressive numbers out of those.
Pretty impressive.
NA,
There's a couple of billet ones getting around here as well. The Noonan
Yes.
Billet LS, I think they were running. I can't remember whose car it was that was running it at Jamboree a couple of weeks ago. But
they make some nice stuff, don't they?
oh my goodness, it's jewellery for drag races.
Yes.
Not
only does it perform, it looks.
Yep.
Yeah. The looks match the performance. Let's just put it that way.
Certainly. Chelsea Smith here, APM Power Cruise Modified Dragster. In the Aeroflow lane, gets out with an 026 reaction time. Mark Tanswell in the front engine Dragster, holding 205 power on board. Smith running through for a 747 at 180, 964 at 140 miles per hour for Tanswell in the Rocket lane. Certainly an individual sound from that Holden six-cylinder.
Yes. We've got another one coming up in the next pair. I can hear it idling way down below.
Is that slingshot down or twisted? I think I saw it.
On track now, we have Mark Bull in the Spitzer Dragster for Shire Automotive. He's in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Paul Lynette in the Rocket lane. Lynette in the T-Bucket Altered.
I think we've got Anthony Bull in Boosted Outlaws today
in the
as well.
Falcon. They put on a fantastic show last meeting. They had 6 or 7 Boosted Outlaw cars. And they all put down good passes and lots of good racing. So it was great to see that class back with a vengeance.
So I was commenting earlier on the amount of Boosted Outlaws we've got entered today, which is good to see.
Lynette with a little bit of a wiggle off the start line, but managed to keep it in the middle of the lane. 745 with a 2, 176 miles an hour to a 781 with a 4 at 168.
Certainly. There we go. Bob Sinclair down there in the front engine dragster. Twisted, I believe, is the name of the program. Craig's Automatics back to hold 210 powered front engine dragster. We've got JZ Heads, Aaron at APM, and BHS Excavations backing their program. And then CJ Davies, everyone knows. Shane's Race Engines on board with little front engine dragster, 385 cube small block Chevy. Down there, CJ's always his competitor at the light. He's always very good at seemingly sort of getting in the competitor's head.
Yeah, he does.
You know, a bit of a staging battle out there, which is all part of it.
Does it all by the rule book, but
not to say that there's anything wrong.
Yeah.
No. Please don't get me wrong.
No.
It's part of racing, you know, and that's what everyone has. You know, you can sort of sometimes people go, oh, he took too long, or he went in real fast, or this or that. Well, we all know that's a possibility.
Yes.
So play the game. You know?
It's like that. I remember watching something on the Street Outlaw series. They were all getting the cranky with each other because they were guessing the tree. But I'm like, well, what's your problem?
Yeah, well, that's what you got to do.
Get better. Get better. You know what I mean? Like just because he's red hot on the tree and good at guessing it, he's going to throw a red light every now and then too. You don't go over and say, "Oh, sorry, mate."
Yeah. Sorry, I was better than you. That's not what competition's about. Speaking of lights, there goes CJ 002 reaction time. Great launch. 088's not terrible for Bob at all. An 831 with a 4 at 160 mile per hour for CJ in the Rocket lane. 892 at 145 for Bob Sinclair. So Ali Stewart, Welsh Family Racing front engine dragster in the Aeroflow lane. Nice stout burnout there for Alison. She backs that up. We've got LA Racing Lubricants, Cackling Pipes Photography, and Denaro Shazzy helping out with their racing program.
Because Alison recently stepping back into the rear engine dragster. She was driving the Welsh Family front engine car. Had an opportunity to get back into another one of Jeff's cars that got purchased, and so she'll finish off the season this year in this car and hopefully come back again next year.
Certainly. Thanks for pointing out, Bushy, that I didn't actually look at the car that I was commenting on when I called it a front engine dragster.
Sorry, I didn't even notice.
It's pretty straightforward that there's an engine at the back of that car, mate, so not a worry there. Clean and tidy pass there from Alison in the rear engine dragster. down there, 765 with a 5 ET at 171 mile per hour. Very nice pass.
Yeah, shootout probably a little bit early, but I guess probably doesn't make that much of a difference at that point, making sure that the chute's fully blossomed. And in the other lane we have Courtney Allen from Victoria.
I have seen Courtney here before in this T-Bucket. It's a great looking car. I feel like perhaps the last time I saw her, she might have been licensing. I'm not 100% sure, so please excuse me if I'm wrong.
I know there was someone else driving this car
okay.
a little while ago as well. So Courtney might be definitely the latest of the drivers of the car. 406 Chevy on board. This car, another one of the modified glass that has a lot of polished aluminium.
Yes. You almost need an extra person in your crew just to do the polishing.
Yeah. That's the punishment.
Yeah.
You turn up late, Pat. Here's the auto stop.
Exactly right.
And a rag.
Or it's the apprentice's job.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I see occasionally on Instagram the reels of those guys that polish the fuel tanks on the trucks.
Yep.
And they're just like
black from head to toe.
How do you clean it though? That's the problem.
Clean run from Courtney there. 832 in the 60. That is.
I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, I don't think that's quite right. I think it had the front wheels in the air too. So.
All right, runs on through for an 8.28 with a 1 at 157 mile an hour through the top end. We're about to get into Top Sportsman, ladies and gentlemen. As we see Curtis Reed roll around, I think it is, in the boosted Outlaw Dragster. So those competitors are not too far away. I did notice in our staging lane cams that one of my favourite little cars is about to make its way down the quarter mile here. Looks like there's a little bit of attention being paid to the 60-foot mark in the rocket lane, Pat.
I take my eyes off the track for 1 second and someone drops something.
That's okay. I don't know if it was out of the Courtney car. I know that car didn't seem to move around or anything like that. But
no, it looks pretty solid.
Definitely in the middle of the lane there. There's a little bit of mopping going on, and so we shouldn't be too far away. Of course, in between categories, as I said, the next category out will be Top Sportsman.
Yep.
For their first round of qualifying, and Top Sportsman always putting on a fantastic show here at Sydney Dragway. Pretty
Absolutely
cool cars, big engines, lots of horsepower, fast times as well.
Exactly, and not to overshadow them, but we've got a lot of horsepower coming up very shortly as well. So, Top Sportsman, of course, extreme bike, so 2-wheeled horsepower, boosted Outlaws. We've got 6 cars entered today, which is great to see the boosted guys coming back out to play. And then we do have quite an exciting exhibition run from Graham Fawley in King Kong, the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Car. So it'll be great to hear some Nitro cackling away down there in the lanes. Good to see the guys out here taking advantage of a beautiful Sydney Dragway track on a Saturday. So that would be a great thing. As you said earlier, Bushy, if you've voted in the local elections, get on down to Sydney Dragway and smell a bit of Nitro.
Well, I mean, you also feel the ground vibrate through the car as well. Maybe not quite the same intensity as the Top Fueler, but certainly a
not
good,
quite, but
good,
it's certainly
good introduction
there.
to. You get the sights, the sound, and the smell.
Absolutely, and you can always pick it.
Yes.
You know, I mean, the boosted Outlaw cars are pretty tough. You know, big superchargers, plenty of methanol, but it's hard to miss the crackle of Nitro.
Yeah. It's funny what that yellow fuel does as opposed to the clear one.
Yeah. It's just the colour difference, right? That's all.
So's the colour of the money that's coming out of the pocket as well. Goes from like blue to green.
Lots of green as well.
All right.
That's not just the air gaskets burning up.
Joe Gattalari in the VL Commodore for Cos Constructions in the airflow lane, taking on Leo Georges in the Rocky Lemon Tina and Sons Escort over there. 406 Cube small block Chev in the van. Just waiting on Georges to bump in, bring that second white light on. Both cars leaving the start line nicely. 018 on the tree for Gadalari. And looks like the VL will cross the finish line first with an 851, 161 miles an hour to an 885 at 153 for Georges in the Escort. One thing I did notice the last round, Pat, is parachute's green.
Green. That's the carrot, it really is.
And it blossoms like the leaves.
Like the leaves on top of the carrot. That's unreal. That's amazing.
That's someone thinking about it.
Yes, exactly right. Looks like that car has got a bit more attitude off the line as well at the moment. They seem to be throwing a bit more at it.
Maybe a few more RPM. In the launch, maybe.
Yeah.
I still reckon Phil, not saying unfortunately, it's great that he's sponsored by Fuchs, but it'd be awesome if the car was orange, because it'd look more like a carrot with the green.
That's right, the big long one,
005 red on the tree for Joe Sorbello in the Datsun Skyline. Gets there first though, 896 with a 149 mile an hour. And Alan Valla in that brand new car, 828 with a 161 miles an hour.
Right, Sam Moreau down there in the little Ford Coupe with another shoehorn job. 615 cubic inches of big block in the front of that coupe.
I don't know what lane to look at. Two of my favourite cars on the racetrack.
Absolutely. Scott Cousins with definitely another small car, but small displacement. No shortage of horsepower though. The Datsun 1200 coupe with the 2J turbo, Gas Motorsport on board with that one. Just watch the mile per hour out of this 1200 coupe. Everything's going the right way. It's an awesome little package.
Yeah, sure is. Usually running into the sevens.
See Simon Krieger down there in the in inverted commas, the street ute.
We'll have a look at it.
It's very street appearing. It uses the national debt in nitrous though. He's going to spray the house down as Krieger normally does. We love to see it. We've got Moreau and Cousins into stage.
Moreau moving around a lot on the hit and out of the throttle at half track. Cousins didn't leave the start line quite as nicely as he would have liked either. The car sort of lifted the front wheel and then got back down, but an 803 with an 178 miles an hour. And Moreau, an unrepresentative 11-second pass there. There was a little bit of a banging and popping in that we can pick up in the in the track mics there. Was it a rev limiter, did you reckon, Pat, or not?
I'm not sure. I thought perhaps it was Moreau breaking down a little bit and getting some lean pops or whatnot. But obviously, it's very hard for us to be accurate from up here. All we know is neither car was perfectly happy off the line. So, but Q1, go back, get some data, have a think about it, and go from there. Okay, so we've got Selim Matter out here in the aeroflow lane. He's in the HB Tirana, 632 cubic inch Chevy motor on board. A Civil and Drill Tech Solutions backing them. Simon Krieger down there, West End Performance back, WB Ute. 632 cubic inches of Chevy big block with plenty of nitrous on board. Will be an interesting thing to see get down the track with the nice big beadlock welds on the back of that tonner Ute. We'd all be familiar with seeing Krieger out here in his black Tirana. Oh, bit of a misstep from Matter there in the aeroflow lane. Krieger's off for a fairly easy launch, but he's going to send it through for the first parts of the day. 971 with a 6 at 145 mile per hour. Probably not throwing all the nitrous at the car at this point. Matter seems to be still running, so he's just going to transit on down to the early exit. Okay, we can see Salim Matter just getting the Tirana out the early exit gate there, just past the finish line. So we'll get that gate shut back up. Got our next pairing here, George Matter, the A-Civil LH Tirana in the airflow lane with a stout burnout, but a very good burnout from Michael Redding there in the Chrysler LeBaron. Possibly my favourite name for a car ever, the Chrysler LeBaron.
I'm not doing a Rusty.
I don't know.
He puts on the French accent.
Le Baron.
There you go. So I knew
Do that. I just like it because it's in that what's that song? Cake, short skirt, long jacket. Apparently the girl, she drives a Chrysler LeBaron.
Oh yes, yeah, very true. And now we know what a Chrysler LeBaron looks like.
That's right. That's right. I actually saw a convertible one on the road only a few weeks ago. Not the most appealing looking vehicle in the world, I must say, but you know, the gentleman that was driving it seemed quite content.
And you know what? So, that's all that matters.
Yep, but I don't think it had a 500 cubic inch engine in it.
No, it makes it a little bit more appealing when they're rear-wheel drive and gets absolutely no mileage, but makes a bunch of horsepower.
Absolutely. Big traction issue for Matter in the airflow lane. They just turned the tyres straight off the hit. 765
with a 9, 177 mile an hour for the Chrysler in the Rocket lane, and an 883 with a 1 at 172 for the Matter car in the airflow lane.
Okay, Anthony Curry out here in the RX2 2J powered car. Didn't quite find enough boost there to get the burnout happening properly, so just going to back him up.
Ran some really good numbers at the round number 5. And of course, you and I watched this car.
Yep. Certainly found the boost there.
Yep. Almost found the Revelator too, I dare say.
It's all right. You got some RPM available to you with a nicely tuned 2J, so that's all right. James Barnes there in the BG Engines backed Mustang in the Rocket lane. Beautiful looking blue Mustang over there, 440 Boss powered.
Yeah, waiting patiently over there in the Rocket lane. James, a very successful racer in his previous car, took out many a race win.
Yep.
Of course, that gold XR Falcon. Now running the 440 Boss for BG Engines from Chipping Norton.
Barnes in full stage now.
Mustang just moving over towards the wall, a fraction, but good pass. 848 with a 4, 157 miles an hour.
Yeah, the RX2 Curry not really want to come up on the trans brake there. Didn't want to build enough boost, so a little bit of a gremlin there for that car. I'm sure the guys will get it worked out like they have in the past.
Yeah, had absolutely no issue in the burnout.
Yep. Another car that generally doesn't have an issue in a burnout or finding any sort of power is Josh Boscovich, just about to accept the line.
Finds even more incentive when he's got his brother beside him.
Yeah. It's funny how that works.
Yeah. And you're trying to outdo him.
Yeah.
Of course, this car, something a little bit different. It's actually manually shifted in that it runs a Linko transmission. So he pulls a lever for every gear that gets selected.
Yep.
There is a clutch which he lets go at the start line, and that's the last time that pedal's touched until the finish line.
Yeah, it's definitely it's an experience watching watching the XA Coupe get down the strip there, but certainly one that you can experience just about every time we're here at Sydney Dragway. Yes. Bosco's always here, fierce competitors and dedicated to drag racing life. So it would be a bit odd to not have a Boscovich name at the line at Sydney Dragway, I think.
Yeah, at least 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, 5 or 6 times.
Per round of qualifying or racing, because there's usually that many of them. But it's fantastic that they come out in force, and No, we make a bit of light of that, but you really do appreciate the family aspect of this sport and how it. I'll use the word sucks you in the sense that once the bug bites, it bites pretty hard sometimes.
Yep.
And the Boscovich name, of course, been around the sport for a few decades now, and hopefully we'll continue with Josh's and Jeremy's offspring. Of course,
well, Junior Dragster is full of them, so it's going to continue on. There she goes. 151 reaction time and a 1.151 60 foot. That's
going to work good for the dyslexia.
Yeah.
812 with a 163 mile an hour. Now this car PB'd at the last race meeting. I can't remember what the time was, but if you are racing and you do want to reach out to us, if you say something on the live stream, of course the Sydney Dragway official live stream, if you've got that going, it's usually monitored by the commentators up here, and of course if we miss something, Benny usually picks it up.
Yep, he'll throw something at us and yell at us and call us a name to get our attention.
We'll get a pen or something at the back of the head, and
you 100% would do that. But all right, Michael down here in the Rocket Lane. He's got the collegiate clothing back to LJ Tirana. Looks like possibly licensing. I think with this car.
I haven't seen the car before.
Not familiar with the car, and a lot of the time you're licensing. The process is basically staging and launching the car, and then no more after that for the first pass. So that's why we guess it's a licensing pass. But as Bushy said, if you've got any info, if we sound like we don't know what we're talking about when we make an assumption about what's happening down on the track, please feel free to reach out and have a chat on the chat on the live stream, or if you let one of the officials know, they might be able to get some word back to us.
Correct us nicely, please, though.
If
we do say something wrong, it's never intentional.
Yeah, we might get a bit sad if you call us bad names. Yeah. All right, we're going to move.
Or Pat might just get angry and you don't want to angry back.
Me? Angry? Never. Never. All right, Top Sportsman has concluded Q1, and we are now moving into extreme bikes. So we're going to see Alex Borg and Deanne Azzopardi, both part of the Azzopardi racing program, both on Hayabusas, which we would expect nothing less out of the Azzopardi crew. Brilliantly turned out bikes down there, so Alex has definitely got the it's a bit more, I'd call it sort of an old school tribal sort of design on the fairings.
It was flat black last time I saw it, I think. Yeah. But this bike turned over a new leaf, I'll say, fairly recently, in that it always used to want to try and throw him off it. It was like a bull at the rodeo with the strap done up way too tight. Yes. And he's calmed the bike down in the leave, I think, and just stacks on the horsepower at the top end of the racetrack. Deanne's bike over there, you won't miss this one in a crowd.
No, it's an interesting take on camouflage, when it's bright pink. It sort of it doesn't seem to be as effective. No. But great looking bike. Good to see Deanne out here, as always, building her confidence back up to get to the pointy end of the field. So we know the machine is under her. We know the know-how is there within the team and herself. So let's see some extreme bike action here.
Oh, 1-2 on the tree for Borg. Left very, very nicely. See the black track appear from 200 feet. And a 713 with a 4. But look at the speed, Pat. 214 miles an hour through the top end. Man. A 901 with a 2 for Deanne there.
So a little bit of traction issue off the line with Deanne in the Rocket Lane. Turn the tyre, which is always a bit of a concern with when you've only got one small tyre on the back of, as opposed to two big fat ones. But 214 mile per hour. Some of these extreme bikes could basically go into boosted Outlaws.
Yes.
Be competitive, right?
The difference is you wouldn't hear them coming either.
No. All right, Mike Lawson in the Aeroflow lane on Hayabusa. Ryan Franks in the Rocket Lane. GSF Engineering backed Hayabusa, also as a party racing involved in their program.
Love the colour of Lawson's bike.
Yeah.
It's a deep walnut brown, I suppose you'd say.
I would sort of call it like a Coca-Cola.
Yes.
This sort of
Yeah.
colour.
Oh, Lawson looking at the wall, getting over, way over, almost on the unprepped part against the wall. Not where you want to be. Franks with a nice pass, 771, 196 mile an hour, edging his way up to the 200 mile an hour mark. And Lawson an unrepresentative time there. But doing the right thing and getting out of the throttle is exactly what I would have been doing for sure.
Yeah. It's funny when they've got those big, long, extended swing arms and the forks are basically at their bottomed out position. They don't seem to turn very well.
No.
Those bikes, but that's okay. It's not really what we're here for. So definitely a bit of a difference in application here. We've got Brendan Biglinico in the Hayabusa, Rams Head Services on board, and Brent Gilliver in the, let's say, old school GSXR. Wheelie bar on the back, big flat tyre. Biglinico battling some traction issues there with the Hayabusa and the smaller radial tyre. 8301 at 167 for Gilliver in the Rocket Lane, 9048 at 177. Probably a non-representative time. We know Biglinico's gone much faster than that in the past.
Yeah, it looked like a good pass for Gilliver.
For Gilliver, yeah.
For Gilliver there, though.
Yep. Had a little bit of a sway over to the right, but nothing too crazy. So
you expect it to have a little bit of body movement on a motorcycle.
Yeah, a little bit of body movement, and also with that type of tyre, you know, you see a lot of Hayabusas that are running that radial style tyre, which looks a bit more like a traditional motorcycle tyre, whereas Gilliver's setup's got the sort of the square-sided slick setup on it. So leaning doesn't give you the same response.
Yes, the body movement on that. Not that I've ever ridden a motorcycle, but I believe the theory is with the big square tyre, you lean on the opposite edge of the direction that you want to go, which is would do my head in when I'm right up against the concrete. But hang on, I wouldn't be over there in the first place.
No, that's the goal, mate. It's like in circuit racing. You know, we do a little bit of that in another life that I lead, and sometimes the drivers will go, "Man, I just got to get through this pack." You know, if I'm fast, but there's cars in front of me, and so the answer is, well, qualify first.
Yes, that's
if you're in front of them to start with, you don't have to worry about getting past them. You know.
Easier said than done, of course.
Yes.
Joe Curry in the Rocket Lane on this Harley-Davidson Destroyer, running for Joe Curry Motorcycle Transport and Twin Tune Performance Centre. EP Race Fuels also backing Joe's racing.
The Destroyers are always a very violent sounding and performing motorcycle out there. So.
We can barely hear it as he comes into stage just quietly, but I wonder if that's running a turbo or something now.
Yeah, it does.
I can't believe how quiet it is.
That's very different.
Still running a 1057, only 114 mile an hour.
It sounds like a bit of a let's try this and see what it does sort of pass. We're not going to miss the sound of these guys.
No.
This is the Outlaws firing up.
No, and I can see Graham Fawley in the Nitro Funny Car.
That's right, King Kong.
Not too far away.
Right, so first pairing out, Curtis Reed in the Maya Dragster in the Aeroflow lane. Anthony Bull in the VA Falcon. Good morning, Sydney Dragway. Welcome to Q1 of Boosted Outlaws. At round 6 of the Speed Adict Clothing New South Wales Track Championship. We love a bit of boost here, whether it's chemical or mechanical. Right, both competitors seem ready and have been given the wave by their crews to move into stage. Obviously, again, Boosted Outlaws, very interesting field. You've got door cars versus dragsters and modifieds and altereds and a bit of everything.
Nice run and lead for Curtis. Out there in front, gets a 6:59 with a 5, 211 miles an hour, 018 on the tree, and goes to the 60 with a 113. So nice pass there for the Reed machine, and a 7:36 with an 8 for Bull.
And Bull was having a swing at that reaction time as well, 005 red, so certainly trying.
Yeah, good clean pass from both competitors there. And it looks as though our next pair will be fired into life very, very shortly, but
I think we've got a bit of a spill at the big end, to be honest. Oh, it's getting pushed around the corner. Okay. Very good.
better to stop early than late.
Yes.
All right, our next pair out will be Brittany Olive in the A Civil Motorsports backed rear engine dragster, taking on the villain in Craig Burns, the SCF race cars, West End Performance Ford Mustang.
It's cars like Craig's that maybe go from not a fan of earlier Mustangs, well, I should say earlier Mustangs, like early modern Mustangs, to being a big fan. I think they call it New Edge. This body style. But when they look like that, it's hard not to like it.
I mean, Craig has always turned out an absolutely gorgeous race car.
Yep.
You know, it's a fantastic billboard for his business, and not only does it look good, it performs so well as well.
And I should say, Craig's not really afraid of it either. I've seen that thing carry the wheels through the half-track mark when he's running in Pro Mod as well.
Yeah.
And, it's an impressive bit of kit. Not to take anything away from Brittany in the aeroflow lane, by the way. That 451 Hemi Uyehara Dragster is no slouch in its own right.
Certainly gets down the racetrack in good fashion. Brittany building experience with every pass. Of course, been running this car for probably 18 months or maybe a little bit more.
Yep. So Dad Shane out there as crew chief. Of course, Shane very familiar with plenty of nitro action as well. Previously driving the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Cars and stepping up into Top Fuel Dragster as well.
Yeah, certainly a very experienced nitro pilot is Shane, but Brittany about to tick off another pass in this Roomba Dragster against Craig Burns. Burns moving around a little bit, lots of RPM on board for the villain, pops the chutes at half track and rolls on through still for a 734 at 111, went 102 to the 60 with an 016 light.
He's definitely got the eyes on today, has Craig Burns, so the villain living up to its name.
As I said, just look to move around a little bit on the hit, but Craig pretty experienced, probably pretty comfortable with making those required corrections, and
experience, as you say, Bushy, is knowing that it's Q1.
Yes,
it's going to be a well, maybe not a representative pass, but it's still going to be a number that you can put on the board to qualify. So what's the point of running it out the back door if nothing's... If it's not exactly right, then let's just throw the chutes, turn the car off, get it to the big end, get it back to the track.
Well, yeah, exactly right, Pat. I think sometimes knowing when to say, well, I'm not actually going to achieve anything is a good thing when you consider to run these cars as not a cheap operation.
Yep.
And if you can save a little bit of your between round maintenance, then it's a good thing.
Absolutely. Right, we're going to get fired back up. We can see Gareth Rogers down there in the Aeroflow backed Bantam Altered. He's got the Hemi on board. Recent addition to the Rogers family. Brooke and Gareth have recently had a little baby, their first child, so big congratulations. That was the reason why they missed the last round.
Ah, right.
The little one came in about 4 weeks early, so
yes,
I guess we'll let them get away with that.
Yes, can't. Wow.
Danny McDessie is here, ladies and gentlemen, if you weren't aware. The Devil's Taxi out there, shattering eardrums for everyone's pleasure.
So there's a bit of concern around the Rogers car there. McDessie pulling up at the 330 foot mark, near enough to 100 metres from the start line.
It doesn't look like Gareth's car wanted to select reverse. It's handy when you've got a race team to come and help you at a track championship. Look how many people can push your car back. Great to see the crew down there. So not only just a job for these guys, but it is basically their life. They're races themselves. They work for the Aeroflow Nitro Funny Car team. We've got elements of the Hearts team down there, of course. Graham Frawley, who's about to bring King Kong out, is crew chief for Justin Walsh, who you can see down there speaking to Morris McMillan.
There's a fair bit of brains trust down there too.
There's a lot of experience, a lot of know-how down there. So
there's also a fair bit sitting in the rocket lane right now, and there's also a driver that's not afraid to lift.
Absolutely.
Carrying the front wheels away from the start line. Nice straight pass for the Devil's Taxi, and a 618 with a 9.
Look at that.
229 miles an hour.
A 107.60 as well in a taxi. I don't know if that's a PB, but I'm pretty sure it'll be close to it for the McDessie crew down there.
Well, there was lots of backslapping and high fives going on down there, so good pass from the McDessie team in the Devil's Taxi. Currently sitting on top of the qualifying order by near enough to 0.4 of a second.
Gives you an idea, looking at those times, it gives you an idea of how well Burns got out of the hole as well. He's in third with a 100 mile per hour deficit to the person in second.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that order might change or tighten up or whatnot,
I think so,
as those races come out for the second pass.
Certainly will. All right, so we have a bit of an exhibition here, a bit of a treat for all racing fans. If you've never seen a Nitro-powered car before, you are about to hear and feel what Nitro does to a blown Hemi. Graham Frawley has recently begun licensing in King Kong, the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Car, down here, previously driven by Brendan Goswell. So definitely has some laps on board this vehicle at Sydney Dragway and around many tracks in the country. Great to see Graham stepping into a bit of Nitro Funny Car powered action. Driven, I believe, plenty of modified, some top Sportsman previously as well. So he's
and definitely a tough competitor behind the wheels of those cars, and I'm sure looking to continue that trend.
Yep.
Behind the Pontiac Trans Am steering wheel.
Certainly. Let's all enjoy the sights and sounds of Nitro power. Got to say, I've missed that. It's been a little while since I've been here with a bit of Nitro around Bushy.
If we're lucky, we'll get it up through the air conditioning ducts soon.
Absolutely. My nose does need a bit of a clear out. Sinuses are being blocked. It is that time of year. Forget the Claritine or the Zyrtec. Just get a whiff of Nitro coming out of a blown Hemi. You'll be right.
Just head down to the pits on the warm-up. You'll be right. But, of course, these cars running a lot smaller supercharger and only one magneto. I believe that's still the case.
Yep, absolutely.
So fairly... I'll use the word restricted, but this is how the car is set up to run that.
Yes.
And all the cars in the class in Outlaw Nitro Funny Car run a similar combination, and I've said it to many people, the combination works so well in these cars in terms of getting consistent passes, consistent side-by-side runs, and fingers crossed the repair bill's not astronomical as well in comparison.
Generally, when everything's running the way it should, with these combos, you've got really good consistency, and it's pretty rare that you'll actually see a rack come out of them. Which is good because you're not really squeezing. You know, the blower is the limiting factor, or the single mag is the limiting factor. Really nice, clean hit to just shy of the 330 from Frawley there. A little bit of a hop off the line, but 1060 foot is in the right direction.
Yeah, I think just took his time there, wasn't pressured on the line, of course, the Pro Tree, but 1 second flat to the 60 foot. Always a very good indication of where the driver and the crew are at in terms of their clutch settings and tune. So hopefully we'll see that improve a little bit as the day comes around.
Certainly, and I think we've got at least two more exhibition passes for the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Car King Kong Graham Frawley at the wheel. All right, Bushy, I think I might hand back over to our friendly commentator, Les.
Yes, definitely.
Binkhurst. So I'll be back on the mic a little bit later. You guys can all have a bit of a break from my voice.
Thank you very much, Pat. Of course, coming into the early shift here this morning at round number 6 of the Speed Adict Clothing Co. Championship Series. It looks like we're about to get underway with Junior Drag Bike. I think I just saw them rolling under the tunnel. So that'll be our first category out for the second qualifier. And looking forward to seeing the order shift around in Junior Dragster, of course, and then all of our categories back for their second round. Welcome back to the microphone, Les Binkhurst.
Young Stephen Horatio, how are you?
I'm doing well, mate, doing well.
Yeah, I heard you went and voted early this morning.
No, I actually did. I did it on Thursday night.
I went in too when I got the call up from Monsieur White. I thought, I better go down there first. Gee, what a cracker day it is today.
It has been a cracker day this morning, of course, into spring, and we've seen a lot of good runs this morning from all of our competitors. Some of them running a little bit too quick if there's a fixed index or whatnot that they're trying to run to, but I'm sure those drivers will be able to adjust the tune to achieve the times that they're looking for. Yeah,
but just particularly with this now, I go so far as to say the McDessie car, that was a personal best. I haven't seen that car go over 200 miles an hour for a long time. Yeah. And it was a great start. It's a great looking car, and he's a very, very capable pilot, let me say. But that was a sensational run. We've had a couple. Well, it's the bike there was the first young Borg there, Mr. Borg. He should have been a jockey.
Yeah, no, he's not scared of it either.
No, not at 200. What is it, 14 or
214?
214. Yeah. Oh, here he is. Burnout Masters.
Yes.
Oh, just get this thing untangled here, Steve.
Oh, Patrick's giving you the tangled microphone. How dare he? All right, so on track now we have Lincoln Delios and Joshua Tyre burning Burtonshaw in the rocket lane. Burtonshaw running for Devil Designs, VP Race Fuels and D&J Haulage. Delios in the Aeroflow lane running for LA Cycles and Preston Civil. A 193 on the tree for Joshua. Lincoln not too far behind that, but Burtonshaw a 936 with an 872 mile an hour through the top end to a 1216, a 53 mile an hour for Delios in the Aeroflow lane.
Yeah, so you're really heating the hides up on these junior drag bikes.
Yes, and that's because they can.
Yeah, very spectacular too, Steve. Geez, I bet. Did you ever wish that like they had like go karts, you push them and then they go. But if you had the junior dragsters, if you had a little flick thing, like to let it go and then and just to do a burn
like
out.
the Michigan Madmen used to do.
Yeah.
No, they stopped that for some unknown reason. I don't know why. I figure that's a perfectly safe way to launch a motorcycle.
E.J. Potter. Wow, what a fantastic.
9:57 with a 76 mile an hour there for Anastasia. So a nice pass for her on that motorcycle.
Yeah, it was a good one at first.
I believe a new motorcycle for her. So yeah, definitely moving in the right direction.
Yep. Okay, this is the second round of qualifying here at speedaddictclothing.com. Round number 6 of 8 in this New South Wales Drag Racing Championship Series we've got here, sponsored by those good people at speedaddictclothing.com. I've gone on and had a look at their website. They've got some really, really flash gear there. I don't know what you'd call it. It's probably streetwear, more streetwear.
And we have Zane Condello in the aeroflow lane, running for Fine Line Motorsports. And 2528 Automotive and Accessories. Previous run was an 8:33. Taking on Tegan Smith in the stop, slow, traffic control, liquid control, beg your pardon. APM and Power Cruise backed Junior in the rocket lane. She qualified with a 794, so a little bit too fast, looking for an 8 flat for a Junior Dragster in qualifying.
Yes, that she pulled out all stops there, but just went that just a little bit too quick. Would have been a great time in eliminations, but no good in qualifying. But still, number 3 on the tree in the pecking order, and Zane Condello, now number 20. Fine drive from his as well. 8 points. He must be in A Junior Dragster. Both A's. I looked at the time there and I thought it might have been a B Junior Dragster, but it wasn't. Zane there getting
094 on the tree for Zane. Took a lot of time to stage that car exactly where he wanted it. 825 with a 981 mile an hour through the finish line, and a 793 at 82 mile an hour for Smith in the rocket lane there. So Smith running very consistently. A 93 with a 0 to a 94 with a 3. Her 2 runs. Zane picking up around a 1/10 of a second there.
Yep.
825 with a 9.
Oh, we've got some... I was saying earlier with Pat, I had heard the Cannuli name around here for a couple of years now, but lo and behold, they're into Junior Dragster. So, see, I've watched them all come through in the 21 years I've been doing this. Might be time to pull the pin soon. All right, Tail and Cannuli, they're all from Luddenham, which is just up the road there. Nice bit. Yeah, well, it's sort of like the housing creep. The city, Sydney city creep is sort of about to swallow them up if it hasn't done already.
Well, I mean, the Western Sydney Airport, out that way, there's bound to be a massive splurge of development going on.
Yeah.
If it hasn't already happened. So Taylor Cannuli in the aeroflow lane, taking on Christian Cannuli in the rocket lane. 026 on the tree for Christian. And the A Junior will get there first. 798 with a 280, 1 mile an hour through the top end, to a 12.8 with a 0 at 49 for Taylor in the airflow lane there.
Yeah, he's already knocked off, a couple of hundredths off his previous best, and staying still above that required qualifying cut-off at 12 seconds flat. So doing very well there. Charlotte Leafting now in the aeroflow lane from Oxley Island. I don't know, there's new suburbs every day in New South Wales, but Oxley Island, I guess it's up around Taree Way.
Well, that's where they're...
And Alex Ruffalo, one of the, don't know how many Rafalos are left.
Only one. There was only ever two, and Zach aged out.
Yes, a couple of
6 months ago.
Yep.
0.33 on the tree for Alex. Took home a Christmas tree at the last round of the championship here, and runs through this time with a 7.98 with a 6, 80.8 mile an hour through the finish line, to an 8.31 with a 7 at 78 for Charlotte lifting there in the aeroflow lane.
Yes, but that run was a bit quicker than his previous one. Young Mr. Rafalo, so he'll have to rely on his 8.025. That was his previous qualifying one. Jake McNamara, young Jake, that spent a bit of time up here last meeting, just going through because he knows a lot of the races, and he did a pretty good job. He's only a young fella.
Yeah, he wasn't. He missed last round because he was in the semis for football.
Yes, that's right.
Scott on last week.
Oh.
The team won their grand final, so yeah, it's pretty chuffed about that, of course.
Yeah,
as you would be.
Super. Up against Chloe Rako. Chloe's been doing really well in this A Junior Dragster. Well, the whole Rako family. I think Tommy was. We presented a trophy to young Tommy last meeting. So, Chloe's, she's qualified with a 7.9, but let's see how we go today. That's better. An 8.011 for Chloe, 8.011 at 81 miles an hour, and for Jake McNamara, whoa, no, Jake's a bit quick this time. Anyway, 81.83 miles an hour, 790s on here.
I tell you what, the car very consistent over there in the rocket lane there for Jake. So just probably, I'm guessing they might go back and put a little bit more weight in the car rather than play with the tune. But I mean, that's up to Jake and the crew which way they choose to slow that car down. It's only a fraction in it that they need to drop it down.
Yep.
All right, next pair up. Emma lifting in the aeroflow lane, taking on Savannah Condello in the rocket lane.
Yes, Emma in the aeroflow lane, a C Junior Dragster, so you'll see the in the aeroflow lane, young Emma will be fairly slow to complete, well, slower than Savannah. 002
red for Emma, 044 red for Condello, so both races chasing that light, 817 with a 682 mile an hour in the rocket lane for Savannah there, and Emma at 12.28 with an 8.52 mile an hour.
Yep, well, you get 82 miles an hour. Yeah, that's sort of like honking, isn't it?
Yes, that car has a little bit of a reputation for carrying a lot more mile an hour than what the ET would normally represent, which tells me gearing and horsepower.
Yeah, that's not necessarily in that order either, Steve. No. And that's, well, see, all these people getting switched on, they know what to do. That's interesting, you say, putting extra weight in the McNamara car.
Well, I mean, all these cars are pretty light, right?
Yeah.
And that most of the A juniors have the capability to run well under the 8-second qualifying PT. So that's how they do it. They slow them down, or they run a tune that limits performance. But sometimes by changing the tune on the engine, it runs a lot worse and a lot less consistent than what you want. So it's easier to make it run flat out and then detune it, add the weight in to slow it down. 862 with the 3, 73 mile an hour for Benjamin Adard there in the aeroflow lane, to a 896 with a 5 at 72 mile an hour for Georgia lifting in the rocket lane.
Yes, the next pair now is Jaden Bonasiv and George Takalis. It's a bit, can I just pinch a bit of... There you go. That's much better. George Takalis in the rocket lane. He's our number 11 qualifier in the C Junior Dragster, 12.085. Jaden Bonasiv, he's our number 19 qualifier also. So two C Junior Dragsters here. 13.01 qualified. Jaden in the aeroflow lane, a 13.03, and George Takalis qualified in his division with a 12.085. So 12 flat is as quick as they can go in qualifying.
Yeah, Takala's been working hard with the sponsorship. He's got a full full page already. Brick and Go, bricklaying, Danny's moulding, restorations and polishing, Hume Performance, Mix Motorsports, Plasma Man, and Pro Signs all tipping the
get the
tipping
wallet
into
out.
the bank account.
Yes. Oh, here we go. Oh, Jaden over here in the aeroflow lane, an 0.85. But in the meantime, George in the rocket lane runs a 12.02 at 53 and a 14.55 at 42 miles an hour for Jaden Bonisov in the aeroflow lane. Yeah, look at Piper Bennett.
Yeah, good pass for Bennett. 8.003 is the time she's banked already for qualifying. Running for Tequila Sunrise, Stratus Form, Smith's Concepts, Cheap and Easy Trailers, and 8 Crew Designs. This car, I mean, I know you like to show cars, Les. If you get a chance, go down and check out the paintwork on this car for Bennett in the Rocket Lane.
Oh, okay.
It was at the recent State Hot Rod Show at Rose Hill. Yeah, had a good time, because we normally don't see them from up here. So and when I talk to the drivers at the presentation, the car's not there. So 003 red on the tree for Bennett. No, the car was on display. Looked really, really nice in the show scene. Oh, and
fantastic.
The paintwork second to none. 801 with a 4. How do you like your consistency out of the Bennett car? 12.08 with a 5. 52 mile an hour for Lucci in the Rocket Lane. Also very consistent. Qualified earlier with a 12.05 with a 5.
That's right. She's been doing very well in that junior dragster as well. Alex Rotbury now, the junior dragster. Hunter Race Engines, MLJ Constructions, and Scruffy. I wonder if Scruffy's the pet dog, but...
No, Brian. I think.
Is it?
I think it's... I've seen... sometimes there's a bracket that Brian... after it.
Yeah, right.
Scruffy's the nickname.
Yeah, rightio. Okay. Yeah, because Brian's the dog in Family Guy.
I heard you mention that.
Yeah. Robbie Risteski from Coimbra. Unusual. CA Motorsports, B Junior Dragster, and a 9039. Robbie's qualified with, and Alex Rottenbury there, our number 10 qualifier in the A Junior Dragster at 8.057. So a couple of the kids there, well, they're kids. Anyone under 45's a kid to me. So, but I
don't feel it, Les, I can tell you.
What's that?
I don't feel it, I can tell you.
Yes, I know. It's I found some. I need a couple of grease nipples around the body just to keep things moving. Oh, an 042 red for Alex Rottenbury and a .258 for Robbie in the Rocket Lane. Alex gets there first at an 8.041. That's just a little bit better than his previous at 81 miles an hour, and a 9.009 at 71 miles an hour for Robbie Risteski.
I haven't seen Robbie here at Sydney Dragway before.
No,
the name certainly does not seem familiar to me, and I do see a lot of passes here.
Yeah.
So welcome, Robbie. Hope you're enjoying your racing here today. Hope you enjoy your experience, and we'll see you a little bit later on throughout the afternoon.
Yeah.
Johnny Lucci now in the aeroflow lane, taking on Jacob Longo. Lucci in the aeroflow lane, running for Naughty Boys, VP Race Fuels, and Lucci Civil. In the B Junior Dragster. Longo in the A Junior for RMJ Mechanical Repairs.
Yeah, we'll get to Menangle. Have you seen Menangle Village out on the highway there?
That's another one, Les. You would come up through that way on your way
Yeah.
to Sydney Dragway from down south. And
It's just past Middlegon.
yes.
Oh.
068 on the tree for Lucci, doing 040 for Longo. Good side-by-side race there. 893 with a 0. Gets there by 53 ten-thousandths of a second for Longo. 72 mile an hour across the finish line to an 890 with a 7 for Lucci in the airflow lane.
Okay, in the aeroflow lane this time for the next pair here is Daniela Axiak, and she's in A Junior Dragster, qualified number 3, and Harry Braco, the young fella, he's qualified number 6. So it's 6 against 3. I think they'd be looking to get over that a better qualifying time.
It was Harry that we presented a trophy to.
That's right.
At the last round of the championship, and of course this race meeting commemorates his final round in Junior Dragster. So I believe reached the age of 18, so he can no longer compete in Junior Dragster. So Harry been racing this category for 8 years, so pretty much from when he's
really
been able to race to now. Will be missed, but of course his sister Chloe will continue the Rayco name in Junior Dragster for a little bit longer. I don't know how long it will be before we see Harry behind the wheel of Tommy's Tirana, but I'm sure he'll be pushing for that as soon as he's able to.
Yeah.
Finds the time. I dare say probably doing study in HSC. So that focus will be his intention for the next little while, of course. And Daniel Axiak there, a 793 with a 5, 82 mile an hour to an 803 with a 4. So Rayco now on the good side of the 80.
Yeah, so that was a good effort there by the Rayco team. Daniel Caraballet from Maryland, I know where that is, and Lightstream Electrical, Australian Motor Group, Reconditioning Services, VEC Tools and Dr. Meth Race Fuels on board for Daniel, up against Liam O'Neill. Liam's in the C Junior Dragster over there in the Rocket Lane from Singleton Heights. I think this is his first qualifying pass. So I didn't think I saw that all silver car out on the track before. I might be mistaken. But Steve, I'm not always right. But I'm never wrong. There we go. Daniel's busted out of there in the B Junior Dragster. He's running 8.062, so it's pretty consistent with his 8.084. Liam O'Neill runs it through there for an 11.91 on his C Junior Dragster. Would have been all right in competition. Danielle Boscovich now in the aeroflow lane up against Brianna Boscovich in the Rocket Lane. How many of them are in the drag race? I said two, but Pat, Mrs. Boscovich is the only one I haven't seen racing.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Charlie now runs, he's graduated out of juniors, runs
right. Gee,
hamster every now and then.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Archie race his junior for a while, but of course Danielle and Brianna on the racetrack, and then of course in other categories, Josh runs his Falcon, as does Jeremy run the boosted Outlaw car as well. So
well, he ran 7 seconds in that 427 Fontana motored machine. He's
I don't think it runs quite that quick from memory, but
anyway, we'll see when it comes up.
Did a PB, of course, last meeting in the XA.
Yep.
051 to a 151. Red on the Daniella's side in the aeroflow lane. And she'll get there first with a 871 with a 675 mile an hour through the finish line to an 893 with a 976 mile an hour for Brianna in the Rocket Lane that time around.
Okay, well that looks like it rounds out the second qualifying round for the junior dragsters. They're Sponsors doing very well too.
Yes, of course, brought to us by the Western Weekender.
Yes, that great little magazine. Is it still free? They
I
drop it in?
I believe so.
Yeah.
It's the local publication for the Nepean area.
Yeah.
Penrith and Nepean area.
Yeah, I've had cause to have a look at it in the hotel last time, and it's a great little publication for a sort of like for a little, as you say, for the Nepean area. Plenty going on. Well, there's a lot of good. I went out and had a look at as an ex-airport planner, I went out and had a look at the second Sydney airport out there. Wow. Gee, I didn't realise it was that flat out there.
Yes, it's pretty flat, but it's certainly a big area, and the amount of change that's going to happen out there in the near future is fairly phenomenal, I dare say. But just bringing online, we're just talking about the Western Weekender as a sponsor. We see businesses backing the racetrack here around the venue. If you're watching on the live stream and you think, oh, I need a courier, check out Go Logistics, or I need some parts for my car, go to Rocket or Aeroflow. If you need some money, go and see Pepper Money. If you need race fuels, see VP Race Fuels, or any of the other sponsors that are throwing money behind City Dragway or any of our competitors. Another one of the track sponsors is, of course, Simpson Raceway. Greg's got his caravan down in front of the pergola for the Pit Stop Cafe down there.
Yep.
He's got a range of helmets and some other race gear on special today. Also has a large stock of today specifically drag racing type equipment. But if he doesn't stock it in the caravan, he can certainly get a hold of it for you. So if you're needing something new or want to update your safety equipment, go and see Greg. I'm sure he'll be able to help you out.
Yep. That's terrific. I've had my eyes on a pair of shoes. Those shoes are so comfortable just to wear around.
The Simpson shoes?
Yeah, they're fantastic.
Moving into street bike now. Daniel Burtonshaw and Michael Borg doing battle. Burtonshaw away with a cracker, 0.15. That Hayabusa doing his thing at the top end of the racetrack, 10.13 with a 5. 135 mile an hour through the top end to an 11.33 with a 4 at 124 for Borg in the rocket lane there, Les.
Yeah, Daniel Burtonshaw on that run. He's dining at the head of the table there. And in 5th position, this is great. We haven't seen this for a while, the position that they appear in their category. So we got Daniel Burtonshaw, Jesse Barnes in 2, Greg Horridham. Hey, he had a good run there, big top end charge. He's in number 3 position. All right, so further in street bike, we've got Adrian Watson in the Aeroflow lane, Yamaha R6 now. This bike went really, really quick. He's our number 4 qualifier with a 10.572 at 130 up against Greg Horridham from Wiley Flat. Minions Racing in the Kawasaki ZX 14R. Number 3 qualifier there, Greg Horridham. There's a bustling run.
Oh, wheels up launch for Horridham off in the rocket lane. 0.62 on the tree for Adrian Watson, though.
Oh, look at this.
I think Watson still gets there, Les. 10.65 with a 7, 132 mile an hour to a 10.55 with a 4 at 124 for Horridham. I think neither rider having a perfect launch/run there. There was
no. That's the thing with some of these street bikes, Steve. That they rev anyway, but just to get it in the right range without lifting the front end up, which is, I guess, that's the horror part of these really quick bikes, street bikes. Jimmy Jock Stewart, crikey,
JJ,
yeah,
taking on Mr. Riches in the rocket lane, of course, on the Indian. And
right, okay.
JJ Stewart runs on through for a 10.87 with a 6, 142 mile an hour.
Oh, this will be a good one. Mick Withers and Angela Phipps. Angela was, she went Suzuki Hayabusa 1340cc, number 10 qualifier with a 1377. She backed off. It's just more or less rolled through the beams. Not quite sure what happened, but she's got out ahead. Oh, Mick Withers out there. Geez, going well.
I think Mick likes this motorcycle. It's done pretty well for him in terms of adding to the trophy wear. An 11.28 with a 7, 137 mile an hour to an 11.66 with a 3 at 116.
Yeah.
For Withers over there in the rocket lane, as we see something burning on the horizon quite fiercely down there, Les.
Yes,
That's not a good sign.
No, it looks like, I'm not quite sure where it is, but I think it's, well, it's behind the, might be some
sometimes
tyre burn.
there's a waste facility down there. Sometimes they do have a fire every now and then, but usually not good when it's black smoke.
Black
like
smoke,
that.
yeah.
Jesse Barnes away on a solo, 205 on the tree. 1300 Suzuki doing its thing, 10.13 with a 6, 142 mile an hour.
That's the second bike that's done at 10.13. One might have been in modified bike.
At the moment, Burton Shaw just a little fraction
Just
in
a
front
fraction.
of front of Barnes there. So Barnes locking in the second qualifying spot.
Oh, right, okay. Well, look at that. We've got a bit of a, that's good. We've got the tree up there, the table.
Another pair of Falcons to do battle this time around. Jack Matasevic, of course, moving into Street Fighter and their second round of qualifying here this morning. Matasevic in the blue Falcon with the 4-litre 6 on board, running for Modern Style Kitchens, taking on Danny Stadelmeyer in the Greyhound Rescue AU Falcon over there in the rocket lane. Stadelmeyer selecting gears manually in this car, leaves with a 204 light.
So we've got the older model engine. It's not even a Barra engine in Stadelmeyer's car. It's just a Crossflow 250. He runs it in for a 13.874 at 99. And for Jack Matasevic, it's 96 point something miles an hour. It's just slightly slower. That would have been it.
Next up, we have Michael Zara over there in the Holden Statesman, taking on Glenn Featherston.
Yes, the Holden Statesman, it's only a 3.8 litre. Wow. And then Glenn, but see, you can bring your car out here. It doesn't matter, like what you think of it or what other people think of it. Don't give two hoots. Get down here and you can have fun like these guys are doing. And Michael Zara there, a .170. Oh, gee, this is close.
It's very close. 15.31 with a 290 mile an hour through the top end for Featherston to a 15.76. Only 0.2 across the finish line there.
Yeah, yep. Not bad. That was pretty good. Sean Dartnell in the Hyundai i30. This car, I must have had it confused with another one. I thought the other one went a little bit quicker. But Benny Roberts there, not in the Falcon today. He's brought his Isuzu along. And that little, in America they call them Hundis. He's darted out in front there, and he runs a 16.53. So, and for Benny Roberts there, an 18.413. That's not bad for one of those pickup things. Now, you had something similar to that, didn't you?
Oh, many years ago I did, yes. Yeah, mine was a manual though.
Oh, was it?
So they had a Ford Ranger.
Oh, right, okay.
A 3-litre turbo diesel. And went pretty good though.
Yeah, I'm amazed at some of that. I was behind a Ranger the other day and it sort of just took off from the lights and I thought, crikey.com. Christopher Varillis over there in the rocket lane in the Ford Falcon, the Barra. 017 reaction time, good time for Christopher there. And Don Zammit. Zammit there, an 056 reaction time, runs it through 16.72 at 84 and a 15.04 at 93 over in the rocket lane. No pressure for Ms. White from Cambridge Park. Fine Line Motorsports, a Holden Tracks, 1.8 litre. Ooh, red light, red light. I can see Brett down there. Let's see how she goes this time. Street Fighter, 17.75 with the 9 at 78 miles an hour. Well, it's all about getting out here and competing.
Exactly right. Megan's run a few rounds now of the Street Fighter Championship. There is a little bit of family banter, rivalry, however you want to put it, between that group.
Yeah. Gee, I tell you what, Dave Morton in that Holden HSV Club Sport, there he's pumped a 1065 at 128 out of it, and Jim Raptus there in the Trackhawk, 1174 at 115.
Yep, of course, moving into Super Street Eliminator, brought to us by Go Logistics. Guy Greenland in the airflow lane, about to race Chris Zammit in the rocket lane.
Yeah, Zammit in the VT running a Chevy 350. And Guy Greenland's got that beautiful Chevy 383 with the, that supercharger going there. It's brilliant. I tell you what, Chris Zammett's Holden's not doing too bad. Okay, Guy Greenland gets over with a 1097 at 127 and a 1212 at 113 for Chris Zammit. Wow. Oh, there's another good stoush. Peter Varillas, it looks like Tex is moved back down to Super Street.
Yeah, well, he did a run. Pat and I were wondering if he's double entered, because he ran in qualifying in Super Sedan.
Super Sedan, yeah.
So I'm not sure what the GO is there, but
yeah.
Maybe he has double entered. It will get interesting.
Yeah, that'll.
If he goes rounds in both categories, though.
Yeah. So Peter Varillas in the Aeroflow lane in that Ford Falcon with a Cleveland in it there. Tex Griffiths in Plymouth Satellites, a 3,500-pound car. And he runs it through for a 10.29 at 130 and a 12.25 at 101 for Varillas. Oh, Texas sort of, well, he might come back to Super Street.
Next up we have Alan Stevenson in the HB Tirana for Power Plus New South Wales, taking on Adam Bowers in the Rocket Lane. Bauer racing for High Performance World.
Oh, that Adam Bowers, he took off last time he was against Jim Raptus in the Trackhawk. Gee, this Adam Bowers thing just cleaned up.
Just lifting the left front there for Bowers on the hit. There's 148 to the 60. 004 on the tree and a 1043 with a 118 mile an hour through the top end. And 1186 with an 8 at 116 for Stevenson in the Tirana.
Yeah, that little well, here's they're around again for the brothers Matasevic. This time it's David in the Aeroflow lane. They were in the they swapped around, and Richard now in the bright yellow utility you see down there in the rocket lane. Ford XY running a Cleveland 434. It's probably the biggest Cleveland I've heard of. Oh, look at that little Cortina. Gee, that's a... Oh, this is a bit of a stoush, but I think that little Cortina... Yeah.
Locked together at 1,000. The Cortina takes it by 300ths across the finish line, Les. 1050 with a 129 mile an hour for David in the Cortina to take that one out. But those two cars locked together all the way down. The engine in the Cortina, not quite so big capacity-wise, but I dare say a little bit lighter than the Ute.
Yep.
And, yeah.
An 021 in this lane for the reaction for the little Cortina, and an 025 for the yellow Ute and the reaction time. This Camaro's a big honker as well.
Yeah, we've got the traditional big block under the bonnet, 454 cubic inches. Taking on the little 253 in the rocket lane. Robert gets there in the Camaro, a 1058 with a 124 mile an hour to a 1249 with a 5 for Elborn in the utility.
Yeah, just short of 2 seconds difference between those two. Braden Stewartson in that little Audi RS3 5-cylinder turbo. Pretty neat little car. I saw it down in just outside the scrutineering shed this morning, and it's a pretty hard charging car.
Sure is. He was out here just this Wednesday night running at the Aeroflow race for real on Wednesday night. Dare say getting some laps in for today. Taking on Brian Adict, who was also here on Wednesday night.
Oh, look at that, a 108 and a 109 red.
Stewartson gets there first, Les. An 11.63 with an 8, 116 mile an hour through the top end to a 12.38 with a 4 at 112 for Adict in the Commodore.
Sammy Joe Johnson in the Holden V Commodore, L98 6 litre. That's Sammy Joe in the Aeroflow lane up against Peter Violaris in the Rocket lane in the Holden Tirana, 6.2 litre. But I tell you what, yeah, it's got a bit of an advantage there. Probably just stretching it out a bit now, but pretty close for Sammy Joe Johnson. So Sammy goes 11.67 at 117 and a quicker 10.89 at 123 for that little yellow hard charging top end Tirana over there in the Rocket lane.
Next up, we'll see Henry Spicak in the Holden Utility from George's Hall, taking on Dennis Matisic. Matisic in the Chevy Camaro, 434 cube power plant under the bonnet.
Yeah, well, Henry had he got there first on his last qualifying run as well. So he's just trying. Now he's in. Oh, that Camaro! Look at that.
Yeah, wheels up launch goes 145 to the 60, so launching very, very nicely.
Yeah. For
what is effectively a street car. 10.93 with a 4, 123 mile an hour through the top end to a 12.08 at 117 for Spicak.
Oh, the battle of the Bel Airs down here. Bruce Ritchie has got the in the Rocket lane from ACT in Lyons. One of the suburbs there, 66 Chevy Bel Air, 572 Chev, up against Mitchell Gregory, a 66 Chevy Impala, the next year model, big block Chev 496.
007 on the tree for Gregory. Both those cars leaving very nicely, but Ritchie's gone 155. That's a lot of mass to get moving to a 155 60 foot, 1070 with an 8. 126 mile an hour for Bruce Ritchie to an 1141 with a 5, Les, at 119.
Not bad, not bad. 496 versus 572. They'd be sort of like dead equal in weight, I'd say.
Yes. Can't see there being too much difference.
No, not too much difference. Con Iranios in the Holden Commodore with a Chevy 6 litre over in the Aeroflow lane up against Craig Warren. Oh, an 049 reaction time. He had a 000 last at round 5 right here. And he'll get there first, Craig Warren. He runs at 10.26 at 130 miles an hour in the Rocket lane. And Connor Arianos, well, too quick again. Solo run now by Mark Hopkins in the Aeroflow lane here. Holden LX Tirana with a Holden 312. He's been busy at garnering sponsors.
That he has, but Mark does a very good job in this car. Only 312 cubes of Holden power plant on board, but performs way above its, punches way above its weight in terms of capacity.
Yeah, I was going to, and it's a Holden 312, so I don't know if it's a 308 with a 10 or 20 thou, you know, sort of oversized, but gee, I tell you what, it gets going. And he runs at 1081 with a 6 at 124.9, nearly 125 miles an hour out of 312 cubes. Oh, okay, well, it looks like we're coming into modified bike at and this, yeah, thanks to our sponsors for modified bike review. Jeff Weigel, I think he's the ex-postman from around Walera Wang in a Kawasaki ZX14, 1352 seat, and up against Matty Hunt in the Rocket lane, the Suzuki GSX-R 1000. Oh, gee, he must have left way early, Matty Hunt.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there'll be a time recorded in the Rocket lane for Matthew.
Yeah, for Jeff Weigel at 10.03 at 142 though in the Aeroflow lane. So we'll see what's going on there. No, there's, I think there's a few questions being asked down there on the start line. But no, we're just waiting for that final bike to get off the racing surface down there in the runoff area. Bobby Joe Simmons, Reed Carpentry, Suzuki Hayabusa 1330 cc's. Oh, she's got going. 7364. I thought that might have been Richard Simmons. No. 009 red for Bobby Joe. Robert Simmons. No, he's here now. He's number is 3250. A modified bike. That's Robert Simmons. Suzuki Hayabusa. That's Robert in the Aeroflow lane, and Albie Davidson from Curry in the Suzuki Hayabusa 1300cc in the rocket lane. So whoever gets off the line the cleanest here, and it looks like Robert Simmons.
Yeah, we're 007 on the tree, Les.
Yeah.
Sounded like one of those bikes just tapping the limiter on the shift. 10.03 with a full 140 mile an hour for Robert in the Aeroflow lane to a 10.22 with a 141.
Gee, he must have made up a lot of thing there, Steve, up at the top end. Only 1 mile an hour difference in the terminal speed. Now Sean Ricketts from Castle Hill in the Kawasaki ZX12R, 1199 cc's. That's Sean in the Aeroflow lane up against Lucas Nago from Stanhope in Victoria, Suzuki 1000. Sean gets there first, a 924 at 144, and Lucas there, 086 reaction time, a 943 at 147 miles an hour in the rocket lane.
Next up, we'll see Cheryl Beddoes on the Joe Curry Motorsport Transport Harley Davidson V-Rod. Sponsorship from Westpac Bank. What an awesome sponsor to get.
What fantastic! Well, Pat and I were very surprised, and sort of, how do you get sponsorship by a bank? They must have some excess money from all the closures of all the little branches and things like that.
Wow.
A 000. Cheryl did on her previous qualifying effort.
That she did. You've scribbled that down in your notebook
yes,
there.
I got
you
it
did that
there.
straight away.
Yeah. It's getting fairly thick now, that other book of mine. .289 this time, though. Oh, she's suited to that bike. She knows how to pilot it down there. Runs a 9174 at 136 miles an hour. Very good. A modified bike.
All right, Les, I'm going to hand over the mic to Pat Elliott. So
Yep.
you'll do another shift with Pat, and I'll be back with you a little bit later on. We're moving into round number 2 of Super Sedan.
Yep.
And I'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Right-o. Right, Charlie Teo, I suppose.
All right, good to be back. Thanks, Bushy, for keeping the mic warm for me for the last little while there. We've got Jim Denaro and Sean Maher leading the line quite closely, actually. 011 reaction time for Sean Maher in the rocket lane, the HB Tirana. Got 9206 at 143 for Maher in the rocket lane, 9303 at 146 for Denaro.
Yes, welcome back, young Patrick.
Thank you, Les.
We're ripping through there. Beautiful day, ideal track conditions, just idyllic. What a great place to be.
I tell you what, I quickly ran out while I was off the mic there and grabbed a coffee.
Yep.
And it's a bloody nice day outside.
Is it?
If I don't mind saying myself.
Yeah.
If someone's looking for a good bit of cheap entertainment, in Western Sydney, head on down to Sydney Dragway because it's a beautiful day to sit out in the stands and watch some drag racing.
Oh, for sure. As we see Nathan Cowie in that little Suzuki Mighty Boy go down there at 9002 at 148 and a 947 at 142 for Adam Hunter in the Ford Falcon over there in the Rocket Lane. Looks a pretty sharp car, that Falcon, that I think it's an XD or an XE type Falcon.
Yeah.
I love the tail lights on those cars.
Yeah, I think I've got a feeling that's E or F.
Is it?
With the individual sort of lines in the tail lights?
Yeah.
The XD, if I remember correctly, for previous family cars, they were they were a solid one lens.
Yep.
On the Ds, and then the E's and the Fs. I think they went with the lines there. I'm sure someone will correct me on the live stream, but yeah, well sorted car, that one for sure.
Yep. Looks great. Andrew Little from Forbes in New South Wales in the little Bush Rat Racing 67 Chevy Camaro up against Joe Zammit, the Holdenville Commodore 383. Andrew's out, 002 red. I'll get him out of the way in qualifying.
That's it.
So he'll run it through for a 9.638 at 139 and a 998 for Joe Zammit at 133.
Very good. All right, so we've got this cool little Cortina down here in Owen James. We're not too familiar with this car, so
no, me neither. It's a sharp-looking thing.
Sharp-looking thing. It's got a great stance on it. It's got the individual throttle bodies, the ram tube sticking out the bonnet.
Oh, yeah, right,
which looks good.
Right. Yeah.
Didn't have a very clean run the first pass down the track, but let's see if they've got it figured out.
Oh, dashing Dave Gruber out with an 0.49 reaction time in the Rocket Lane. He's going to run another 924. Oh, 929 at 144 and a 1064 for Owen James in that lovely little Cortina, 1064 to 124 miles an hour.
It's a little bit more representative of the Cortina, but certainly a bit of a, I'm not sure exactly what's happening there, but it looked like a bit of a surging issue as it came off the line. It sort of stood up on the tyres and then backed off and then come back up again and backed off. So it could be a bit of a tuning thing. Could be, could be a driver getting used to the combination as well. You know, it's very easy. The first time you're in a big tyre car, you know, you let go of the trans brake and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, and you know, the foot might come off and back down, and it's certainly something to get used to. So I'm sure the guys will work on it.
They look spectacular when they do that.
Rob.
A 001 for Sean Sorbello, but Debbie Robb there with an 087 in that big Falcon. She gets out in front, a 9.122 at 147 and a 10.15 at 134 for Sean Sorbello in that 96 Holden Commodore.
Certainly a bit more representative of an ET from Debbie in the hardtop there. So knocked the cobwebs out on the first pass, and now we're into racing with that big cube Ford engine. Yeah,
well, they were, last time I spoke to both of them, Debbie and, forget his name, it might be Andrew, they always wanted to do a travelling trip drag racing around Australia, but I don't think they went, but they haven't been around here for a while. So we see Lou Palumbo and Simon Bonello. Bonello in that Falcon. Gee, it's getting a bit, it's closing the gap a little bit. Lou Palumbo there, 913 at 145 in the one-tonner, and a 1007 at 143 for Simon Bonello in that XW Falcon with a Cleveland 428. Wow.
Tonner's working really well for Lou Palumbo today. It's just popping the tyres off the ground a little bit on the launch, so it's great. Yeah, here's Tex Griffiths. I'd say he's definitely double-entered today, so can't get enough, the man.
No, that's, like him and the Chevy Taylor. That thing's out, I heard in the pits it was a 409 shaped engine, but it's up to about 540 cubes.
No, don't tell anyone that, Les.
No, okay. That was just to put the other races off.
Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah, of course it's 500.
Side issue.
Definitely some seasoned campaigners down here, and good to see a bit of old school metal lined up next to each other. That's the Plymouths are always good to see because they're so rare here.
Yes.
You know, everyone knows a Chevy, everyone knows a Ford. But then,
that's right.
You know, a Plymouth, what's that? Yeah. You know, it's this giant, massive car, basically.
Yeah. Oh, look at them. Both from the North Shore. Look at it, side by side. I think the Mopar might just be in front here. No.
Chevy's
what was
pipped
that? A 10.12 for Chevy Taylor and a 10.33 for Tex Griffiths at 130.
Yeah. Tex on the light though, 001 reaction time.
001. But look at this. What's the go here?
Bit of a
41.
gremlin in the timing block, I'd
Yeah,
say.
suppose
41
it's a
mile per hour.
little spider or something.
Yeah, that's right. It does happen. We've got Rex Webster back out here in the Austin A40 Ute. That big block rammed into the front of it.
Yeah, he was building trailers before. Rex Webster had a couple of really nice cars that went to the US. He had an FJ. It was back in the late 90s, I think. He took it over to America and it was terrific. He gets out now with an 044.
Yep.
And he also had a little VW Carmen Ghia. Gee, that was nice too.
Beautiful.
So he runs it through for a 9.484 at 142, which rounds out Super Sedan, second qualifying round.
Yep. Straight into Super Gas now. So, as we do mention every time, they are working off a 990 index. So all of these races are aiming to get as close to, but no faster than 990. They're running on a Pro tree, so as opposed to the other categories that you've seen so far today, you will see all of the orange lights on the Christmas tree light up at the same time and then green. So it's referred to as a Pro tree rather than a Sportsman tree, which is where you'll see the orange lights count down. So this is a bit of a unique category where you've got some interesting cars that look like they sort of stumble as they come off the line, but they're working to that index. So as you'll see, it dips down, and then the delay box will pick the engine back up and they'll head on down and get as close as they can to that 990. So you can see a 989 for Roy Romeo, just breaking out a little bit there, and a 9915 for Vince Panetta. So very hotly contested category, this one.
Yes, I think there's only two of them that have gone 990 and slower.
Yeah. Everyone's been keen for a bit of extra mile per hour.
They're keen to get it. Yes, there's a couple of attributes for this class. It's it's heads up for a start, Pro tree, no deep staging, and there's one more. I'll think of it in a minute.
Yep.
There's four. Anyway, we've got Nicholas Polito in the rocket lane in that Ford Probe, 347 Cube, up against Luke Romeo in the Holden VP Commodore running a Chevy 350.
001 reaction time for Luke Romeo. This is going to be hard to beat for Polito.
Wow.
Whoa, big breakout for Romeo there.
Yeah. And we get Nicholas Polito in that little Ford Probe, a 992. So he's above, I think he was the other one that was above it in the first place.
Yep.
So Joe Catanzariti, that's a spanking, really good looking car, that thing. It looks so what? It looks like Godzilla's trotting on it.
Squished it.
Oh, I didn't realise they were that wide.
Yeah, I think there's probably been a bit of massaging from the factory turnout. I don't think Pontiac Firebirds look quite that good when they come out of the factory, to be honest.
Running a Chevy 376. Yeah, well, they certainly look different. Whoa.
Jump over to the left there a little bit for Joe in the aeroflow lane, but let's see what he can gather up on the solo. You called it, Les, 986 with a 6 at 166. So Supergas guys are all a bit edgy today.
I think they're, like it's must be something. It must be spring in the air, and all the pollen off those wattle trees.
You think maybe they're battling a bit of hay fever down there?
Yeah, that could be it. Got the codrels.
Certainly. So, all right, we're going to jump straight back into modified.
Yes,
Q2.
modified eliminator. We've got Rocco Romano in the Bolton Dragster here in the Rocket Lane up against Paul Lynette. 23 T-Bucket, Chevy 434, and for Rocco Romano, a 598 cubic inch big block Chev. So plenty of weight at the back there. This, you can see there's just a bit of difference between the width of the tyres in Rocco Romano's when you're sitting up here and Paul Lynette.
A little bit there.
Yeah, just slightly.
Just a small difference in cubic inches as well between the two cars.
Yeah, 434. Yeah, it was a 434. Gee whiz. 434 cubes, 200 cubes. More than that. Nearly, yep.
All right.
There we go. Just waiting for, I can't even see the reflections coming off that.
Stage even reaction times, 051 in both lanes.
051, both identical.
1030. We've got Rocco Romano's through for a 718 with a 6 at 181 mile per hour. 777 with a 6 at 175 mile per hour. Great mile per hour from the 434 there. So
yeah,
really good, and as to be expected from Romano's big block. All right, so back down with Craig Davies, CJ in the Aeroflow lane this time. Brooke Rapasada in the Rocket lane. Both these races have swapped lanes from their previous qualifier.
Yeah, beautiful car, this Brooke Rapasada machine over there, front engine dragster and all. Craig Davies, also front engine dragster.
And not a bad looking car either,
no.
So always really well turned out.
Yes, he's had a couple of good cars, Craig,
yep.
over the period that I've been here. I couldn't tell you exactly how many, but there's probably 3 he's gone through, at least 3 vehicles, and this one's a real standout.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems to be a bit of a theme with the modified category. There's no one really doing it by halves.
No,
you know,
no.
Everyone's out here with the complete package.
Yeah, it's really pleasing, and to hear that a junior dragster, the Piper Bennett's little car, was entered in a car show.
Yep.
You know, that's astonishing.
Yes, I don't know if you've seen that up close, but
no, I
it
haven't.
has one of the best paint jobs that I've seen at the Dragway. Not just in juniors, the whole thing.
Okay, a 004 for Craig Davies in the Aeroflow lane, but Brooke Rapasada. This is close, ladies and gentlemen. 8094 for Brooke Rapasada at 168, and an 829 at 160. Over there in the Craig Davies in the Aeroflow lane. Gee, that was close.
That was a close one.
Young Pat.
Certainly, yeah. I think those two might well be tied. Obviously, if Brooke can just pull that reaction time back a little bit, get it into the positive area, those two might be tied together all the way through to the finals today. You never know. All right, so it looks like we've got a bit of Holden on Holden crime down here. So we've got, we've got the FE Dragster and the T-Bucket.
Whoa, that T-Bucket went up.
Reitmeister's had a bit of a wild ride on his hand, but he's looks like Tanswell's just round him up at the big end. So 9.56 with an 8 at 141. The Aeroflow lane, 10.62 with a 1 at 128 for Reitmeister.
That's not bad for a little 205.
I don't think anyone was expecting a Holden 205.
No.
202 originally, of course. I don't think anyone was expecting it to run that sort of mile per hour. Back in the day.
Yeah, I certainly wasn't. I was looking for a bit less than that, but out of a 205 cubic inch.
Certainly. All right, next pairing up, we've got Jess Turner and Chelsea Smith in the Rocket lane. ETS Race Fuels Dragster versus APM Power Cruise Modified Dragster.
Yeah, Jess Turner makes the trip up here. She's got a stunning looking trailer too. It's funny, it slopes like that away as if the wheelie bar's still on the car.
Yeah.
You know, but Chelsea Smith there from Albion Park in a modified dragster running a 540 cubes, and Jess Turner small block Chev 420. Now I hear Bushy say that she's not running nitrous anymore.
No, I believe they wound it back a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe just a little bit easier to manage and turn the car around, you know, less stress on the engine.
Yeah.
Cheaper to run, you know.
Wow, look at that. They look great, those two.
Looks like Chelsea Smith's going to get their first 750 with a 7 at 181. Great mile per hour on the 009 reaction time. That's going to be hard to beat today if Chelsea keeps up with that performance.
009.
777 with a 6 for Turner in the Aeroflow lane.
Oh.
Great race. All right, Lachlan McCaskill here in the Aeroflow lane, Mark 1 welding on board the NSW Dragster with the 555 cubic inch big block Chevy, and then Alison Stewart in the Welsh Family Racing rear engine dragster, I should say. I'll correct that. Sponsored by LA Racing, Lubricants, Cackling Pipes, Photography, and Denara Chassis.
Well, I see Lockie McCaskill. He was. I used to watch him in junior dragster because there was a couple of them, the McCaskills, and I think he's the only son. I think he's got 2 sisters.
I think you might be right.
But it's great to see him because he did so well in junior dragster. It's good to see that he's come back into the sport.
Absolutely.
Ali Stewart, she's had a few different drives this year.
Yep.
But it's good to see that Jeff's still down there. Those two are still together. A driver and team.
Yep. Absolutely.
Crew chief.
Well, you got to stick with what works, right?
Yeah. Well, that's it. Why reinvent the wheel?
Yep. Great start there. 0-1-1 on the reaction for Allison. Just great. 0-4-6, not far off it for Lockie. He goes around 7:30 with a 2 at 182 mile per hour to a 7:65 at 175 for the Rocket Lane with Stewart.
Yeah, look at that, Lockie. A 0.46 up, and Ali Stewart a 0.11. So they're pretty sharp on the. This is a really good category. This
it is modified here at Sydney Dragway Track Championships. Always the I think the most hotly contested category that we have in track championships. To be honest, it's a real boxing match out there when it comes to getting to the pointy end of the field.
Yes, well, it's probably, you can have front engine dragsters, rear engine dragsters, you can have altereds, you can have even Chad Taylor. I think he turned up here last meeting in his in a Jeep, but I think he was running Super Street. I think it wasn't in this category, but and you can run in the HR bracket, the classification, as long as you retain a couple of original items like the grille and the headlights. That's virtually all you need, and you can run modified. George Bukareshlev over there in the Rocket Lane presented him with a trophy last week as well. Runs a 784 at 171. Bob Sinclair, an 869 at 153. I think those two that we spoke about earlier on, look at that, 003 reaction time. So if those two that were tied, you say were tied together, George is...
he's the third one.
Yeah, he
could split them. Yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that was, we were talking about CJ Davies and Brooke Rapisada.
Yeah.
Yep, so, George is... George probably might have heard me and was furiously waving his hands about it, go, mate, don't forget about me.
Yeah. I first met George at Bakersfield in California in 2008.
Yeah, okay, yep.
They were doing an Ash Marshall special feature over there. Mark Bull, speaking of Marks, a 006. Gee, they're really on the money here, Pat. 006 reaction time. Mark Bull, Spitzer Dragster. Runs a 783 with a Ford, 168 miles an hour. So, gee, I think one of the best things that's happened to drag racing here, specifically at Sydney Dragway, is how all the brackets now are starting to run. Their seeding is run on reaction times.
Yeah.
I reckon that's brilliant.
I think it's good because the nature of our sport, I suppose, it's a long-term competitor sport. There's a lot of people that are around for a long time.
Yes.
And as much as we want more and more people to come into it, it's quite a say in this category, it's not something like a street fighter. You can just turn up with a regular car.
Right.
You've got to have a really specific car, and you've got to really want to do it. So to get into modified, you've probably been in drag racing before.
Yeah.
So when it comes down to getting people, near the pointy end or the qualification, things like that, working off the reaction time means that if you have decided to make that step into the category, you haven't had to just bring a massive checkbook.
No.
You can get in there and you can work on it like a meritocracy, like you're doing the best job as being a racer. Yeah. So you're towards the pointy end.
Yeah.
And I think that's a real good way of opening it up to newer competitors or maybe competitors that are working on a bit more of a shoestring budget as opposed to a healthy one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 2024. I don't know that anyone's got a healthy budget necessarily for drag racing.
Oh, a couple of lottery winners lately.
Yes,
$100 billion.
That's true. Hopefully they can bring it on down here and spend it with all our lovely sponsors.
Yeah, that's right.
But Yeah, it's an interesting way of just shaking it up a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, you can't just rely on, oh, you've got the biggest engine or, you
Yeah.
know, the newest chassis or something like that. You've still got to be Johnny on the spot with the button.
Yeah, that's right. Well, you can have all of those, you know, like
Yes.
a Jerry Bickle chassis and all those sorts
Yep.
of things. But the driver, if it's, you know, like, oh, gee, I wonder how it's going to go here.
That's right. Well, they've got the attention span of a hummingbird. They're just looking at something, you know, having a snooze on the line. That's just sort of how it is.
Okay, well, moving into another great class too. I really like this class, Top Sportsman.
Top Sportsman's
where
great.
you get they're really quick. You've got,
No shortage of horsepower when it
no,
comes to
none
Top Sportsman.
at all. So we've got Joe Gattalari in the Holden VL Commodore over here, Chevy 555, up against Leo Georges in the Flying Carrot, the Ford Escort panel van, small block Chev 406.
I'm not sure if you saw it earlier, Les, but Bushy pointed out to me, have a look at the colour of the chute that comes out on Leo's panel van.
Oh, right,
Because he's sponsored by, you know, the Lamatinas,
The
which is the
Carrot
Carrot
Kings.
Man.
Yeah, yeah.
The chute that comes out is bright green to look like the stalk on a carrot.
Oh, is it?
So it's a great point.
Ah, dear.
I love
Leo, always thinking. Well, it's between he and Dave Gruber. They were both bus drivers.
Yep.
But it's turned out that Leo's the fastest of the two, the quicker of the two. So. But that's an ex-Canberra car from its beginnings.
Yes.
So that's Leo over there. Now of Long Beach, he's moved out of Canberra. Too much hot air.
There's no shortage of it down there for sure.
Fair income.
All right, so both cars coming into full stage.
Oh,
big wheel stand for
beautiful.
Leo Georges. Gattalari right there. This is going to be a good race, actually.
It's going to be a ripper, an 030 and an 054. He
There
does.
you
Joe Gattalari, Leo Georges just spent a bit of time up in the air. It was probably just a little bit too long. But anyway, Leo goes through for an 883 and the other Gattalari car there just pipped him at the post.
Certainly a great pass there, and Leo Georges hanging the wheels in the air for a good way out. I reckon 150 feet had the wheels in the air, so good to see. I think his 360 foot might have been on the back wheels.
Yeah.
To be honest, which I said to Bushy earlier, I think they're throwing a few more RPM at it.
We would.
All right, we've got Salim Matter here with the HB Tirana, 632 cubic inch Chev under the bonnet. Had a bit of a, not an ideal pass last time out. Josh Boscovich, as we know, consistent as always. We'll see if they can't both get down the track.
Okay, a really rare engine, a very rare engine is a Fontana little under 427. Oh, there's something down there. We've got right down in the bottom end down there. I can see a few figures. I wonder what
A bit of an
there.
issue with Matter's car again. Something going on with staging, so they've had to send him on down there. I'm sure the guys will get it figured out. I think. I have a feeling that that's a little bit of a new combination, or fresh to Salim. I can't think. I'm very familiar with the Tirana, George Matter, but not as familiar with Salim, so I don't know if he's still figuring things out there.
Yep, George is. Well, I thought Josh Boscovich, I thought he ran an 806 that time, but in the first one, I could have swore I saw 771, but I don't know. It's just that, you know, fossils like me, I'm the oldest person anywhere around. Even in an old people's home, I'm still the oldest.
Well, does that mean that you're number one?
Yeah, that's
right. Are you the winner?
Yeah, number one galoot.
Oh, good. All right, so moving forward into the next pairing here, we've got George Matter in the A Civil-backed LH Tirana, another 632 cubic inch combination. I don't have data
big.
on Racer 93 9439 here. Both into stage.
9-3. We're on top.
Right. George gathering up that Tirana off the line. Wants to head towards the centre line, off the line. All right, 787 with a 4 at 174 mile per hour for Matter, 864, 155 for the Tirana in the Rocket Lane.
903. Well, there's only two cars here with six series. It's either Michael Downey or Michael Redding in Top Sportsman.
Yeah.
So it's either one of those two.
Right.
Let's see what they're running. It was a little Tirana, wasn't it? LCLJ.
LCLJ, yep. Alan Vella in this new Capri. Beautiful looking car that he's got out there, the 450 cube Windsor on board. Joe Sorbello, slingshot converters on board with the Skyline. The Pro-Charged LS out there, screwed together with Jenkins Performance.
Oh, gets away. Oh, that Capri's got some mumbo.
Certainly does.
No, Joe's going to... 47 reaction time, runs an 898 at 152. And Alan Vella there runs an 828 at 162. A big top-end charge. He's balked at the line a bit.
As you can hear the high RPM screaming of the Toyota 2J's motor in that 1200 coupe of Scott Cousins. Let's see if you can get a bit of a cleaner pass. James Barnes in the Boss 440 powered Mustang had a bit of a trip towards the wall in the last pass, so if they can't get it squared away on this one, and let's see if Cousins can leave the line nicely. He had a bit of a traction problem on the last one, so not really a worry because it's just the start of qualifying their previous runs. But now we start to sort of want to get things going the right direction.
Yeah. Yes, well, out of the Gas Motorsports garage, Scotty Cousins there. Oh.
007 reaction time for Barnes, so he's on the light.
Whiz. Oh,
769 with a 7 at 180 mile per hour for Cousins in the 1200 coupe. 847 with a 7 at 157 for Barnes.
That's quick.
That's some horsepower in that little turbo car.
Yeah. Gee, what a combination.
Absolutely.
Simon Krieger now at the last meeting, at the last round, they said there was an absence of the said fellow there, but here he is today, West End Performance, helping me along, Simon Krieger, in the Holden WB Chevy 632, so another one with the 632. Michael Redding, well, it's Michael Redding over here, so it must have been that other guy, the other Michael.
That's right.
In the Chrysler LeBaron. Now, he went through for a great run before, a great qualifying run, so we'll see how he goes this time. Chrysler LeBaron, Le is French for male, and La is for ladies.
Yep.
Simon Krieger there, 632. Gee, there's not much weight to carry in that.
No.
But those roll bars at the back might add a little bit.
That's right, but plenty of chemical supercharging on board, as we come to expect from Krieger. So let's see if they can't make a pass on the model. There it goes. Got to kick the tyres off the leave. 003 red for Redding in the Aeroflow lane.
Gee, it was a nice straight run.
Certainly, Krieger's got the shootout early there at 992 at 148. So a few little gremlins to work out with the tune-up, I think, on Krieger's car. But I think it's still early days for that car at the track.
Well, I've seen, he used to come, no, it wasn't him, it was another guy down Wollongong way when Canberra was open. He used to come down, he had a LHLX Tirana, a white one, and oh boy, gee, that went really quick too. It was, I think, very low sixes or high fives in the eighth.
Yep.
But Sam Moreau is taken his dad's car, and Dennis was a real innovator. You know, he had an Alfa Romeo, and it was all the suspension was around the four corners of the car.
Yep.
And when he finally got it sorted out, but then he bought this and only had a few runs in it and then passed away.
Yeah, that's no good. But Sam's
out there, yeah,
getting it living on, and doing exactly what it's designed to do. And it's a beautiful coupe at that.
Yeah,
I must say, the thing looks amazing. And they have 615 cubes of Chevy's finest under the hood. That's what it's all about. Nice straight. 119, 60 foot, hoiking the wheels in the air.
It's going.
A few little puffs on down the strip. 795 with a 6 at 169 mile per hour. I think once the boys get around that tune up, because I did see a few little black puffs on the way down the strip there, so there's definitely some improvement to come for. So, yeah, nice clean pass from Sam. And we've got Michael Downey here in the Kalidi clothing back to LJ Tirana, which I believe, again, is a licensing pass. So
that's now, Benny pointed out, he went to a half track pass, and I said, well, something's wrong with it. I didn't know why he didn't turn off.
Yep.
But you're not supposed, in licensing, you've got to go the whole length.
Correct. Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, which I often can be, first is your launch. So basically, go through start line procedure, launch the car through the 60 foot, back off, transit the rest of the track. Next one is a half track. I think they usually get you to do 1 or 2, depending on how it all goes. And then they'll ask you to do a full pass, make sure that your shutdown procedure is correct and whatnot, to make sure that you're capable from start to finish in the car.
Yeah, well, I didn't realise it was a licensing pass, but I think you or Bushy did mention it. Well, Bernie mentioned it to me when I was sitting over there. But if that's the way they go, well, that's just part and parcel for the thing. And now we're moving on to Extreme Bike, and it'll see Alex Borg. Gee whiz, 214 miles an hour. Alex is in the Aeroflow lane on that turbocharged Hayabusa. Diana has a party in the Rocket lane. Suzuki Hayabusa also. Identical bikes in capacity. That's right. That's Alex. Alex Borg is only a sort of a fairly flighty sort of character. He's if he wasn't, I'm glad he's on a mechanical horse, because if he was a jockey, it'd be a lot slower. But still, he pilots this machine. Oh, he might have gone through. Yeah, he went through. Doesn't matter. Diane gets out with a 226. Yeah, Diane gets there first, a 904 at 142 and 1179 at 209 miles an hour. Ryan Franks from Mount Druitt, the Suzuki Hayabusa 1300cc in the Rocket lane. That's him there. Number 2 qualifier in this class, up against Brendan Maglianito. Yeah, Brendan's over there. Full Send Racing on board, as is Rams Head Services. And for Ryan Franks, GSF Engineering and As a Party Racing. Yeah, all part of the team there.
Franks had a clean pass, and Miglianico had a bit of a wild ride, as he may well do. The back end of that bike is not playing ball today.
No.
For Miglianico. Franks, though, got out pretty cleanly. 038 reaction time, 734 with a 9 at 200 miles per hour on the extreme bike. Super impressive.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the first time he's gone over 200. Well, it was just over 200, but hey, you can't take it away from it. It's 200.
That's it. That's exactly right. Okay, we got Mike Lawson, the Hayabusa, in the Aeroflow lane on this one. Brent Gilliver in the old GSX-R. Really clean pass from Gilliver on the last qualifying run.
It was a nice pass. Mike Lawson, not so quick. Something's happening here. We've got Mike Lawson looking back there. It's a solo.
Yeah, looks like it. Gilliver's had a bit of an issue. So I did see the bike sort of jump or stall to a stop there as he was moving forward, unfortunately. Bit of a gremlin on the Suzuki, but nonetheless, Lawson's going to make a pass here. That turbo bike sitting on the 2-step. It's come off the line pretty cleanly 137.60
He's heading for that wall again.
Yeah, he's going to have to get the head over there. And 8.23 at 165 mile per hour.
Not bad.
For Lawson. Certainly no slouch
See,
there.
look at that. He's improved heaps, hasn't he?
Big improvement there, yeah.
From a 9.1 to an 8.2.
I have a feeling it got right over close to the wall on the last pass.
He
They had
did.
to abandon,
Yeah. And that's when I said to Ben there, perhaps we could make a woke drag strip and put padding on the side of the wall.
Got those Tech Pro barriers that MotoGP have, maybe,
yeah.
It's like too much time.
Yeah, Benny said, get back to America.
It would end up like bumper bowling, wouldn't it? You know, you pull the certain categories, you pull the bumpers out. And
yeah,
put
that's
them back
right.
in
So
again.
they can. Oh, dear.
All right, Joe Curry down here on the Harley Davidson Destroyer, just trying to get that thing fired up, but no, it looks like it's not real happy, unfortunately. So. Yeah, Joe's last pass was a bit odd as well. It sounded odd and didn't go the way it should, and it doesn't want to play ball today. So move that over and see if they can't figure it all out.
He's running VCB? I think that's a push rod comp bike. I think that.
Yeah, well, the Destroyers were in their own category, I think, from memory, because there was the V-Rod factory built bike. Basically, you could buy a competition bike straight from Harley Davidson in that V-Rod, and then the Destroyer, I think, was the newer version of that. So they sort of had their own class, because it was you just wheel it out of the showroom and straight to the drag strip, which is great. So they did end up with their own category, but they run an extreme bike now. So
that's
what it is. But as you can hear, that is the sound of some boosted Outlaws coming forward. We've got Brittany Olive in the Uehara Dragster in the Aeroflow lane, and then Anthony Bull in the Ford 412 powered BA Falcon.
Yeah, well, the Bull brothers are infamous for their allegiance to the blue oval, and they've had some really quick machines. They're from Bangor, and this one is a Ford BA Falcon with a Ford 412 in it. Now, well, there's these funny sort of little ones that put, like a Ford 412 or, maybe a 417 or something like that. They're usually one of those external manufacturers that manufacture them, like World or any the guy that's the Australian over in America, slaying them all with his Hemis and things like
Noonan,
that. Noonan,
Yeah, you get different bore spacing and whatnot, so you can just put a bit more of a friendly piston size and whatnot in there. So
they've got thick walls or thicker walls, and they've got they're usually alloy blocks, but they've got webbing down the sides for strength. But gee, they do the job.
Oh yeah. Like I've often said before, I have a Holden Chev powered car, but
here comes that big dragster. She's got it.
It's got the mile per hour on there. Whoa, 6.54 with a 9. Big breakout there for Brittany Olive by the looks of things.
All right.
Bull takes the win on a 7.38 with a 1.
Geez, 670 dial in, and it must be in competition or something.
Yeah, they've got a Chicago shootout, I believe,
rightio.
with boosted Outlaws. So straight into competition for those guys.
Yep.
But as I was saying, it doesn't really matter what the badge is. If it's fast, it's cool. That's sort of my thing. It doesn't quite matter. I got past on the way here this morning up the highway. I got passed by this Lexus GS300 that was like champagne in colour. It looked like it was someone, with all due respect, Les, it looked like it was someone's grandpa's car before, but the thing was decked on the floor and it had wheels sticking out the guards. Yeah. And it drove past, and I thought to myself, that's not cool, but it is cool.
It's not cool that he passed you, but it's a cool looking car.
Yeah, it's not. It didn't start as a cool car, but now it is. Whatever it is whatever it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Good on him. All right, so we're going to move on to the next pairing here. We've got Craig Burns, the villain, SCF race cars, and Gareth Rogers down there in the Bantam Altered. Had a bit of a drama with the last pass.
That's a neat little altered there.
Certainly is.
All black.
Gareth
Gareth Rogers.
It once had some nitro power in front of it that altered. Yeah, not
right.
Previous to Gareth taking it home. It wore an outlaw livery.
Yep.
But moving on, obviously, to a little slightly more affordable combination to do it. And Gareth doesn't need to have nitro in his life when he's racing. He's got it every day at work. So that's good to see. You can see the Aeroflow crew down there.
Yep.
His wife Brooks out in front. As mentioned earlier, new parents, the pair of them. So
are they?
So yeah, those that drag race together stay together. By the looks of things.
Yeah.
Got the rest of the team. Maurice McMillan from Aeroflow Nitro Funny Cars, bring him into stage. Corey Buxton down there on the wheelie bar. Monique on the sideline. Looks like a couple of boys from the Hearts team as well. Justin Walsh by the looks of things.
Oh yeah, from the just providing a little extra expertise.
I think Walshy might be enjoying watching and critiquing other people racing as opposed to having the rest of the crew tell him what he's doing wrong.
I hope you're right there. Yeah. I don't want to see a whole bunch of guys come up here.
They know not to listen to me anyway. So
righty. Yeah, well, I've got my business card. It's got my name and it's got FOS behind it. So.
Right, so both cars in the lane. Craig Burns looking to get a full pass. Gareth leaves the line first.
Whoa!
Oh, it's moving around. Hold it back, Gary. Oh, he's just tagged that. Just tagged that block.
Yep.
109 is a nice 60-foot time from Rogers there at 9.83 for Craig Burns. He's obviously buttoned off early on that one, as he would have seen Gareth just tag that timing block at the 1,000-foot mark. So
look at the time difference.
Yeah. Yep. Well, look, I think the elected time for Gary would have been a bit of a guess.
Yeah, stab in the dark.
Yeah, because obviously their first run was an aborted pass.
Yeah.
Didn't actually make the pass, so they would have just said, "Here's a number."
Yep.
And we'll see where we are from there.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, that's
and probably a little bit frustrating for Craig Burns as well, not being able to make a full pass and get the full quarter mile data out of that car. But they've got plenty of licks on this car. They know what it's going to do generally. So.
Yeah, well, like you say, the Gareth over here, they dialed in with a 99, so they probably say, look, we reckoned it's capable of like in that time, so hence the difference between what it is.
For sure,
you're probably right on the money there, Pat.
But
it's
always a first for everything, Les.
Yeah, there is. Oh no, you learn a few things, and like you never stop learning here.
No, that's right, mate. The day you stop learning when it comes to any sort of motorsport or really anything you do is the day that you might as well give it up. So, always good to keep an open mind. Happy to be wrong, and don't. Well, I shouldn't say happy to be wrong, but welcome it if you need to learn something new to be right.
Oh yeah. If it's constructive criticism, and well, someone might pull you aside, but I work with blokes that it's like when they say things, it's like you dope, or like they
something slightly more strongly.
Yeah, they're going to say something, and then they stop, and then you think, well, it's a wonder he didn't put hey dope on it. But anyway, look, it's brilliant. I never aspired to be a drag racer.
Yep.
I never, but as I say, I was a friend of mine, our landlord in Tennessee. He owns a drag strip in Newport, Tennessee. It's just a little 8th mile thing.
Yep.
And one of his friends said, "Oh, you want to drive?" And I got to learn to drive a car with a trans brake.
Mm.
And he dials it in at what was it, 720, and the closest I could get was a 751.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
Yeah, so that was the...
It's certainly a bit intimidating first time you drive a Transbrake car, isn't it?
Yes.
You're holding your finger on that button and you're putting your foot all the way to the...
Yeah, and I'm
no,
up there.
nothing on the
Someone's
brakes.
going to let go here.
Nothing on the brakes, and then, I hope this little button works.
Yeah, it's really astonishing, but, you know, like, there was guys racing there on bikes, and they just had a helmet, shorts, and a T-shirt on. You know, talk about hillbilly heaven.
Unsanctioned track strips
Gee
are amazing.
whiz, yeah. Well, I just had I had a helmet on, but I had shorts. I had covered shoes on.
Yep.
I didn't have flip-flops.
No
As they
flip-flops.
call it. Yeah. So it was a real eye opener.
Yeah, that's right. And I think I think there's still certainly something to be said about people making their own decisions. You know, I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
when you come to something like this, specific competition level, you need safety.
Yeah.
You know,
sure.
there's no question about it.
Yep.
But if you're out in the middle of the backwoods somewhere on a little old 8th mile track and no one else is around, well,
Yeah, that's right.
just
Yeah. That's like, I want to do what he's doing.
yeah. That's
Yeah,
right.
I was a bit astounded. When the guy said, do you want to drive? You're going to drive my car. I've entered you, and I said, I've never driven a car with a Transbrake. So we had a few little lessons.
Luckily enough, it's not that hard, is it?
No. In the end, it's it's just that button in your foot, and away you go.
Yep.
And and then I looked across and I thought, geez, like a 750, junior dragsters go that quick.
All right, so we can hear Curtis Reed has fired up the Meyer Dragster. That Keith Black 500 cube blown motor. They're going to bring him up for a solo pass here in Boosted Outlaws.
Nice burnout there, and yes, they're running the Chicago shootout, so he gets a bye this round.
Yep.
So he'll get maximum points for this. He'll get extra points for quickest reaction time, biggest top end and things like that. So it all adds up in the end, and they tabulate everything, and that's how they determine who the winner is. And the good thing about it is they come out they don't. It's not an elimination. A Chicago shootout is like a round robin thing. You've got to come out. You'll have a different opponent every time. It's really good. You get to see the cars.
That's right, and everyone gets a few more laps.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an expensive day if you come out for one pass.
Yep.
You know, like it's not good value for money, I guess you would say.
Yeah.
Which I'd love to know if the McDessie crew are going to come back out maybe for the next round, because that's who we're missing, Danny McDessie in the Devil's Taxi. Not made a pass in this round, so 074 reaction time with a 1108.60 for Curtis Reed. He's going to go on through for a 656 with a 2 on a 659 dial-in. So luckily enough, it's a solo pass, so he still technically gets the win in that Chicago shootout, but he's going to want to just dial that back slightly for the next round of racing.
Had Curtis followed the example set by one of the previous racer in knocking the timing codes out, that run would have been aborted, and he would have got
no
0 points.
Exactly.
Either that or tag the wall.
Yeah, let's pass on both of those.
Yeah, that's why I wanted the pillows and the down,
the bumpers,
feathers down on the side.
That's right. All right, as we just see Curtis making his way off the big end of the track down there, we are about to get a little bit more nitro action here. We've got King Kong with the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Cars down here. Graham Forley has just been licensing in this car, and the guys are out for a bit more testing. So Outlaw Nitro Funny Car down here on the line. So single mag, smaller 671 blower.
How many cars in the, I call it the Troupe, or TROUPE, or the circus?
Yes.
So how many cars are in it now?
Now, I'll have to remember. So I believe we've still got Stormtrooper. The Terminator, I think, has been sold, possibly. King Kong. obviously the black Chev, Nitro Express.
Yep.
That's not going anywhere. So there's 4 there. I've got a feeling there's still, in total around the country, I think there's still around 10 or 11.
Yeah, that's what. Well, I just wondered because I heard it was between 9 and 12.
Yep.
So, yeah. Geez, in the burnout, he's got a handle on, like steering it in the burnout.
Yep. Graham's definitely no stranger to steering some front engine cars, so it's good to see he's out there, and that unmistakable crackle from
isn't it great?
The Nitro is amazing. Now, obviously, the track isn't going to specifically prep the surface for this car today. It is just exhibition rounds and allowing the guys to get some test passes in.
Yeah.
And that's why you would have seen that car do the burnout a bit further down the track, as opposed to where they normally will just after the burnout box.
Yep.
So they're just trying to get a bit in there, and then they'll get him back in the groove so that those tyres are basically planted in that hot rubber that he's just laid down across the start line.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if you've got tyres with different compounds, and that's why they pay so much attention to coming back over the marks that they've made, not someone else's made.
And it's crucial in any application when it comes to drag racing to make sure that you've got maximum traction off the line with just a little bit of wheel speed. But when you're trying to throw 4,000 horsepower at it, it's really, really important. So here we go. Pre-stage for Graham Fawley in King Kong.
Wow.
Nice full pass from Graham Fawley there. 930 to the 60-footer. 549 with a 1 at 271.9 miles per hour.
There you go.
That's why we love Nitro, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
413 cubic inches. Tiny little blower, but a ton of horsepower thanks to that lovely, lovely Nitro.
Mate, if it had a flavour, if it was strawberry or something, I'd drink it.
Yeah. Well, it's the ultimate sinus clearer, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. Gee, that was a good pass. APAT.
Super impressive. Yeah. Super impressive. Graham drove it beautifully. You could see the car moving around a little bit. A little hop off the line, but still sub 1 second 60, which is great.
Yep.
Yeah, and towards the big end, as that clutch is really feeding the power in, it's starting to move around. And like I said, 4,000 horsepower approximately in these outlaw cars when they're turned up, anywhere from 3,500 to 4,000. To give you an idea for those watching along at home or in the stands, that engine combination on methanol fuel, which is obviously very potent by itself, would be around 1,500 horsepower. So you're talking 1,500 to 2,000 horsepower out of the fuel that's put in there, which is why they consider it a chemical supercharger as well.
Now, this of course is for 1,320 feet, not 1,000.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
But I'd like to see the 1,000.
Yep.
See what the increment was there.
I didn't catch it quick enough on the breakdown there, but 549 is that would basically put Graham well into the fray if the outlaw cars were running as a competition today.
Yeah, well, I mean, even 5.4 for what the reduction is in, like in power and things like that with a single magneto and whatever else. Is the nitro? What percentage of nitro is that down as well?
Usually a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think the percentage of nitro is usually here in Australia, because it's not necessarily a national strict category. It's always a little bit of a look. It is a strict category when they go to Nitro Max at WA or whatnot, but a little bit less nitro means that you've got a bit more consistency with the engines as well, a bit more reliability. So it's definitely down a little bit. But I know the guys have experimented with the black Chev Nitro Express. They've thrown layback zoomies on it. They've put top fuel tyres on it, and they've given it the full fat 98% mix. And that thing's run into the 20s. So very, very impressive for the size of the engine and blower combination on there. But nitro's one hell of a drug.
Yeah, well, it's it's just brings back a reminder for me having like our home track over there is Bristol. So we've got Josh Burtonshaw in the Kawasaki 300 up against, that's in the Rocket Lane, up against Anastasia Lucky in the Aeroflow Lane.
Well, Les, as we move on to the next round of Junior Drag, I'm going to jump off the mic again.
Yep.
I'm going to hand it over to someone that a lot of the racers out there are going to know. John
Yes.
Smorak. He's one of our consistent racers. He's not running today, but we got him up here to tell everyone what they're doing wrong. So
Oh, rightio. Oh, he's just the bloke.
and fire a shot across their bows for the next time he comes out.
Yeah,
So
righto.
I'm going to jump off, and John and Les will carry you through.
Okay. There we go. Oh, wow. This is a bit of a treat, ladies and gentlemen, to have JB, Johnny Sommer, up here. He's got the headphones on. I bet he probably doesn't have a computer.
Hello, Liz. How you going?
Very well. John, and yourself?
Yeah, pretty good. Rather be racing, but
Yeah, I know a bloke like you make a terrible spectator.
yeah, it's no good.
No. But ladies and gentlemen, this is Johnny Someranch. He races in Super Gas. He's got a little Cortina, manually shifted all the way through, so no throttle stops or anything like that. It's just flat strap, and he's done very, very well in it. I've presented him with a lot of trophies over the years, and it's great to have you up here, John.
Yeah, thanks, Liz. It's a whole different perspective from up here, that's for sure.
It is, yeah. It's easy because, you know, we see things, oh, gee whiz, yeah, that's not too bad, but we can't see what's going on inside the car and everything.
Yep. Well, hopefully I can enlighten a few people with that.
Yeah,
so.
I'm sure you'll do that. So we've got Brianna Boscovich in the Rocket Lane, in her from Wandandian down Narroway, up against Savannah Lucci in her C Junior Dragster. So that will be, you'll see it, she can only go as quick in qualifying as 12 seconds flat, and Brianna Boscovich in an A Junior Dragster can only go 8 seconds flat. It's in eliminations, it's down 1/10, and but not in qualifying.
And Brianna is sponsored by Liverpool Glass and Diecast Mania.
Yes, I miss the Diecast Mania, except at the big meetings here, John. They're usually up top here, and they've got all these model cars, you know, like I want to go crazy with them.
Yeah, they've got a very good range.
Yeah, very good. So
They sponsor a few cars here, mainly the Boscovich guys, but
yeah.
yep.
Ah, good. So we see, oh, look at that reaction times, an 084 for Savannah.
And an 086 to Brianna.
Yep. And as you can see, the A Junior Dragster gets down there first, but this is qualifying, so, and they do run on they pick their dial-ins, and, you know, when an A Dragster races against a C Dragster, well, the C Dragster always gets the handicap start. But
in the left lane, we got Tegan Smith. She's sponsored by Stop Slow Traffic Control and Liquid Control. And in the Rocket Lane, we've got Alex Ruffalo.
Yep.
Alex is an A, and Tegan is an A as well.
Oh, this will be a good stoush. One of the Raffalos is just the boys. The son's just retired earlier this year.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that car was up for sale. I don't know if anyone's bought it, but he was a good pilot as well.
Yeah, lots of good races in Junior Dragster,
Isn't
for sure.
there? Yeah.
045 light for Tegan and 053 for Alex. Tegan goes through for 8003 and Alex goes through for an 8068.
Yeah, Alex goes through at 80.6 and Tegan went through at 80 flat. So not much of a difference in the top end speed, so the margin of victory would have been very, very small as well. So now this chance we get in the Rocket Lane is Johnny Lucci, in the sponsored by Lucci Civil, Naughty Boys as well again, and VP Race Fuels up against Chloe Rako, and her sponsors are Mum and Dad. Well, the whole Rako team sponsored by Mum and Dad.
Well, I believe this is her brother's last meeting, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. See, you still got your ear to the ground. You know what's going on, mate.
Yeah, like to stay involved.
Good on you. So just waiting for both cars to come into fully staged. Some of them might need a little push. You'll see them rocking side to side to get it to move forward. They're both in now.
105 light for Chloe and 031 for Johnny.
Yeah, well, Chloe gets there first in 8:04.3. She had a .105 at 80.68 miles an hour. So they're too quick. Sometimes you don't get all the information.
Happens fast.
But yeah.
Georgia Lifting in the airflow lane and Piper Bennett in the rocket lane. Piper's car's painted by Smith Concepts, and if you get a chance to go have a look at that paint job, it is sensational.
Everyone says that. I've been down,
I'm
going to go down and have a look now.
It's terrific.
Yeah.
Smith Concepts actually painted my race helmets. I've had a little bit to do with them.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Very good airbrusher.
Oh, well, that's good. There's some talented people out there.
Oh, for sure.
Just waiting for these two now. Oh, look at that.
084 for Georgia and 021 for Piper.
Yeah.
897 for Georgia and went down.
See?
I missed it.
That's it. You've got to be really, really quick. But I've spoken to him on a couple of occasions, and I said, yeah, okay, we'll do it. Charlotte Lifting now in the rocket lane. Junior Dragster, of course, McGee 330 up against Christian Canuli in the A Junior Dragster, and Charlotte Lifting in the A Junior Dragster as well. So it's A versus A. Young Emma Lifting, she's in the C Junior Dragster, so she'll probably come out. There's a whole bunch. We got them today. Very well supported bracket this is, Junior Dragsters. So they weren't around when we were young kids and stuff like that, eh?
Sorry?
Junior Dragsters weren't around when we were kids. Yeah, same here.
Would have been fantastic.
Yeah, and even the go-karts, they were just Victor lawnmowers and stuff like that.
Yeah, we've got a lot of junior dragster graduates that come out of this class that are in big-time drag racing now.
Yes, well, it's great. I mean, to get up to the pointy end of the field, you got.
Well, there's lots of third-generation racers in this bracket as well. Like Christian Canuli, her parents raced and her grandfather's raced.
Yeah.
And Charlotte Lifting's dad races.
Yeah, that's right. So we've got Charlotte Lifting in the rocket lane, goes an 8:33 at 77, and Christian Canuli over there a 7:94. So it's just got to get up to that 8 seconds or slower. But anyway, the seeding will sort them out.
Savannah Condello in the rocket lane and Alex Rottenbury in the rocket lane. Alex is sponsored by LMJ Constructions and Scruffy. It's an interesting sponsor.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I learned about the Scruffy, the thing. It's a bloke, but
is it? Okay.
Yeah. And who's in the aeroflow? Oh, Savannah Condello. Okay. Yeah, these kids, they're sort of get up in the morning and they're just all like jumping, Mexican jumping boots. I don't know where they get all the energy from. Well, I suppose we had a go at it a long time ago. There we go.
044 for Savannah and 053 for Alex.
Yeah, that was pretty close. Rottenbury an 050 and an 820 to Savannah Condello. Still got a couple to go.
Emma Lifting, another Lifting in the rocket lane.
Yeah.
Daniel Caro Bullet in the airflow lane. Hope I pronounced that right.
Yeah, Carabaloo
Yep.
from Marylands.
Sponsored by Dr. Meth Race Fuels.
Yeah.
Another interesting sponsor.
A bit suspicious there, John. Yeah, Emma Leafting, she's in the C Junior Dragster, so she's limited to 12 seconds, but doing very well. Family sponsorship as well. And Daniel, he's our number 13 qualifier with an 8.062. So these little machines have come. Everything's billet these days, you know.
Yeah, they're proper race cars, that's for sure.
Just waiting for them to go into full stage now. Just waiting for Emma to get in. Yep. Oh, the lights are flickering.
.345 light for Daniel and a 119 for Emma.
Yep, as you can see, Daniel's there. He's in the A Junior Dragster. That's why he's so far out in front, and Emma in the C Junior Dragster. So, as you can gather, in New Zealand, they've got one more. It's a Junior Dragster, but it's AGB because it's got a gearbox.
Oh, okay.
And it's 125 cc's like them
that'd be good
go-karts.
fun.
Yeah, yeah, should see.
Well, must have a clutch then.
Yeah.
Well, these all have clutches. What am I talking about?
Yeah. But you got to, they've got to shift the gears and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yep. George Takalis in the left lane and Jacob Longo in the right lane.
Yeah, young Jacob there. He's in the A Junior Dragster, so he'll scarper off. But George Takalis over there in the Aeroflow lane, a C Junior Dragster, so he'd be a lot younger, and therefore he can't go so quick and so fast as the A Junior Dragster. It's just because of the age difference and their maturity, and we always like to start them off at safely, and then they look forward to progressing up to the higher levels. So Jacob in the rocket lane has an 0.86 reaction time, runs it through from 8.29 at 72, and for George there, 3.87 reaction time, 11.9 at 54.58. So you say you might be back next meeting, round 7?
Hopefully next meet we'll be back.
Yeah, rightio. Oh, that'll be super.
Yeah, had
The
a few
cars
things going on personal-wise, but
yeah.
it
Oh,
happens.
mate, I've had, look at this.
Yeah, that's no
I've
good.
been rushed into,
Sun's getting old, eh, mate?
It certainly does. You're right on the money there. Gee, but on the other hand, John, I never thought I'd last this long.
Yeah.
You know, you get to your 21st birthday and you think, oh, gee whiz, you don't look much past 60, but here we are.
That's it.
You'd be just a shade over 60 there, John.
Yep.
Yeah, young fella. He is a young fella, ladies and gentlemen.
We have another Cannuli in the airflow lane.
Oh, another
Taylor
one.
this time. And Benjamin Attard in the rocket lane. Taylor's a C junior and Benjamin's a B.
A B junior. So yeah, they're both limited to an ET and a miles per hour. So that's why you see the difference. But when it comes to eliminations, there's dial your own, so the slower cars get the handicap start. So for first timers that are out here, but there's the usual suspects that come to these meetings. There we go. They're pretty good. You see Benjamin there get out with an 0.46 reaction time, runs an 8.61 at 73 miles an hour, and Taylor and Cannuli there at 12.39 at 50.6 miles per hour.
Okay, we have Jack McNamara in the left lane. His uncle is Brett White, that races in Top Alcohol, and Zane Condello in the rocket lane.
Yep.
And they're both A juniors.
A juniors, yeah. So they're 8.25's their quickest, and a 7.9. Well, that's just a little bit under the qualifying. But that would have been a great time in eliminations for an A junior. But still, they're all learning all the time, these kids, and they have fun. They're all excited. We had Jake McNamara in your position last meeting.
Yeah, I heard.
He couldn't make it. He was
That's good.
playing football, so. Just waiting now for the light to come down for Zane. Condello. Oh.
Jake goes 005 red. And Zane, decent 039 light.
Yeah, well, if you've got a 0, you know, 0 up to about a 0.7, you're not doing too bad.
Yep.
But, mate, I've got to have an alarm clock in mine, or the starter comes over and said, which shade of green would you like to go? So your car's all still the same, John?
Yeah, pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Still Windsor.
Yeah.
A little bit of shot of gas, Jericho.
Oh, yeah?
Next year will be 30 years it's been racing.
Really?
So, yeah, I've got good use out of it, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, well, you know, like, I know a lot of people like that people that watch Super Gas like your car because it's start, full strap, so, and that's what they like to see. I spend a bit of, because I live in the US for 6 months of the year, and they like, because they only run over an 8th. There's a mate of mine, he's been running, the last time he raced in a quarter mile was 22 years ago.
Okay,
so
yep.
the run 8, but everything's in indexes, you know. You get a 7 second, a 8 second, a 6 second, a 7 second, and an 8 second, and you know, that's it. You go into the class there, and it's all heads up.
Yep. Harry Rako in the left lane, 071 light, and Robbie Risteski with a 208 light.
Yeah, from Queanbeyan. It's it's down my way.
Queanbeyan East.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got the east and the west because that's.
Queanbeyan's so big.
Yeah, well, it's getting big there.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've been down Canberra since I raced there.
Oh, haven't you?
Which was 97 when it closed, wasn't it?
98.
98.
I was one of the guys that was in the consortium.
Yep.
It was me and Bill Sivitson and Chick Henry, of course, and Tony Seddon, Jeff, Fireman's Quickie, and a couple of other guys that we all got together, and of course Dougie Stewart, Dangerous Doug.
Yeah, a few of them boys are gone now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Chick and Dougie.
Yeah, Chick and Doug, yeah. Well, it's good to see Allison still racing.
Yeah, that's sensational.
Yeah.
He would be so proud of the girls.
Yeah, he would be.
We have
And
Ian
then-
O'Neill in the airflow lane.
Yep.
He's a C, gets away with an 044 light, very good. Quincy Motorsport car. Runs it through for a 12.009.
Oh, look at that. It's good qualifying thing.
Yeah,
A
number
12,
one.
yeah, and
Very
a 12.009. That'll put him towards the top qualifier in C.
Yep.
C Junior Dragsters. Gee, this little Daniela Axiak, that little silver thing, gee, it gets going. Look, she's number 4 qualifier.
Yeah, she's a very good racer.
Yeah. Oh, and here, look, it's
Yeah,
Danielle and
another
Danielle.
Boscovich in the left lane.
Yeah, here we go.
Airflow lane.
Oh, Josh must be working sort of like 100-hour weeks to
Yeah,
sponsor all
racing
this.
free cars.
Yeah. Oh, just see. Well, Daniela Axiak in the Rocket Lane runs a 7.93 at 82, and for Danielle Boscovich, an 8.65 at 75 miles an hour. Well, John, I'll get what?
Stephen Bush is his name, I think.
Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just as we're packing the equipment away there, especially for the junior dragsters, we'll just put some ads on and words from our sponsors, our very, very good sponsors as well, all of them. They're very treasured here at Sydney Dragway.
I've chosen to use VP Racing Fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing Fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing Fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
Jesse Barnes in the Aeroflow lane, second generation racer. His dad Jimmy Barnes races. I can see him sitting down on the fence watching his son, and Daniel Burtonshaw in the right lane.
Yeah, pretty good battle, these two. Jesse doing very well in the track championship so far this year. Away with an 0.57 light. About a tenth behind was Burtonshaw off the start line, John. And looks like Barnes will get through the finish line first with a 10.03 at 141 mile an hour through the finish line to a 10.14 for Burtonshaw in the Rocket Lane there. Next up we have Andrew Riches. He's on the Indian Scout in the Aeroflow lane, racing for Riches Racing and Team Digger in beside Adrian Watson on the little Yamaha R6.
Shed built racing.
Yeah, this one only fairly small in the capacity with only 600 cc's, but our number 4 qualifier so far, John, with a 10.57.
Andrew gets away with a 2.55 light, and Adrian with a 1.19.
And a 10.58 with a 0, backs up the 10.57 from earlier, so Watson shouldn't have too much of an issue picking a dial in, I dare say, for the first round of racing.
Yeah, you'd be happy with that.
Yeah, and same said for the Aeroflow lane. Our next pair of racers out will be Angela Phipps and Greg Horadum. Horadum in the Rocket lane.
Angela's sponsored by the family, and Greg's sponsored by Minions Racing.
Nice light for Angela off the start line. 0.43 on the tree. She'll be pretty happy with that. Sounded like one of those bikes not wanting to shift gear there. And Angela runs on through first with a 10.64, 140 mile an hour. And an 11.40 at 131 for Horodom in the rocket lane. And just going to have a little bit of a troubled, or a little bit more of a difficult task picking a dial in there, I dare say.
Mick Withers in the airflow lane on a Harley lowrider. Jimmy Jock Stewart on a Kawasaki in the rocket lane. Mick's old, he's been racing forever.
Been doing all right on this bike, actually.
He's 45 for Mick.
He's taken home, I think, two trophies so far this season on this motorcycle. So, yeah, I think he's doing pretty well for himself. 10.60 with a 140 mile an hour for Stewart to take the W that time around to an 11.56 with a 7.
Yeah, that puts Mick in 8th and Stewart in 6th.
The next bike out will be Michael Borg on the Kawasaki. 1200 cc's on board for him on a solo. This will be their last qualifying shot for street bike here today. The next time we see these races, they will be in competition. .239 light on the boards for Michael. And we'll roll on through for an 11.50.
Puts him in 7th place.
And it looks like we're moving into Street Fighter now. Of course, if you're sitting at home and want to give the full drag racing experience a crack and don't have a race car, that's okay. You can come out with Street Fighter, run your everyday driver, or if you prefer motorcycles, you can run in Street Bike, which is the category that we just had. Test the dial-ins.
Great category to learn how to race.
Exactly right.
And there's some tough guys in this bracket as well.
Yeah, the field's getting bigger and bigger each time out. 0.50 on the tree for Glenn Featherston there, John.
Yep, good light.
Not quite sure if the Falcon's going to run around him at the top end, and it does. Gets there by just over 1/10 of a second. 15.02 at 92 mile an hour through the finish line. To 15.29 for Featherston in the Commodore.
Ben Roberts in the left in a Ford, and Sean Dartnell in a Hyundai. So you can race anything in this bracket.
Yep. There's no restrictions. We see people in RAV4s, we see people in Minis, we see people in Hyundais, Falcons, Commodores, whatever it might be. Dartnell's going to take the win here with a 16.58 at 80 mile an hour. And an 18.60, 72 mile an hour for Roberts in the D-Max.
And Denny Stadelmeyer in the airflow lane. This car has a clutch pedal, which
yes,
is awesome. And Michael Zara in the rocket lane. Falcon against Holden.
Yeah, Denny does very good on the lights with the clutch pedal. Does bring himself undone a few times like that.
Red.
But they're not normally big red, so 016 red is only fractionally red, but that would be enough the next time out to finish off his racing for the afternoon. But for an NA6, it gets along the racetrack pretty well. 13.66 at 99 mile an hour.
Very good for a basically stock AU.
Next up, we see Jack Matasevic and Don Zammit on the start line. Another Ford versus Holden race.
Both super tough races.
2000ths in the reaction time. Jack with the smallest of margins. Doesn't look like the Commodore's going to catch him from there though, John.
No. Falcon goes through for a 14.309 and Commodore 16.64.
And it looks like our last competitor in Street Fighter this time around will be Megan White.
Husband of Brett White.
Yep, down there on the start line, Megan.
Does the clutch on Brett's alcohol funny car. Having a crack at racing.
Yes, there's a little bit of ribbing going on at the conclusion of last meeting's presentations, but I'm sure Megan feels a little bit of the pressure, but pressure on herself to perform as well.
That's it.
And 2.11 the reaction time this time around. But of course, it's all about picking a consistent dial in as well with these cars. And runs on through for a 17.77. at 77 mile an hour.
Yep.
And that being the last car we have in Street Fighter. The next time we see those ladies and gentlemen out will be their first round of competition. Now getting underway with the final round of qualifying for the Go Logistics Super Street. And we have Chris Zammit in the Aeroflow lane and Dave Morton over there in the Rocket lane.
Both in Commodores. .205 light for Chris and a 184 for Dave.
Yeah, Morton's car definitely with the performance. Runs on through for a 10.68 with a 6, 127 miles an hour to a 12.33 at 112 for Zammit in the Aeroflow lane there. Two very different ways to go Super Street racing on the start line right now. We have Braden Stewartson in the JM Auto Repairs RS3 Audi taking on Tex Griffiths in the Texas Automotive Plymouth Satellite. I don't think you can get two different cars sitting on the racetrack.
Turbo in the left lane and a 505 cube Plymouth in the right lane. And they both drive them a fair bit on the street.
Exactly, and Braden's been racing a fair bit here too, John. I don't know if you watched any of the live stream or head out for the Aeroflow race for real Wednesday nights, but Braden's been doing plenty of laps in recent past. 056 on the tree, but it looks like Tex has the horsepower at the top end. 1034 with a 2, 129 mile an hour through the finish line to an 1196 at 112. So definitely for Stewartson, that car making a bunch of ground in the start, in the first 60 feet.
Yep. And
then obviously not quite having the same amount of horsepower at the top end. Just see that bigger mile an hour there for the big Plymouth.
Craig Warren, long-term racer in the Aeroflow lane, and Gary Greenland in the Rocket lane in the Commodore.
Greenland in the LSA-powered Commodore. We hear this supercharger whine quite substantially on the track marks as it makes its way down the racetrack. Warren with the lifting the left front, as it always does. And looks like the City Scrap Steel Tirana will take the win. 10.29 with a 6 at 129 to a 10.84 there for Greenland in the wagon. Next up we have Adam Bowers in the High Performance World HQ, taking on Mark Hopkins in the LX Tirana for Hurricane Roofing.
Mark Hopkins, sponsored by Arthur Johnson Engineering. They have been around forever.
Yes. Good to see those sorts of companies surviving the test of time.
Yeah.
So Bowers with the finish line, 10.05 with a 3, 132 mile an hour to a 10.83 with a 1 at 123 for Hopkins.
We have Alan Stevenson in the HB Tirana in the Aeroflow lane, and Robert Matasevic in the Camaro, big block Camaro, 454. Holden is a 308. 002 red for Robert.
Definitely went up.
Light for Alan.
Definitely went after the reaction time there, John. And
now's the time to go red.
Exactly right. 10.57 with an 8 for the Camaro to an 11.29 for the Tirana in the Aeroflow lane.
Henry Spicak in Aeroflow lane has been racing forever. It'd have to be 40 years. I can remember him racing his Volkswagen at Castlereagh.
Yes, it was for as long as I've been doing the commentary. It's only been in recent times that he's got into the racing the utility more.
Yeah, he said he couldn't push the clutch pedal no more, so he had to race the automatic, so he's very disappointed.
All right, and in beside we have Sammy Joe Johnson. 063 on the tree for Johnson. And And she will get the finish line. An 11.67 with a 6 at 1:16 through the finish line to a 12.06 with a 5 at 1:17 for Spikak.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have one, please. Yeah.
Mark Elborn and Jim Raptus doing battle. Elborn in the utility, Raptus in the Trackhawk. Haven't seen a Trackhawk out here at Sydney Dragway for a little while. 11.79 with a 0, 1:14 mile an hour for the Jeep to a 12.51 with a 7 at 1:06.
11.79. That thing must weigh a ton.
Yeah. Well, it's probably several, actually,
Yeah.
technically.
Very impressive.
I know that there was a couple of Trackhawks many years ago that would come out to the Aeroflow Race for Real events on a Wednesday night, and they were running deep into the 10s.
Yeah, crazy.
But they were normally like a turbo, like the turbo up under the rear bumper. There was 2 or 3 of them that were doing that. But yeah, just they sort of disappeared from racing, I guess. But anyway, good.
Pair of Chevs there, a 66 Bel Air and a 66 Impala. Bruce Ritchie and Mitchell Gregory both go red.
Yeah, these two raced each other on the last round of qualifying. A 10.84 with a 4 there for Bruce Ritchie in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, we're going to see Brian Adder-Singh in the Aeroflow lane, running for Diff Technics and Area 51 Custom Performance, taking on Richard Matasevic in the Rocket lane for Modern Style Kitchens.
VY Commodore versus a XY Ute. The XY's got a 434 Cleveland.
Yeah, both cars leaving the line nicely. 0.52 on the tree for Matasevic. Goes 1.4 to the 60.
No 66 red for Brian.
Yeah, he's another one of our racers that he actually, I think he won the reaction time jackpot on Wednesday night with a 000.
That's awesome.
Yeah, was pretty good. And then I think
gone off 2 weeks in a row, I think.
Yeah, it was 2 weeks in a row. I think Brian then proceeded to burn $300 worth of tyres in the next couple of burnouts that he did, but why not? Peter Villaris and David Matasevic now running down the racetrack. The Tirana for Villaris got away with a 0.77 light, but the Cortina gets the stripe with the horsepower. 10.51 with a 5. And next up we have Con Aranios in the Holden Commodore from Holsworthy.
6-litre Chev.
Otherwise known as LS.
Yeah.
Although a very good power plant for making horsepower on a budget.
Absolutely.
And 12.73 with an 8 at 110 mile an hour for Con on that particular run. Looks like we're about to move into Super Sedan, if I'm judging by... Oh no, beg your pardon, the motorcycles. They've hidden... I was looking in the staging lane cameras and I could see the Super Sedan coming under, but the motorcycles were already in the tunnel. So we have Matthew Hunt from Pittown in the Aeroflow Lane water box. He's taking on Albie Davidson on the Suzuki Hayabusa for the vinyl tree. All right, so both racers rolling up to the start line. Hunt on the Suzuki GSXR 1000. Davidson on the Hayabusa for the vinyltree.com.au. Running for All Care Car Services and TD Motorsports. 001 on the tree for Matthew Hunt. Nice clean pass for him as well. And he'll run on through for a 9.75 with a 5 at 144. Davidson with an 11.68 at 135. Next up, we'll see Robert Simmons in the Reed Plumbing Suzuki Hayabusa from Bly Park taking on Bobby Joe. Running for Reed Carpentry, also on a Hayabusa. Bobby with the better reaction time and the performance at 9:42 with a 1:54 to a 9:56 with a 6 at 1:36 for Robert in the aeroflow lane there. Next up we have Jeff Feigl on the Kawasaki ZX14 taking on Gareth Wilcox, also on the Kawasaki. Both riders leaving red, 008 red for Feigl, 014 for Wilcox. Feigl gets there first, 9.96 with a 9, 1:42 to a 10:56 with an 8 at 1:36 mile an hour. Next up we have Sean Ricketts for Heavy Duty Magazine on the Kawasaki, taking on Michael Riches in the Rocket Lane. Riches running for Team Digger Racing. Oh, Riches' bike looked like went into a little bit of wheel spin there on the start. 014 on the tree for Ricketts. And he'll get the win light first at 9:27 with a 7, 1:43 mile an hour through the finish line to a 9.98 with a 5 at 1:43 there for Riches in the Rocket Lane. Next up we have Lucas Nigo in the aeroflow lane, taking on Cheryl Beddoes for Joe Curry Motorcycle Transport. Beddoes left the start line in round 1 with a 000 light. And she's lucky enough to have Westpac Bank on board as a sponsor. Both racers getting their weight right down on the fuel tanks as best they can. Beddoes away with a 009. She is on fire with the reaction times today. And she'll take the win with a 9.12 at 1:43 mile an hour to a 9.48 with a 6 at 1:44 for Lucas in the aeroflow lane.
And we're straight into Super Sedan.
Yes, and we have Sean Marr in the HB Tirana for St Mary's Engines in the aeroflow lane, taking on Simon Bonello in this gorgeous XW Falcon.
Yeah. Simon hasn't raced for a little bit, but he's back. And Sean's one hell of a racer.
Yeah, Sean's always here.
Yep.
A bit like Joe Sorbello. We could nearly let
Very
the car
staunch.
talk for itself.
Yeah.
Nice wheels up launch there for Sean in the aeroflow lane. 014 on the tree. 014 red for Bonello in the Falcon. The Tirana takes the win though. 9.18 with a 7 at 1:44 to a 9.38 with a 4 at 1:44 for Bonello.
And another two tough racers. Andrew Little in the aeroflow lane and Jim Denaro in the rocket lane.
Yeah, Andrew's little car only running a 350 Chev.
Yeah.
I say only a 350 Chev, like in the world of 5, 6, 650 cube power plants, you know, a 350 is a little bit old school, but it definitely seems to work in this Camaro.
And Jim's is a 363 Windsor. Again, small engine. 019 red for Andrew and 012 for Jim. All these guys are tough as on a tree.
And Jim will take the win, 9.32 with a 5, 1:45 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up we have Adam Hunter in the Hunter Race Engines Ford Falcon, 430 cubed Windsor in the aeroflow lane, taking on Nathan Cowie in the Cowie Signs Mighty Boy. Now, I've just noticed, John, Nathan's taken the wing off the back of this car.
Yeah, they broke a wing strut on it last meet and bringing it here, and they decided to take it off, and it runs quicker, surprisingly.
Well, I
not
guess
so surprisingly.
the mile an hour should be up there, but I question a little bit the stability being such a small car. 013 on the tree for Nathan on this run. He's out in front once again.
897.
Yeah, 147 mile an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, it runs sort of 9.0s, 9.1s with the wing and runs 8s without it. It's actually like a 100-inch wheelbase, that car, so
Yeah.
it's a little bit, it looks small because it's got no front or rear overhang, but
Yes.
it's the same wheelbase pretty much as a Tirana.
Is that factory though?
Oh,
Or
it's
has
been stretched 4 inches.
Yeah. Just stretch the arches.
Yeah,
under
it's
the
got like extended glass front and
Yeah, okay.
4 inches in the wheelbase. David Gruber with an 012. Sean Sabello with an 020. Man, these guys are all hard on the
Yeah,
street.
just going to say another pair of O lights running down the racetrack. 929 with a 6, 144 for Gruber to take the win there. Sabello a 1029 with a 6, 133.
Joe Zammit at Nerifo Lane in a Commodore, and Debbie Robb, she hasn't raced for a fair while. She's from Tamworth in an XB, good looking car, love it.
And certainly a soft spot for the big early Falcons XA XB.
Absolutely.
Now this one running 528 cubes of Ford power plant, which is getting up there for a Ford branded engine. Not seemingly to do a decent burnout out of the water there. Just wonder whether the tyres will be warm enough.
Maybe a few teething problems. Pretty sure this is their first meeting back for a good year, I think.
Yeah, Zammit's car in the aeroflow lane pretty much knows its own way down the racetrack.
.35 for Zammit and a 130 for Debbie.
Looks like the horsepower of the Falcon comes around at the top end. 931 with a 0, 147 mile an hour. To a 10.02 with a 5 at 132 for Zammit in the aeroflow lane.
Owen James, wow. This is the old Polito Pro Stock car.
Oh, is it really?
I didn't know this car was coming back. And Rex Webster in the other lane.
I haven't seen this Cortina out here.
This Cortina hasn't raced forever. Good to see it out here.
He looks nice with the, as made the comment before, with the injector stack sticking out the bonnet.
Yeah.
075 on the tree for Webster.
A bit of a right turn for Owen now on the start line.
And
runs through for a 9.3. Rex with a 9.49.
Okay, he has done the double enter. Tex Griffiths in Super Sedan as well. It's going to be interesting if he goes rounds in both categories.
Okay.
He did a qualifying run before in both, and we thought, oh, maybe it was a mistake, but this is the second time I've noticed it. Yeah. Lou Palumbo in the aeroflow lane in the one-tonner with the nitrous, running for Fairfield Mobile Auto Electrical.
You're the best. Oops.
Billy, our starter, just motioning both drivers to back out of the beams. Just got our track walkers checking something out, I dare say, with one of the timers. Of course, each of those foam blocks in the middle of the racetrack are a reflector for a beam of light that's shot across the racetrack as the car breaks the beam as it goes down the racetrack. Records a time and or a speed. And And then that is what John and I are reading off the screen, and the driver or rider get with their time card once they tow back around into the pits. All right, both races moving into the staging beams now. We see both pairs of white lights on. The tree will count down. 006 red for Tex Griffiths.
And an 013 for Louis.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well, Palumbo. 916 with a 145 mile an hour for the one-tonner to a 1040 at 129 for the Big Plymouth. Next up, we have Chevy Taylor in the bubble top for Taylor Marine Exhausts, Tilly Motorsport Spares, and BK Race Engines.
Powered by Chev 409.
A pretty rare engine block, this one.
Absolutely. Built by BK Race Engines, I believe.
Chevy just taking his time to stage the car, obviously as shallow as possible. 041 on the tree, just lifting the left front. On yet another good pass out of the bubble top, a 10.23 with a 6 at 122. And that concludes qualifying for Super Sedan here at round number 6 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series. We're now moving into Super Gas, a category that you're very familiar with, John.
Yeah, I wish I was racing now. I don't mind watching, but when the boys come out, I start getting itchy.
Yeah, that's fair. More than fair. Of course, we have on track Joe Catanzariti in the Pontiac Firebird, taking on Luke Romeo.
Luke is a third generation racer. His dad races and his granddad raced as well.
His granddad down on there on the start line, isn't it?
Yeah.
At the back.
027 for Joe and 030 for Luke.
It's another one of these categories where an O light is almost a mandatory thing.
Got to be on your game.
10.05 with a 3 for Luke Romeo, but a 9.90 with a 2 for Catanzariti in the Firebird.
Joe, I'll be happy with that.
Next up, we see Vince Panetta in the straight line paint and panel LX Tirana. He's in the airflow lane, taking on Roy Romeo. Roy in the Ford Roadster for VP Race Fuels and In Touch Automotive. Panetta's already qualified with a 9.91. Romeo's just gone a little bit too quick on both his passes this morning. The closest to 9.89 with a 0.
005 for Vinny and an 035 for Roy. A 909 for Vince.
Yeah.
9936 for Roy. Leaves Vince in second still. And
Yeah,
Roy's in fifth.
Improved, but needed a 9.90 with a 1 or better.
Yeah. Tough package.
Of course, we have seen it, haven't we? A couple of times. I think Simon Isherwood is one that I remember. Was a perfect light and a 9.90.
Very rare.
Yeah, it's rare, but it does happen.
Yep.
Next up, Nicholas Polito.
Yet another third generation racer. Came out of junior dragsters. His dad and his granddad both raced pro stock. 008.
Yep.
Go, Nick. Runs through for a 9.97 with a 6. Leaves him in third spot.
Yeah, no, good to see these second and third generation racers stepping into
Absolutely.
the bigger classes, and in some cases into their father's cars or their mother's cars, etc. So just keeping the car in the family. And
well, you're a junior dragster graduate yourself, Steve.
Yes, many
Yes,
years
a
ago
couple
now.
years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, only yesterday. I don't know what
You
you're
were one of
talking
the
about.
pioneers of that bracket
Yeah.
over the road at Eastern Creek.
Looks like we're moving into a modified eliminator now, John, and we've got George Bukareshvili in the Race Max Direct front engine dragster in the airflow lane.
And George built this car himself. Me and him were both chassis builders at Terry's Dips and Chassis back in the day when that organisation was still going.
Yes.
And Jess Turner in the right lane. Her dad, Paul, was a very good comp eliminator racer. And Paul's at the front of the car.
You know, both cars do very, very well in terms of ET and taking wins when it comes to racing. Of course, this is qualifying in this round, but the next time they face the start line, it'll be eliminations. Both cars into stage.
8:22 red for George and 8:31 for Jess.
Good side-by-side race.
Oh, good race.
And a 7.80 with a 165 mile an hour for Turner. Got there by 200ths of a second through the finish line. Next up, we'll see Brooke Rapazada and Craig Davies.
Lots of front engine drags.
Yes,
bracket.
there has been a little bit of a resurgence, and I can think of one or two that aren't here today that were here last month. So,
Yeah. Yep.
You know, it's great to see the front engine dragster.
Yeah,
of course,
traditional style drag car.
Yep, of course, those of us that haven't been to Sydney Dragway or haven't seen these cars on the live streams before, this is how they used to do it back in the 60s.
Absolutely.
Where the driver sits behind the engine, obviously, the transmission between the legs and the differential right in front of where you're sitting. Of course, a lot of fun in a car like this, but when you start throwing nitro fuel at it and whatnot, they get more dangerous exponentially.
Absolutely.
And the issue was that anything that happened was right in front of the driver, which, you know, I don't have to be a rocket scientist to work out that the injury rate was not great. And in a way sort of forced the invention of the rear engine dragster where everything happened behind the driver. 0.57 for Brooke in the airflow lane to an 0.38 for Davies. I think Davies went 0.002 earlier this morning. 8.32 with a 159 mile an hour for CJ, and an 8.15 with a 0 at 166 for Rapazada.
Lachlan McCaskill driving the McCaskill car in the Rocket Lane. Normally his sister drives this, I think.
Yeah, Lachlan recently licensed, I think it was at a test and tune or private hire or something, and then this is the first time I recall seeing him in competition, so good to see Lachlan behind the wheel of the Dragster. He did run his utility in Street Fighter for a little bit.
Yeah.
Not quite the same as the...
I think all of them,
yes.
Two girls and Lachlan all came out of junior dragsters.
Exactly right. Then they progressed into Street Fighter, then then into modified cars.
Yep.
Of course, a low 7-second rear engine dragster, a little bit different to a VN Commodore Ute with a V6 in it, but definitely doing the right thing and stepping up in performance. Courtney Allen in the Elec Autosec T-Bucket, all the way up from Croydon in Victoria. Great to have interstate races here today. Courtney lining up towards the left-hand side of her lane, right on the edge of the groove. Lachlan with an 0.13 off the start line. 1.07 to the 60. That big block dragster working very well. 6.34 with a 5. 181 mile an hour through the finish line. 8.31 with a 5 at 1.57 for Courtney in the airflow lane.
And Chelsea Smith in the airflow lane, and Mark Tanswell. I don't think Mark's raced for quite a while either.
I can't remember if he was here at the last round, but he might have been in round 4.
Okay.
But a little 6-cylinder on board this one. 202 Holden. Obviously not making the same horsepower as what Chelsea's car does, but but
Yeah,
this
big
little
block
front
Chev,
engine
540
dragster would
cube.
weigh next to nothing. It's be as light as possible that you could probably build this car.
That's it.
I
I
think,
think this is Chelsea's first season in modified. She came out of junior dragsters as well.
yeah, it'd be a first full season.
Yeah, she did a little bit last season.
Yes. Doing very well for herself, getting some consistency. .540 big block on board the dragster, the rear engine dragster. Double 03 for Chelsea off the start line. 113 to the 60. And a 752 with an 8, 180 mile an hour. And a 943 with a 6 at 140 for Tanswell.
Another bracket where you got to have a 0 in your reaction time.
Yeah. Certainly seems that way. Next up we have Paul Lynette in the T bucket. Taking on Rocco Romano.
Yet another junior dragster graduate.
Class doing exactly what it's intended to do.
Yep. Rocco sponsored by SRG Scaffolding and Nick's Mini Skips. It's a 598Q big block Chev. Paul's is a 434Q Chev. Both 014, left lane and right lane.
And a 721 with a 3, 181 mile an hour for Romano in the rocket lane to a 783 with a 5 at 173 for the rocket lane.
Everyone's bringing their A game.
Yes. So keep saying at the trophy presentations, we see awesome racing at these Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series.
Yeah, you win one of these, you've definitely earned it.
On track now we have Bob Sinclair in the Craig's Automatics front engine dragster, running for JZ Cylinder Heads, Aaron at APM, BHS Excavations. Of course, the little Holden 210 6-cylinder on board, taking on Dan Reinmaster in the T-Bucket Altered. Another pair of O-lines. Reinmaster way over towards the wall. Just saying hello to our official at on the burnout pad and steering away from the concrete.
Good lights both sides, 12 on one and 28 on the other with zeros.
044 with a 5 for Sinclair at 150 mile an hour. Certainly getting moving for a 6-cylinder.
Absolutely. Alison Stewart in the left lane. And I can see Jeff backing the car up with some unusual headgear on.
Yes.
Propeller on his head.
He wears that all the time, does he not?
He's a laugh. And Mark Bull in the right lane.
Now, I believe Alison, I suppose, dropped the PB for this car by over a 10th on the first qualifying run.
Oh, really?
Which
Okay.
is massive. It doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're talking improvements in performance, a 10th of a second is a fair bit. Taking on Mark Bull over there in the rocket lane for Shy Automotive.
Spitzer car, if you get a chance to go look at his car, it's a very pretty car.
.030 on the tree for Bull. And looks like Mark out in front, 781 with a 5, 168 mile an hour through the finish line. To a 767 with a 7 at 173 for Stewart in the Aeroflow lane.
And now we're into top sportsman. Right lane is Jaden Curry, which I believe is the old Joe Canzaretti Supergas car.
Yes, yeah, I would agree with that.
And Leo Georges in the Escort that has been around since Castle Road days.
Yes, many runs. This car ran a big block in it at one point, didn't it? With
I
Brett
thought
Rumble? Did it run a big...
Castle Road days, I thought it was Cleveland powered.
I was trying to remember the other day, because it was the old Brett Rumble car.
Yeah, and then I can't remember, one of the boys from Canberra owned it before.
Simon Bradbury.
Yeah, and before that even was called Cross Boss maybe.
Oh,
I
don't
can't
know.
remember. We'll have to ask Les when he comes back.
That's before my time. I remember it as sudden impact. I think was when it was yellow.
Yep.
And I was trying to remember if it had a big block in it at that point, but certainly a car that's done many runs down racetracks all over the country.
And still winning races.
Yes. Yep. I pointed out before. Check out the parachute in the braking area. It's bright green.
Oh, okay.
Goes with the carrot theme. Obviously sponsored by Rocky Lamontina and Sons, of course.
Yep.
Producing many carrots that you see at Woolworths and Coles.
Yep. Oh.
Big wheels up launch. That was a 60 foot with the rear wheels breaking the beams. And a good side-by-side race. Jaden gets there first with an 8.66 with a 5, 154 through the finish line to an 8.87 with a 9 at 152. But that was a pretty cool wheel stand from Leo Georges. Came down nice and soft too, which is good.
That's what you want. Nice controlled wheel stand. How many laps do you reckon Joe Sorbello's done down this track?
Yeah, you're probably right, Ben. I reckon he'd be somewhere between 4.5 and 5,000 ish.
He does every street meet too, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's got cousins in Datsun 1200 Coupe.
Yeah,
very good looking car.
A very pretty car. The engineering in this thing is second to none. If you're at the venue, go down and check it out. It's got the 2J Z Toyota 6-cylinder in it. Of course, turbocharged, making plenty of horsepower. We'll get down the racetrack in 7.8 seconds or thereabouts.
Fast little car. $8.25 Joe on the tree. 266 for Scott. Runs through for 781.
183 mile an hour for the Datsun to an 892 with a 4 at 154 mile an hour for Sorbello. So a good pass for him. I'm pretty sure he's happy with anything with an 8 in front of it. Cousins' car, not 60 footing as quick as Joe's there, but maybe that's a coming on boost turbo thing, but definitely works well from probably the 330 onwards.
George Matter in the right-hand lane in Tirana. It's a 632 cube Chev. Joe Gadolari in the aeroflow lane with a 555 cube Chev.
Yeah, Matter running for A Civil Drill Tech Solutions. Gadolari for Cos Constructions, ASV Contractors, the Motor Oil Shop, K Kuma Group out of Fiji.
.014 for Joe Gadolari on the tree and .057 for George. George runs through for a 792 with a 4. Joe with a 854. And another Matter car, Celine Matter in the left lane in the HB Tirana, 632 cube. That's a lot of motor in a HB.
Yeah, it is. It is. I wonder if they ordered the two engines together.
Yeah.
Yeah, just...
Simon Krieger in the right lane with another 632. Simon sponsored by West End. Sullen by A Civil.
Yeah, the Krieger pickup looks like it's on its way home from laying some bricks this morning.
Yeah.
So transporting a wheelbarrow and a cement mixer. But still got all the trim and everything in it that I can see with the door open.
Purging the nitrous.
Do you know how many kids he's got on it, John?
Don't know.
No.
Simon's run gas for a long time.
First time I saw it was Wednesday night. He came out and did, I think, one pass.
Okay.
But obviously the parachute on the back should give you a little bit of an indication it's not your stocky bricky chute.
It's still pretty new, this car, I think.
Yep. got the mud flaps and everything on it.
And that's a big red for Simon, 213, sorry.
And Salim will get there with the win, a 782 with a 168 miles an hour to an 860 with a 9, 159 for Krieger in the rocket lane. All right, next up we have Josh Boscovich in the XA Coupe, running for Wilding Motorsport Merch and Bosco Mobile Mechanical.
And Josh's car's got a clutch pedal and a Lenko. Way to go.
Yeah, I know that would certainly tick some boxes for you, John.
Absolutely. Clutch car goodness.
Yes. Well, your car, you're not, you dump the clutch, but you're not using the clutch.
No,
shifting,
you've
but
got to dab the clutch with mine. It's manually shifted.
yes.
Whereas a Lenko, you just let the clutch out on the start line and then just pull levers.
Pull a lever. So he's 4-speed, yeah?
Mine's a 4-speed. I think Josh has got a 3-speed in this. I'm not 100% sure.
We could count them as he goes down the racetrack.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Usually you see the car.
Yeah, yeah. Leaves with the wheels in the air.
In beside in the rocket lane, James Barnes for BG Engines. In the Ford Mustang, little Windsor on board. 005 on the tree for Barnes. Not the horsepower coming out of that Fontana will get the stripe. 812 with an 164 mile an hour to an 852 with a 4 at 156 for the Mustang.
And another good-looking car, Sam Moreau's Ford Coupe.
Definitely a fan of this one.
Yep.
The big block Chev power plant.
It was his dad's car, wasn't it?
Yes. Yep.
Dennis's car, yep.
Of course, this car built by his father to run
Supercharged
Outlaws, yes. I think it had a Hemi in it, did it, Les? Yeah. Yes, yeah, that's right. So it was like a Pontiac headed thing, was it? Yeah.
Which was an old Shelby engine, I think. When Shelby was out here, he bought it off him. Yeah.
That's winding the clock back a few years, but Sam has run the a Ford Capri as well, but deciding to
problem there on the start line.
To get behind the wheel in the Ford Coupe, but having a little bit of an issue on the start line. Came up on the two-step and the trans brake, and then all went silent. It's a little bit unfortunate. The car will push back, and just looking to see what will be coming up next. I think we have Extreme Bike down in under the tunnel, John. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving into Extreme Bike now. And after this, we'll be having a little bit of track prep according to the schedule. And on track now, we have Brant Gilliver in the airflow lane, running for Mick Hone Motorcycles, Extra Soy Candles, and Team APE in the airflow lane, taking on Mike Lawson over there on the Suzuki Hayabusa from DY. Of course, Extreme Bike, if you like big horsepower, big speed, and a little tyre. Both bikes 1.3 seconds to the 60. Gilliver out in front, and he'll get there. 8:06 with a 3. That's a big improvement for Gilliver. 167 miles an hour through the finish line to an 8:20 with a 4 at 171 for Lawson in the rocket lane there. Next up, we have Brendan Miglianico in the airflow lane for Full Send Racing and Rams Head Services. Diana Zapati over there in the rocket lane. All right, so it looks like Brendan Miglianico out in front, over towards the wall on the finish line, but a 750 at 195 miles an hour through the finish line to an 888 with a 6 at 146 mile an hour there for Diana Zapati in the rocket lane. Next up, we will have Joe Curry. I was going to say his seat's not on the bike, it's full folded over. Okay, so we can start it. And he's on the Twin Tune Motorcycle Centre Harley Davidson Destroyer, taking on Ryan Franks in this last qualifying round. Franks on board the Azapati Racing GSF Engineering Hayabusa. Yes. Well, through the track mics, it definitely sounds like Joe's Harley is turbocharged. We can definitely hear it spooling. Would only be a new combination because I haven't seen or heard that from this motorcycle before, where the Franks machine over in the rocket lane is definitely turbocharged. We saw 200 mile an hour out of that on a previous pass this morning. I think probably one of his first 200 mile an hour runs. And Curry obviously still a little bit in development, I dare say, with this bike. Although away nicely off the start line, 130 to the 60. Franks right through the finish line, 770 with a 6, 198 mile an hour. It sounds like Curry's bike not wanting to shift there. And it looks like our solo run to complete qualifying here this afternoon will be Alex Borg on the Azapati Racing Suzuki Hayabusa. Now, Alex, our quickest of the extreme bikes so far, 713 with a 4, 214 miles an hour through the finish line. So 335 odd kilometres an hour. Very rough maths. Unfortunately, rolled through the start line there. And will not get a time recorded. That's unfortunate because it looked like a clean pass for him. He will be disappointed with that, but unfortunately there's not a lot we can do. He accepted the tree and then just looked to roll through it. And as I stated before, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to leave you for a little while. We've got a little bit of track prep going on, and Pat, Les, John and I will be back for the first round of racing kicking off in a short period of time. And we will be starting with Boosted Outlaws and, of course, our Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Car. Trying to work out what the A was in front of the designation there. So, and then Junior Dragster. So stick with us, ladies and gentlemen. Take the opportunity to grab a drink, something to eat. Check out our track merch shop if you like. If you are wanting to update your safety gear, go down and see Greg at the Simpson trailer down in front of the cafeteria when you buy your lunch. Check out, we've got Denise's Coffee and a couple of other food vendors up on the mound. Go down down into the pits, check out some of the racers' cars, have a bit of a chat if you can, and we'll all be back with you very, very shortly here for racing at the round number 6, the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series.
right, as you can hear, Blown Outlaws.
Hey!
Excuse me, Boosted Outlaws.
Boosted Outlaws.
How dare I?
Well, Anthony Bull's car looks like it's still a SCO. Well, it's got SCS there, but anyway,
We'll take
they're
it.
here. Yeah, they're here to race, and we'll accommodate them.
Exactly. Curtis Reed out there in the Meyer Dragster. Keith Black 500 cube motor. He's got AFT plumbing services on board, and Valvoline is dialed in with a 655 to a 736 with Anthony Bull in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah, Anthony, just one of the Bull brothers from around Bangor. I'm not quite sure. There was a song about a day trip to Bangor, but I don't think that's it. The Ford BA Falcon. Ford 412. Now, Pat, as we were discussing before with these odd, funny numbers, that's sort of like a Noonan block. You know, he'd make one that's, you know,
Something along those
434 or something
Yep.
like that. So
Yep.
I don't know what sort of motor it's a Ford 412, so could be a one of. He's gone.
032 and a red light for
Red light.
Curtis there. So Anthony Bull's going to take this round win.
A round win, yeah, that's
744 at 186 on a 736 dial-in. So a little bit out, but you know, did exactly what he needed to do, which was get a decent reaction time, and Curtis was a little bit quick on the button there. So we'll move on again. Chicago shootout round, so both races will be back again.
Yep.
Later in the day.
So we'll get a couple of more that are in Boosted Outlaws. There was a heap of them in qualifying, as you can see them down here. There's that black Alta. Geez, I reckon that's nice. It's got big Aeroflow stickers on the side.
Certainly, that's Gareth Rogers down there with his
him.
shiny new blower.
Yeah.
I was just filling the fellas in before I went down and had a chat to Gareth and Morris down there at the truck, and they said the blower's a little newer and a little healthier than the previous one on Gary's car. So last round he was caught a bit out by the extra mile per hour that it was that it was producing down the track. So.
That's all right. It had a bit of a close shave. It was heading towards the wall, and sometimes these things get, as they accelerate, at the rate that they accelerate, it takes a while to bring it back.
Certainly at the big end of the track, they're packing the mile per hour on, and it's a term that the drivers have, basically staying in front of the car or behind the car, which is, if you're behind the car, you're basically just a little bit slow on your steering reaction time. So you want to stay in front of it, and you feel that the car's going to move around, so you need to be ready to counter steer or position the car in a certain way. So in Gary's own words, he was a bit too far behind it. But that's all right. It's been a little while out. He's had a few other things on his mind, him and his wife Brooke, with a new little baby there that's no doubt probably robbing a bit of the well-earned sleep.
Yes.
Which is part of the deal.
Yeah. Especially with, if they bring it out here with the noise and stuff like that. But, some babies, some kids, some adults, just like me, I could just go down the back and
have a snooze.
Have a snooze, yeah.
Well, the sound of a, maybe a Boosted Outlaw car can sort of rock you off to sleep. So.
Yeah, that's right. It's if it's continuous, but it's. I noticed with those cars there that there's no sort of like jerkiness in the movements when they're steering. If they are heading, they seem to just sort of try and bring it round. And I was surprised to see when I was in the US that the O'Rourke's are now residents of the US.
Yeah, okay.
And I think they've been there. Debbie's not racing. She's she looks for sponsors and stuff like that. So, but it was just because I opened the Drag Illustrated magazine and I saw her there and I thought, very familiar face and stuff like that. So,
certainly. Well, it looks like we've got a little small clean-up that'll be sorted in just a second.
Yep.
I think we might stick with it for a sec here. I think I can see the crew at the big end of the track just packing up. Not exactly sure what it was, but
right.
I can see the Ute doing a U-turn down there in the big end. And they've been given the twirly finger sign, which means fire them up, boys.
Fire them up. Okay.
That's a technical technical term as well, the twirly finger sign.
What's that? Salami and cheese. Yeah, that'll do. Oh,
Okay. There we go. Next round of Boosted Outlaws coming right up. Looks like we've got Brittany Olive in the Dragster versus Gareth Rogers in the Altered in the Rocket Lane.
Ah, yes.
So a bit of an adjustment to dial-ins. Brittany Olive 652. We're aware of what's happening there, but Gareth a little bit tender on the
on the burnout, wasn't
there,
it?
yeah.
Oh, I think there's an issue somewhere. Oh, it seems to be firing all right. Is there something stuck or?
Yeah, just checking the adjustment on the bleed valve there.
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't sound too happy about it.
Are these guys knocking on the door of a 6-second pass?
Which one?
These Gareth.
Oh, Gareth. Yeah,
Yeah.
The package should be there.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I noticed it, and you know, like if it hadn't have been for sort of like taking the long
Yep.
way home,
Yeah.
it's definitely got a 6 in it. But I don't know how it's going. I don't know if it'll run. I think it might be a. Oh no.
There we go. All right. Just in the nick of time.
Yep.
Pretty handy to have the boss man down on the line there.
Yeah.
Morris McMillan
Yes.
making all sorts of shapes with with an AN spanner down there by the looks of things. So
Yeah, I saw that. Well, Garrett's dialed in with a 7 flat, so and he's gone 7391 but only 129. So
yeah, rolled through on that one and short
yeah.
burnout here. So let's see what the can come away with. Red light, but the car is moving a lot straighter.
there he goes again.
Still wants to get to that centre line, but crosses through a 685 with a 1. So
There you
nice
go.
one. But Brittany Olive has made a really nice pass. Slightly red as well, but she still crosses through for a 660 with a 5 at 212.96 mile per hour. So great mile per hour there for Brittany Olive and the crew with the 451 Hemi. And Rogers making some some progress, let's say. So obviously, when you've got a package that hasn't had 100 laps under its belt, you got a new blower on board. That's
Yeah.
a big deal for these cars.
Yeah.
Got a lot of working out to do, but everyone's pretty happy. So that's the Boosted Outlaws second Chicago shootout round finished, and we're about to get into another exhibition pass of Graham Frawley behind the wheel of King Kong, the Aeroflow Outlaw Nitro Funny Car. Has just come off a previous PB today of a 549 at 271, almost 272 miles per hour.
Yeah, I reckon if it was 1 more mile an hour, it'd be like golf, it'd be a gimme.
He's got to work a bit harder for it.
Yeah,
you
that's
reckon?
right. Yes, I'm not that easy.
That's right. And I think it's probably a miss without saying that it's a real... it's a really impressive package that they've got here.
Oh.
I mean, these Outlaw Nitro Funny Cars have obviously done plenty of laps, and there's a lot of experience down there on the line with this package. And also a lot of experience, although Graham has never really driven nitro cars before. He's taken to it like a duck to water.
Yeah, right.
As well. He's got a ton of experience.
Right.
And to not have a specifically prepped track for a nitro car,
Yep.
and still be able to reel off that sort of ET,
Yeah.
very, very impressive. It tells you that they've really got this car dialed in. So power delivery and tune-up is right on point. So let's enjoy the sound of nitro as we roll into the burnout.
All right, folks, this should be, and yet yet another sensational pass. It's just been getting better all the time. He's got a real feel for this car now. As the young fella. Oh yeah, look at that. It's gone under.
So in competition,
Yeah.
Outlaw Nitro Funny Cars, basically, I believe the record is a
Gee whiz,
557.
well, that's sensational. Now that you pointed it out,
The major difference though on this car is the tyre size,
isn't?
compared to how they would normally compete.
Oh right, okay. What,
so-
in width or diameter?
Yeah, both. So it's basically it's a top fuel tyre
Yeah.
that they're running on this car now.
Right.
And you know, I mean, it's not really I don't want to say it's not heavily regulated, but yeah, there's so few and it's so rare to sort of see Outlaw Nitro Funny Cars these days that everyone's kind of just, hey, we're going to do this time, and they go, okay.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
right.
So
Yeah.
it's still got a single mag, it's still got a small blower, it's still a 413 cubic inch Hemi, but let's shove some big tyres.
Gee, look at it go. What a beautiful
Another
run.
beautiful pass,
460.
544 with a 270 mile per hour. So a couple of hundreds off the ET there and a little bit less mile per hour. We do have a bit warmer temperatures compared to earlier, but another super clean pass. Really well done to the whole crew for getting that car dialed in, and another amazing and consistent effort from Graham Frawley for I think now the 4th or 5th pass in that car.
4.61 at the 1,000.
There you go,
So
4.61.
not bad.
Yeah, that's moving, mate.
It is.
I think I've had
So-
4.61 reaction times.
Yeah. Well, mate, mine are in days.
Yeah.
So before, no. No, that was a nice pass.
Jeez, I
Gee,
reckon,
he's not afraid to stomp on that loud pedal.
no, not at all. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Gee, I can't wait to get them back out here. I'd love to see another full round of Outlaw Nitro Funny Cars here at Sydney Dragway.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a good show.
Oh, I remember the last one, but they just, pair after pair after pair went down. No, nothing goes wrong with them.
Yep, they're just off. We should stop saying that because we'll put a curse on them. But
Yeah.
they are super consistent, and that's the great thing about it. That's why it was such a road show. When Graham and Wendy put that package together, and they were going around. All around, and you can take them to smaller racetracks as well. You can go up to Palmyra, Springmount. You can get all around to these racetracks that probably can't necessarily hold a top fuel meeting.
Yeah.
Because of the extra speed and whatnot.
The runoff and everything.
That's there. But you can get these cars around, give people in a more regional sort of track area an experience of nitro. Some really close racing as well, because it is still so close. They're consistent, they're fast, it's a really good deal.
They'd go probably well, a thing of in say like Victoria with the smaller tracks. You got your Swan Hill and Portland and places like that. I don't think Bairnsdale's going anymore.
No, I don't believe so.
And but still, they could. Run at some of the bigger tracks, and it's all good. There's nothing like it to see. I was really surprised the last time how consistent and how reliable they are by just pulling back a bit. It makes it all the more spectacular. And there was sort of like perhaps not too many tenths in it, but a couple of hundreds and thousandths of a second difference. It was really good. It was a real nail biter to the end of the line.
That's right, yeah, and that's what it's all about, putting on a show, for everyone. And your average person that's, say, not a super dedicated drag racing fan, what they want to see is side-by-side racing, and some atmosphere and excitement, and that's especially when you run one of those races into the evening. You've got the flames pouring out the side of it. You've got the smell of nitro everywhere, the sound, the vibration, all of that sort of thing. That's exciting to watch. And if they're doing a 540 versus a a 510.
Yeah.
Or, you know, over 1,000 foot, a 398.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exciting for people that watch drag racing.
Yeah.
But someone who just wants to come and have entertainment value
Yeah.
and see some fast cars,
Yeah.
that's almost all you need.
Yeah.
You know, so it's, as far as getting bums in seats,
Yeah.
kids love it because it doesn't scare them to death.
Yeah, that's right.
So, you know, which the big fuel cars
big
do.
ones do, yeah.
You know, the Aeroflow guys have brought out the wheel standers as well, which always entertain the kids, you know. That's what it's all about. So, yeah, it'd be really good to see those guys back out here as a full feature.
Yeah, I'd
I'd
certainly like to see it again.
Yep. I mean, we all want fuel funny cars.
Yeah,
You know, that's obviously the big show stuff.
Yeah.
But certainly a little bit more volatile.
Ah, dear. Yeah, well, I went to one of those Nitro Outlaws at Bakersfield.
Yep.
Chewy's is a restaurant chain of ribs around that area there. And we went there. That was the time I met George Bukareshlev.
Yep.
At that type of meeting. And but I bumped into him in a roadhouse. But gee, it was those crazy, those blokes. All right, okay, the first round of eliminations here. Robbie Rostesky dialed him with an 889, runs it through. No, an 891 on an 889. Well, that's not bad, 71. But he's the reaction time 0.205, and Daniel Carabulat was a lot. He had a 0 in front of his thing, so in front of his time, I think it was a 0.15. So I guess that's where you lose it.
Now we've got Cannuli on Cannuli in this round, which this is probably a bit of a shame for the family. You're going to knock one out, but nonetheless, we've got Taylor Cannuli in the C Junior Dragster and Christian Cannuli in the A Junior Dragster. So there's going to be a significant difference here in speed. 12.41 is the dial in for the C Junior Dragster to a 7.93.
Well, sometimes I'm not going to say what I'm going to say. I'll tell you later.
Yeah.
But it'd be interesting to see there because that there'd be no team orders.
Yep, definitely.
And it's just up to the kids.
Whoever wins gets the front seat on the way home.
And an ice cream.
And an ice cream. That's a good deal. We've got both races edging towards the timing beams right now.
The little C Junior Dragster in the Aeroflow lane will get the handicap start. You'll see it take off. He's got his reaction time, and here comes Big Brother. Ooh, it's not much difference between the two.
This will be close. Whoa, very close.
A 7. Oh, gee, look at that.
0.05 of a difference win margin there for Christian.
Yeah, well, he got big top end charge, and but the young fella in the Aeroflow lane, he didn't do too bad. There wasn't much difference between the reaction times either. I mean, they both had a 1 in front of them.
Yep, 135, 175.
Yeah. So, it's... well, that was good. That's a good result.
Very good. All right, back into the next round. We've got Charlotte Leafting here in the Speedflow Products McGee 330 in the Aeroflow lane. Alex Rafalo, Sydney Waterscapes, and also a McGee 330 in the Rocket lane. We've got Charlotte's currently number 20 in qualifications, and Alex 8. Both A Junior Dragsters. Let's see if they can't get out of here. So Charlotte on 0.12 reaction time and 0.99 for Rafalo.
Yeah, she's got the advantage here.
Rafalo's got some chasing to do.
Yeah, she takes it out too on Alex.
Breaks out.
He breaks out an 8.02 on an 8.07.
Yep.
At 80.55, and for Charlotte an 8.34 on hers. Safe and sound, clean greens all the way through. So she'll be into the next round.
As a racer, it's always tough to feel like you're behind and then lift the throttle before you get to the line. Even if it means that you're going to break out.
That's right.
It's that's a tough one. All right, George Takalis in the Aeroflow lane. Brick-a-go bricklaying. Also sponsored by Danny's Moulding, Restoration and Polishing, Hume Performance, Mixed Motorsports, Plasmaman and Pro Signs. But we don't have any more room to put any other sponsors on there, George. So just take it easy on that one, mate. Georgia Lifting, Speedflow Products, of course, in the Rocket Lane. So again, we've got a difference in category here. C Junior Dragster for Takalas, B Junior Dragster for Lifting. So an 11.92 for Takalas and an 8.93 for Lifting. George is off with a 3.04, an 0.72 reaction time for Georgia. So she is on the money there.
Yep.
And
Law
she will
comes
cross
to
through
here.
for the win.
Yep.
An 8.96 with a 1 on an 8.93 dial in. George not too far off, 11.99 on 11.92. So the tune-up, not bad. George just has to work on his reaction time a little bit. Which
if he gets one of those little electronic things.
Yep.
And takes it home, instead of one of those computer games, you could get some a real benefit out of.
That's right.
That's right. A tree thing. Jacob Longo from 5 Dock, the junior dragster. He's in the Rocket Lane with a dial-in of an 891. Alex Rottenbury also in an A junior dragster, dial-in with an 804. So Jacob Longo in the Rocket Lane will get the handicap start. They're both A junior dragsters, but they've got different tune-ups in them, and Alex Rottenbury reckons that he'll get down there in 804 and Jacob Longo will get down there in 891. So 891's a lot slower than an 804, so he'll get the handicap start in the Rocket Lane. All systems go, just waiting for young Alex to come in there. Both cars are in. That's where we go. Jacob's there. Oh, gee whiz. This should be interesting, Pat.
It should be pretty close, but I think Jacob's got the benefit of the reaction time.
Reaction time, yeah.
So an 8.99 on an 8.91 to an 8.11 on an 8.04. So very close, actually, the distance between their dial-ins between the two.
Yeah, they're not far off the dial-in.
That reaction time really giving the benefit to Longo there.
It's the reaction time, I guess it's only really been exposed, if you like, of how critical it is in drag racing.
Yep.
In the last 15 to 20 years. Before that, it was just, they left it alone. You were either quick, or you were slow, or quick.
Yep.
But now, everything's down to a hundredths or a thousandths.
Certainly. We got Savannah Condello down there in the Aeroflow lane, Fine Line Motorsports, 2528 Automotive and Accessories. And then Liam O'Neill, the little bandit, in the C Junior Dragster, Princey Motorsports. He's also sponsored by Race Wide Open Podcast and Rusty Media Solutions.
Rusty.
That's him.
That's I think must be Rusty Gregory. I think.
That's him.
That's him. Okay. Oh well, he's got something else going. So
yep, certainly he's got his
terrific
Race Wide Open podcast. So tune into that. All right. So Savannah Condello with the edge on the reaction time there.
Yeah.
And that does carry through to a win, an 8.22 with a 1 on an 8.20 dial-in. Liam O'Neill not far off either, actually, 11.98. Run through for a 12.01. So
yeah, it's not much, but the reaction time. So it's all the reaction time.
It certainly is.
And just because the light turns green, that doesn't mean that's when the timer starts. It's when the car actually moves and breaks the beam that the timers start.
Yep.
So Tegan Smith in the Rocket Lane, she's dialed in with a 7.99, and Savannah Lucci in the C Junior Dragster has dialed in with a 12.07. Savannah is a C Junior Dragster, so she will get the handicap start. I've only seen once, I think, where a C Junior Dragster has beaten by virtue of the fact of the reaction time.
Yes, yep.
So that's how important it is.
Absolutely. And Tegan Smith is currently second in the standings so far as well. So.
Yes, Savannah Lucci, sponsored by Lucci Civil, Naughty Boys again of VP Race Fuels, Stop Slow Traffic Control, Liquid Control for Tegan Smith sponsorship. Here they go, here she comes. Yeah.
Breakout from Savannah. She had the reaction time benefit as well. That was going to be a really close one. But look at the dial-in and the time run for Tegan Smith. 799 and a 7994.
Yeah.
That is pretty well dialed in. So
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's Dad or someone else turned the screwdriver down there with the tune-up, but he's turned it the right way.
Well, yeah. Okay, Zane Condello in the Rocket Lane in a junior dragster, dialed in with an 824 up against Benjamin Attard. Now, Benjamin's in a B junior dragster, so they've got a different ET and kilometre or miles per hour. So he's dialed in with an 861 because he is a B junior dragster. So once again in the Aeroflow lane, Benjamin Attard will get the handicap start over Zane Condello in the Rocket Lane. Zane being in that A junior dragster, 824. So here we go. Gee, Benjamin's not doing too bad.
Certainly.
Number 5 qualifier against number 17.
Yeah,
Oh,
punching
this
above his
is
weight
a
there.
real battle of wits, this one.
Right. Both races edging into
Just,
full
yep.
stage.
Now just waiting for Zane. Ooh. Oh, both in now. Okay. Oh, Benny.
003 red light for Ben. Right on the money there, so that gives a win to Zane. Let's have a look and see how close it was.
Let's see how we go.
Yeah, wow, that was a
Gee,
close,
look at that.
close race on the dial in there.
Yeah.
863 or an 861
Right.
to an 826 or an 824. That's, again, down to the reaction time, isn't it? So,
Yeah, that's right. So, you know, you can see how important the reaction time is.
and coming up with Daniel Boskovic in the Aeroflow lane, B Junior Dragster, Bosco Motorsport, of course. Daniela Axiak in the A Junior Dragster, Precision Racing on board, and John Ryan Freight Management in the Rocket Lane. So, pretty unrepresentative qualification standing there for Daniela Axiak. She's normally towards the pointy end of the field here, so to win 25, it's a bit out of sorts. But
yeah, 24. Yeah, well, that's true.
let's see if we can't improve on
I
things.
think. Oh no.
Well, she's got the easy way to improve this time with a red light in the opposite lane, so she's going to head on through 798 on a 793 dial in for Axiak. Unfortunately, a little bit of a red light for Bosco there.
Yes. Okay. Well, now it's the other one. You got another. This is Brianna Boskovic over in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with an 8 flat, and Jake McNamara over there in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 797. So he's 8 seconds. You can't go quicker in qualifying, but in elimination you can go to 790 and 790 flat. You can't go any quicker than that in competition. So let's see how young Jake goes. Now, Brianna Boskovic over there in the Rocket Lane will get the, not by much, I might add.
No, he'll struggle to split the difference in those lights.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, we've given her the commentator's curse. A triple O for Jake McNamara, which is basically unbeatable, but particularly when you leave a cherry on the tree in the Rocket Lane. That's a real shame for Brianna.
Yeah.
Fierce competition there, but great work for Jake McNamara. Triple O. He's run a 798 with an 8 on a 797 dial in, so great pass there. All right, Harry Rako is down here in the Aeroflow lane. He's got an 802 dial in for his A Junior Dragster, and then we've got Johnny Lucci in the Rocket Lane, 890 for his B Junior Dragster.
Yeah, so the B Junior Dragster will get the handicap start in the Rocket Lane. So it's 19 versus 7, Harry Rako. So yeah, this is his last meeting in that little junior dragster.
Yep. All right. Everyone getting ready to come come forward into the staging beams.
Yeah, both of them there just being tuned. Distinct lack of a laptop there.
Yeah. No
For
laptop
those-
tuning
yeah,
with
no.
the juniors.
No,
No,
just
no, bit of a dial. Maybe you may need a spanner or a screwdriver. Perhaps if
Yeah.
things get really wrong.
oh mate, that's it.
I think it's just a bit of a tweak on a bleed valve. And,
Yeah, yeah, probably got little marks on it.
Yep.
All right, so that's Johnny Lucci in the rocket lane and Harry Rako in the aeroflow lane, and the 890 Johnny Lucci will get the handicap start. Clean greens.
30. Harry's got some chasing to do, but he does have the advantage on the reaction time. And he
Ooh.
does it. Johnny breaks out as well. 889 with a 7.
0.003 of a second.
Nice safe win there for Harry Roko.
Yep.
In the aeroflow lane. 807, I think it was on 802 dial in. All right. Got a round. We've got double duties for the pit crew. We've got Chloe Ryko in the rocket lane, so you can see Dad making the quick sprint across to get Chloe's car fired up. And then we've got Emma Lifting in the C Junior Dragster in the aeroflow lane. All right. Chloe currently number 4 qualifier.
Yeah, she's come on gangbusters as well in that in drag racing with
Certainly.
that car.
Got an 804 dial in for Chloe. Previously he's run 801. Oh, qualified with an 8011, I should say.
Yep.
Emma Lifting 1216 is the dial in for the C Junior Dragster. I think Emma's just been really trying to work on reaction time.
Yeah, she stole in with a 12.16. Emma Lifting, she 12C at 12.16, and she's run a 12.21. Well, the conditions outside of you have to take that into account, of course.
Yeah.
Track temperature, air density.
Yep. You can see there's a little bit of a what looks like a tailwind down there as well, so they're going to have a little bit of a breeze behind them.
Yep. Yeah, it is too. Blowing from the northwest.
It's convenient when they've got those aeroflow flags out for the juniors
Yeah, it's
to,
good,
mark,
isn't it?
to
Yeah.
mark the 8th.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, Emma's had a
Emma.
bit of an issue rolling through there. 003. Chloe is off to the win automatically there, as long as she doesn't cross the centre line, which is no real shame there. A slight breakout,
Ooh,
but
yeah.
nonetheless with the red light from Lifting in the aeroflow lane, that gives the win to Chloe Ryko.
Yeah, first is worst in these situations.
Certainly.
So the red light was committed before the breakout. So
Number 1 qualifier here, Piper Bennett. She's got the solo pass, which will be the final junior dragster pass, I believe, for this round.
I think so.
Which looks like.
Yes, well, the good thing about drag racing is after every round, the field's halved.
Yep, that's right. So we've got Piper coming into, she's in pre-stage right now. She's got a dial-in of 799. Now, just because it's a solo pass doesn't mean that you want to throw it away.
No.
Slight minus on the tree, but as a solo, it's not necessarily a red light.
Wow.
801 on a 799 dial-in,
999.
8180.
Pretty safe. So she'll be into the next round of Junior Dragster, and it's the newspaper that comes, or the little book that comes around, the
Certainly.
Western Weekender.
Absolutely. That should bring us to an end of Western Weekend of Junior Dragster, and we should be running into Street Bike, I believe.
Street bike.
Can't quite see any of the bikes up
I
at
saw
there.
a couple of bikes
Couple
go.
of bikes, yep. They're probably just taking advantage of a bit of shade in the tunnel, I
Yeah.
dare say.
Yep.
Which, yeah, we're looking at the screen, which, you know, if I just turn my head to the left, I can see these wonderful cameras that we've got around. And I can see that the street bike guys are down there, ready to rock and roll.
Yep.
We'll just wait for the safety and track crew to put those barriers back into position. down at the early exit gate.
Wow. Yes, they've got a just no words from our sponsor this time.
Yeah, I think we've got some that we might just throw to right now, conveniently.
Yeah,
We'll be right back with the next round of Street Bike here at round 6 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Track Championships at Sydney Dragway.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
All right, back to racing here. We are round 1 of Street Bike. Greg Horadam and Michael Borg pulling up to the line. We've got Kawasaki on Kawasaki action here. Horadam on the later ZX14R, 1441 cc's versus the 1198cc of the ZX12R. Both impressive street bikes in their own right. This will be close, actually. A .37 reaction time of the 344.
It's going to be.
A breakout for Michael Borg gives the win to Greg Horadam.
Oh, no.
Who was off the boil a bit on his dial-in as well. A 1061 on a 1020. Yeah. So he's going to have to say thanks to Michael there in the big end.
Shaking his head. Adrian Watson in the rocket lane. Dialed in with a 10.57 up against Mick Withers. Now, Mick's had a lot of success with this bike that he's got, Heavy Duty Magazine. That's his publication. And he's dialed in with an 11.56. Though he's not riding the short bus. He's got away there, an 080, an 010. He'll have his work cut out. Adrian Watson there, tucks down. I don't know. What's going to...
Mick's broken out.
He runs an 11.46 on an 11.56.
He didn't want to see Adrian come past him in the big end.
No. And
he had the throttle pinned there, There might be a bit of a twist in that handlebar, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
From Mick, but nonetheless, that's racing. So we'll move on to the next pair. And you've got Angie Phipps up against Daniel Burtonshaw, who's the number 2 qualifier.
Yeah, up against number 6 qualifier in Angela Phipps. She's sort of taken... I'm not quite sure if she's still officiating at the track in some sort of capacity, but she's been around here for a long, long time.
Burtonshaw with an uncharacteristic shifting issue as it goes on down there. It's going to hand the win to Angie.
Yep. Yeah, she probably looked over her right shoulder, couldn't see anything coming.
Yeah. Stay into it.
That's it, yeah.
That's a good deal. All right, so next combination up, we've got Andrew Riches here on the Indian Scout. It's good to see the information for this rider this time. Andrew actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken, round 4, he took home the win on this bike, which is effectively a completely standard Indian Scout. Just super consistent.
Really?
Yeah, super consistent and just punched well above his weight. So he's got a 13.0 dial in here. We've got Jimmy Jock Stewart in the rocket lane. He's got a 10.50 dial in. So big reaction time advantage there for Jimmy Jock. So that Kawasaki is going to be screaming down after Andrew Riches.
Yes.
And he breaks out, handing the win back to Andrew Riches. So 10.28 on a 10.50 dial in for Jimmy Jock. So I think he got he had a bit of red mist there, probably just staying right into the throttle, trying to chase down Andrew Riches. But the Indian rides again.
Yeah, number 1 qualifier now, Jesse Barnes, a solo into the next round, dialed in with a 10.05 on that Suzuki GSX 1300cc. Yeah, number 1 qualifier with a 10.03, and he's dialed in with a 10.05. Gee, look at the fat tyre on the back of that bike.
It does have a bit of rubber under it. So
wow.
That's clean reaction time from Jesse there, an 0.34, which is super impressive on a bike, especially a street bike.
Yeah. Gee, it's honking.
Yep, 10.065 on a 10.05 dial-in. So
Wow.
that's a strong competitor there. That's our number 1 qualifier, of course. So
Yeah,
Jesse's always the one to beat.
10.05 and then runs at 10.06. So, yeah, that's pretty
Back into Super
consistent.
Street.
Yeah.
Yep. Go Logistics backing Super Street here. We've got Adam Bowers on solo pass.
Yeah, I think he's top qualifier in there. Adam Bowers, he was just stormed through the field in qualifying. Oh no, he's might have. No, it's
No,
not Tex
Texas for
Griffiths.
the next,
So what's
yeah.
a solo?
Next pass. So 10.05 dial-in for Bowers on this one. It's got High Performance World and Forza Performance on board with that. No 6.9 reaction time for Bowers. The car running nice and straight. It's going to head down there. Let's see how close he gets his dial-in. At 10.089 at 117 mile per hour on a 10.05. So not
He
too
might-
bad.
No, but he might want, if he said that looked like a good leave that time. So I don't know if he's going to change his. I'll be looking at that
Certainly.
next time round. 10.05.
Dave Morton with the new school V8 supercharged combination, the HSV, up against Tex Griffiths, backing Super Street. He's he had some double entries today, but I think he get knocked out in Super Sedan in the last time that he passed. Can't remember.
Not quite sure.
Either way, it was double entered, so he's out. Pretty close on the reaction time between these two, and the dial-in isn't that far apart, so this is going to be a pretty close race all the way through. Tex gets the win, 10.41 on a 37, even though 10.69 with an 8 on a 68 dial-in. For Adam there, it's a very close race. It was all in the reaction time.
Yeah, that's it. It was all in the reaction time. I think Tex just got there in the end because these opposition got a fairly good start and he had to drive around him. So he did it.
Certainly, Henry Spickak here in the airflow lane in the Commodore Ute. Alan Stevenson in the HB Tirana in the Rocket lane. We've got a 12.06 for Spickak. Dialed in versus 11.33 for Stevenson. No shortage on experience here, but geez, the reaction time was a bit lacking for Stevenson. This is going to be difficult to come away from. It certainly was even a breakout for Stevenson there on top of the poor reaction time. So
Well, he ran 11.32 and it was 11.33
on a 33.
So
it was trying to make up for that reaction time, but just tipped him over the edge.
That was it
on the dial-in. So Craig Warren, Sydney Scrap Steel, LJ Tirana, 10.25 dial-in to Jim Raptis, 11.85. With Go Logistics on board with the Trackhawk there.
So Jim Raptis out there. Oh, Craig Warren is no slouch, this guy.
No.
He's switched on at the light. Half a second.
Big heavy car as well.
Yeah.
That big heavy.
Gee, it's a lot
not
to
easy to get away.
Going. No. Oh, Jim broke out 11.77, but he didn't get there first. Craig Warren got there first anyway, so he gets the win there.
Certainly. Right, Matisic, Robert Matisic, I should say, in the Chevy Camaro, 1060 dial-in. Brian had a sing in the VY Commodore, the 1235. And Matisic's usually pretty well on the money with reaction time here.
Yep.
See, and Brian's no slouch. But
oh, look at that. Picked it, mate.
009 for Matisic. The reaction time at 2.23 for Brian. I've given him the commentator's curse there.
Yeah. Ooh, he backed
off the win. 10.74, 1.14 on a 10.60. Okay, move on to the other Matisic, Dennis.
Yeah.
He's in the blue Camaro.
Yeah, with dial-in of 10.80 up against Sammy Joe Johnson in the Rocket Lane and an 11.65 in the L98 6-litre Holden VE Commodore. So 11.65's slower than a 1080. So the red car over there in the lane gets the win as well. Wow.
Well, big. Must have been a big red for Matisic there.
Yeah.
Didn't actually get the time on board, so Sort of neatly handed the win to Sammy Joe Johnson, who's still gone through for a really nice pass. 11.65 was a dial in, 11.71. Not bad at all for Super Street.
Yeah, well, he left LBA left before the third amber.
Yep.
So, oh, this would be a good little run too. David Matasevic in the Ford Cortina with a little Windsor 347 in it, but
it's a spicy 347. That's for
I'll
sure.
say, yeah, it revs like Billy-O too.
Yep.
Mark Elbin over there with the Ute. Oh no, what's going on here?
Got a red from Matasevic in the aeroflow lane. I was just about to say Elbon's usually pretty good on the reaction time, but Matasevic was too good.
Yes.
So he's taken the win, even though both of them broke out too by
yeah.
small margins. But
Yep.
Elborn will move on. The 253 lives to fight another day.
Yeah, first is worst, so his opposition there red lit first, so that's it.
Certainly. Richard Matasevic now in the XY Ute. In the aeroflow lane, dialed into 10.55. Chris Zammit at 11.85. Buddha over there in the VT Commodore with Chev Power on board. It's always a bit odd walking past a relatively late model Commodore and seeing a Chev motor in there.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the traditional Chev 350, I should say. 0-1 through reaction time for Matasevic. That's going to be hard to beat, and it is 10.72 with a 6 on a 10.55. Yeah, all reaction time there, really. When we look at the difference.
Come on, Greyhound, you've got to get past this first round. And he's picked up, you know, so Guy Greenland's pretty sharp.
No. Not an easy one. It's pretty close on the ETs as well. The dial-ins here, 10.92 to a 10.78. So there's not going to be a lot between these guys off the line.
No. Well, I reckon, Guy Greenland's going to go first by, you know, half a light. Pretty hard to pick.
There he goes. Bit of a wiggle from the Bel Air there.
No, he won't catch the flying Greenland.
Jesus, close. Yeah, well, 10th of a second advantage to Greenland there.
Yeah.
The wagon will move on.
Yeah, Greyhound there, it's hard for him to get past the first round lately.
Yes.
But he loves it.
That's all that matters, really.
Yeah, he said
Conoranios in the aeroflow lanes in full stage, just waiting on Mark Hopkins to bump in there in the LX hatchback.
Yes, with that little 312 cubic inch motor in an 090, so this would be an interesting race at the end.
Absolutely.
So the Tirana got to do the chasing. He'll get there.
And he does take the win.
Yeah, 11.04 on a 10.85 at 30. Well, there's something wrong with that.
Yeah.
There must be a spider.
The spiders in the in the mile per hour timing marker down the end there. All right, Braden Stewartson back in the Audi RS3. He's had a couple of great passes today. Peter Virilis in the XD, I believe it is, or XE, possibly. This will be a close one. Virilis is 0.34 on the reaction time. Mile per hour.
Well, is he going to? Well, I think he'll break out. No.
Whoa.
Ew, he does.
Stewartson
Look
gets
at that.
the win, so it comes around him.
Wow.
12.07.
On an 11.96
to a 11.86. So, wow, even though there was such a difference in reaction time, Stewartson still gets to strike one up for the modern Euro cars. All right, Peter Villaris, Go Logistics Holden Tirana in the aeroflow lane has a 10.94 dial in, and we got Mitchell Gregory in that big, beautiful Chevy Impala in the rocket lane, 11.35.
Yeah, so that little Tirana there in the aeroflow lane, he's got to do the chasing. Now, when you leave first, it's if you have a good reaction time. Some people say you get to control the race.
Yes.
So, not much difference in these either, Pat.
Yeah, it's a close one. They're going to be pretty well neck and neck down the track by the looks of things. Yeah, it looks like Gregory breakout by
and he did get there first.
300ths, even though he got there first. Yeah, margin of victory was 7, almost 800ths.
Yeah.
to Villaris there.
Yeah, he was lucky.
That was a pretty close one.
Villaris.
Right, here we go. Adam Hunter in this really well turned out Ford Falcon, and Jim Denaro in the Cortina. They've been working through this Cortina. I think it's a relatively new to them package, or one that's recently been brought back out. It's done a few rounds, of course. But,
yeah, it's been around a while,
Yeah.
but Jim's pretty handy with the wrenches and things like that. And yeah, I tell you what, in qualifying, he's sort of rounded up his opponent.
Yeah. Well, we've got a 946 to a 932, so this is going to be pretty close. Well, red light for Adam Hunter. It's going to hand the win to Denaro. No 5.9 reaction for Denaro there. Let's see how close he gets on the dial. Slight breakout there at 931 with a 6 on a 932. So perfect time to get a cherry in the opposite lane for Denaro.
Yep.
He's just going to move on there.
This would be a good one too. Dashing Dave Gruber. Fastest bus driver in Canberra now because, what's his name, Leo Georges has moved down the coast.
That's it. Also should point out that it is Super Sedan that we're into now after Super Street. Going through here, Gruber in the LJ Tirana, 928 to Bonello in the XW Falcon, 943. So slight leave advantage for Bonello in the rocket lane.
Yep.
Nice reaction time from both drivers.
Oh, this was a tough race.
I've got a feeling that Gruber's out in front. He's going to have to make sure he doesn't break out here. And he doesn't. Takes the win with a 941 on a 928. 967 is a nice pass from Simon Bonello, but yeah, Gruber just with the edge there.
Yeah.
Okay, here's another one that's going to be close if everyone's on their game. Sean Maher, 917 dial into Debbie Robin at 912. Sean Maher's no stranger to Sydney Dragway, of course. It's been a while since Debbie Rob's been down here, but certainly got all the performance on board, and I think it was really only the first qualifying round to shake all the the cobwebs out. Knock the ring rust off, and Debbie's back into it. So
yeah, it's good. Ford 528 cubic inch engine. Sean Maher, you can guarantee he'll be in somewhere along in the presentation.
Certainly.
But you never know. Debbie with a little bit of a break there. She might have regained. So, what's touch?
006 to an 017.
Yeah.
There's a really small margin of victory on offer here. Let's see. Debbie's running through. Oh, breakout for Sean Maher. A 917 with a 2 on a 12.
I wouldn't have picked
dial in.
that, Pat.
What a race there.
Gee.
Super Sedan bringing the goods here today. Round 6 of the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Track Championships at Sydney Dragway. We couldn't really ask for a better day.
No.
It's beautiful. Everyone's on their game. The cars are looking amazing. They're making all the right sounds and cutting the lights. Let's stick with it. We've got Owen James here in this little Cortina that's an ex-Polito car. Thanks to John for giving us that little bit of inside information there. It's been a long time since this car's been at the track, but they're working out some gremlins. A 9.0 dial in. Got Lou Palumbo there. He's on the tree at a 9.10. This is going to be tough for James to get back, and he does break out. I think the guys down there from the James crowd will still be happy with that because that was the cleanest pass that car's made all day. But really good work from Lou Palumbo, 918 on his 910 dial.
He's a pretty smooth operator, he is, Lou Palumbo, in that one-tonner.
Certainly.
It's a great car.
Very clean, a little bit of nitrous assistance there just to give it a bit of pep in its step. Andrew Little here in the Bushrat Camaro. He's got a 961 dial in. Chevy Taylor, the beautiful bubble top. It's 1024 for his dial in there. So this will be a reaction time battle.
Yeah, because Andrew's just come back into racing. I think he had 5 or 6 years while his daughter Claire was racing in junior dragster. Well, she's all grown up and a young lady now, so we thought that she might go into the car, but Andrew, she didn't want to apparently. So
But that's his
Here
story
we are.
anyway. I don't
Yeah.
know. He might not have, let the key go. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, look, no, I
hit it
can't
somewhere.
move the seat. It's
Yeah,
no good.
I
Yeah,
can't-
no,
yeah,
you won't
can't
fit.
find
Sorry.
anything.
All right, just waiting on Chevy Taylor to get into full stage there. He's in now, up on the two-step. Lifts the wheels as he always does. An 0.20 reaction time for Chevy. This is going to be hard to beat for the Bush Rat. And looks like Chevy's going to lead the way all the way down.
Oh, no.
Yep,
Oh, yeah,
1024 on a 1024 dial-in.
Wow.
He's got that worked out.
2000's over. Good. How good's that?
Very, very good. Okay.
Oh,
Got,
Nathan Cowie, is it? Yep.
It's almost battle of the wheelbase here.
Yeah.
Or lack thereof. We've got Rex Webster in the A40 Ute versus Nathan Cowie in the Suzuki Mighty Boy.
I couldn't believe that, like how that little, with the wheelbase and the track and everything, it's like a smart car because their things are square.
Yeah.
And but to have a 400 small block in it, but it just goes as straight as a gun barrel.
It hasn't in the past. So
No.
they've been working on it.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
I
That's
was
for
looking for a groove in the track like a slot car.
Yeah. All right, both in the stage. We've got 948 dial in Webster.
Oh!
Red light and a big wiggle for Cowie. So it looks like it's going to hand the win to Webster. Cowie is still on the dial in, and so is Rex actually. 948. He's running 950 with a 9. So really nice pass there and a bit of excitement from the Mighty Boy. It's always good to see. No, obviously I was wrong that Tex went down in the previous round because he's back out in Super Sedan as well.
Super Sedan, yeah. So he's still in that double.
Yep.
Tex Griffiths there in the big Plymouth Satellite. They only come in base and sport, and sport, which is the one I've got, it's got bucket seats and a floor shift, and the base is a bench seat with a column auto. So I don't know what he's done.
Not sure. Not
Yeah,
sure.
I couldn't be. And Joe Zammett is pulled up next to him in the Holden VL Commodore, Holden 383. 10 flat for Zammett and a 10.38.
This will be a good race.
Dial in.
041 to an
This
060.
is going to be close.
It's going to be a very close race. They're almost tied together at the big end. Oh, Tex has broken out. So too is Joe, actually,
Joe,
but
yeah.
less so.
And Tex got there first.
Yep, definitely. So margin of victory, 7 thousandths to Zammett there. Tex will be filthy about that one.
Yeah, well, that's it. It was that race was decided on the size of the breakout.
Yes.
Whoever breaks out by the largest amount has to hand the race over to the other guy, even though they both broke out. That's called a double breakout, and then it goes towards the one that broke out by the least amount.
That's it. We've got Sean Sorbello up here on solo pass. Looks like he'll be the last of the Super Sedan runners today.
Yep.
A little bit quick on the reaction time, but it's no big deal because it's a solo pass. Everything else is going to work all right. 1020 dial in. He's running 1026, so
it's pretty good.
Car seems to be working well for him.
Yeah. All right.
It's into Super Sedan.
Super Sedan. I've got.
And I think we might have. Trying to check at what we've got coming out next. Is it junior drag bike? Junior drag bike coming out next? I think that's what's on the card. So yeah, so we'll have junior drag bike coming out next. We've got 3 runners in Chicago shootout. We'll get those guys out there. We might just jump off to a quick word from our sponsor as they set up the safety gear for the junior categories. We'll be right back with more racing from round 6 of the Speed Adict Clothing Track Championships here at Sydney Dragway.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com. Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
All right, as you can hear, we've got a junior drag bike back here in the lanes. Lincoln Delios in the Aeroflow lane and Anastasia Lucky in the right lane. Looks like Josh Burtonshaw might be rubbing off on the rest of the junior drag bike. Gang bushy.
They say peer pressure is a pretty powerful thing. Or they're realising that they can do burnouts.
Maybe they're like, oh, there's something in this. Right.
Until they wear it out and have to swap it over.
Yeah, that's a shame. Whoa, great reaction time for Anastasia Lucky there in the Rocket Lane, an 018. She's on a 953 dial-in. Delios is on a 12.0.
And Delios runs right on the dial-in. Goes 10.06 with an O on a 12.0 to take the win. Gave away a bunch on the start line, but just goes to show that it's not only the reaction time that wins the race. You've got to be close on the dial-in as well. Keefy just photobombing Josh's burnout. I wonder what IHRA would do if he started doing like one-handers.
Like a Benny Stevens sort of style thing.
Not suggesting that, Josh.
No.
By the way.
Yeah, keep both hands on the bars, please, mate.
Please, mate, yes.
Nonetheless, we've got a 935 dial-in for Josh Burtonshaw there. Pretty safe as the number one qualifier. He's got an 089 reaction time, which is, again, not a bad thing. Josh is starting to really grow into his height as well. So from a junior point of view, it's making things a little bit trickier. But he has broken out there in the dial, 931 with a 1 at 935.
Yeah, not a huge distance under, but of course we've seen today that the weather conditions are pretty good out there. So we've seen a few cars and bikes run quicker than what they normally do, which is a good thing. We're not complaining, and the racers in all of our sportsman categories have the opportunity, obviously, to adjust the dial-ins and tune that side of it to suit the car or bike's performance.
Certainly.
Shouldn't be too far away from Junior Dragster firing up. Although it looks like they're still assembling in the staging lanes.
I feel like this is a pretty quick turnaround for juniors, actually. Well, since their last round.
It was. I was thinking that when Graham Frawley was running in the funny car, I thought it wasn't that long ago that he did a lap. But obviously the Aeroflow team have a bunch of people down there.
They're pretty used to it as well.
Yeah,
so
pretty well machine.
And being that it's an Outlaw Nitro Funny Car, they don't necessarily have to rebuild the entire thing.
Yes.
They'll rip the clutch out of it, obviously, and check everything out. But compared to a big show fuel car, it's a little bit more of a relaxed atmosphere down at the pit section.
It's a good way to learn. Get the crew into a procedure and then say, well, you want to go big show?
Yeah, that's right. What you've just done now, double it.
Yes, in less time, every time.
Right.
But we shouldn't be too far away from assembling the remainder of those brackets. We can see a couple of the cars at the head of the lanes. They're obviously ready to go, but I think we're down to, I don't know how many cars we had qualify in total.
I think I saw 25.
1 of 5 rounds for Junior Dragster, so that's quite a fair bit. Don't laugh, Patrick.
I'm not laughing, but I am going to tell a story here.
Oh, God.
I've just been handed something, Bushy.
Don't you read it?
I'm going to read it.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to read it, because what are you going to do about it? This is from Dragster magazine, September 3rd, 1993, folks.
I'm having a silent protest.
This is the Junior Fuelers ride-in section. Dear Dragster, hi, my name is Stephen Bush, and I am 11 years old. I've just joined the Junior Fuelers Club, and I want to tell you how pleased I am with the T-shirt and posters you gave me for joining. Your magazine is tops. I really enjoy reading my articles. I'm not going to go right through this, Bushy. I'll save you a little bit. But it's, okay. You'd like me to continue. All right, sure thing. Now, keep in mind, folks, this was an 11-year-old, so you can't really, I don't want anyone to give Bushy too much of a hard time. He loves the magazine. My dad's building a 1935 Ford Tourer with a 351 Cleveland. Hopes to have it drivable for the next hot rod drag meeting at Eastern Creek. Did he, in fact, have it ready? No, it wasn't the go. He's taken me to Eastern Creek several times. I think the best meeting so far was the Triple Challenge this year. Geez, I wish they'd bring that back. Man, wouldn't that be a good thing? Triple Challenge. Supercars, superbikes, and top fuelers. Bring back tobacco sponsorship, I say, with a bit of money to get all that happening. I love watching drag videos and reading magazines and drawing dragsters. I've seen you scribble at Dragster recently here in the commentary box as well, Bushy. Still got it, mate.
It's nearly as good as the Ben Gatt drawing.
My favourite Wild Bunch driver is Ben Gatt, whom I met at the Winfield Series meet. I have included a sketch of Ben Gatt's old Falcon, Stephen Bush, from Balcombe Hills in New South Wales.
There you go. How many memories did that just bring back, Pat?
Mate.
Not only for me, but for...
I think anyone... If anyone could listen to me blab on, which I understand sometimes hard, I think everyone would have figured that they probably were an 11-year-old as well at one point and just wanted nothing more to be a part of whatever it is that they're excited about.
Yes.
And that's the really cool thing. And, there's a bunch of other riders here, people that have written in that I would hope all of them are still in some way attached to drag racing, right?
I'm sure if you sat there and went through backstory, John Summerarch, commentator here today, has been given a whole bunch of old Dragster magazines. Of course, Dragster magazine was a locally produced magazine here that covered drag racing all over the country. And John was given a bunch of those by someone else, and John's been spending a little bit of time during his lunch breaks reading some of the old articles, and I dare say going down memory lane. And so he's found a couple for me and a couple for some of the other racers that are still around, and is handing the magazines to the people that have the articles. And it's pretty cool, actually. We were reminiscing a little bit about the history that Rod Andrews from Andrews Race Cars sent. I just showed John a photo similar back when I was racing. There was me, my dad, the late Fred Dudek, in my car at a Christmas event that they had at the old Canberra International Dragway that Les and John were just talking about. I remember doing that, but that's 25, 30 years ago.
Look at the mugs here in this ad.
Yes, Alan Dobson.
Alan Dobson and
Victor
Bray, yeah. Jeez, how similar does Benny look? Seeing an old photo of Victor like that, it's basically it's like a mirror. You could picture that's Benny right there. So, yeah, very cool. I don't know if Ben, is there any way that we can get a photo on the live stream or anything?
Hold it up to the camera.
Can we that camera? Will that camera? No, it's not set up. All right. We'll try and get a photo of that amazing photo of the boys there. What else have we got? These old magazines are just amazing.
Yeah, so
Look at
that's
that.
one.
Rocket Industries.
That's one magazine that we've got here, and
Yep.
I guess with all of us being around the sport for so long, it's great to have that history, and I'd hate to see it slowly dwindle away as generations move on. But hopefully, people can hang on to this sort of history. And
Sydney's Vic Elfies with his new C&V Performance race
The
fan, Archer
RX3.
Smashbear RX3 Mazda. Look at Vic. He hasn't changed much. I think the only difference is his hair's shorter. Look, that's about it.
It's interesting how there's so many people that sort of come and go in the sport, but there's so many that are around and have been around for so long, and such a strong presence even still now, in some cases 40 years or more, from when they, I guess I'll use the word, when they were in their prime, going through early adulthood, starting a family, running a business, blah, 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 to going through retirement and still being involved, running the cars that they do.
Case in point, the next sort of article down is Louis Delios.
Yes.
We just saw Lincoln.
Yes.
The grandson running junior drag bike. I'm going to have to put this magazine down because all we'll end up doing is talking about people that used to race, and it'll be
all right. Well, you can do that. I can
there.
call Junior then if you want to do that.
No,
that's fine.
I'm going to put that down. But that's super cool. So
thank you for embarrassing me, Patrick.
You're welcome. I think it's just good. It's good for everyone to know that you're not just here talking about stuff, mate. You're bloody in it. Drag racing's in your blood, Bushy. I'm sure everyone here knows that better than I do anyway, but...
Well, I'd like to think that I kind of know a little bit about what I'm talking about. But we'll see how we go.
I reckon you go all right.
All right.
Speaking of going all right.
Going right, we're moving into the next round of Junior Dragster, and we see Chloe Rako in the airflow lane, dialed in with an 803. She's taking on Kristen Canuli over there in the rocket lane. Canuli running for PC Racing in the Mike Boss Junior Dragster. He's in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 798. So in racing, they can dial in as quick as a 790. But there's only 0.05 of a second here between the two. And on the start line, Canuli with the advantage.
300s in the reaction time, so this will be a close race. Slight breakout.
Only just too fast there for Canuli, handing the win back to Rako. And Rako will move into the next round. Next up we have Jake McNamara, 796. His dial in, he's in the airflow lane, running for Fine Line Motorsports. Bank of Mum and Princey Motorsports also helping him out. In beside Daniel Carabalat in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 818. Running for Oz Motor Group, Reconditioning Services, VEK Tools, Dr. Meth Race Fuels, and Lightstream Electrical.
Daniel's made some great passes today as well. I think he's been performing really well. Number 6 qualifier. It's certainly picking his game up, which is always good to see. Jake McNamara was 796 dial-in. We've had several of the A Junior Dragsters in 90s for the dial-in today, so definitely no one wanting to leave anything on the table.
Do I start a topic of conversation and say we should lower the ET?
Ooh, I like going fast. 043 reaction time for McNamara. So 118 from Carabullet there.
And McNamara takes the win, goes 803 with a 2. Carabullet got there first, but went too quick, 0.06 of a second too quick, and handed the win back to McNamara. So we'll see Jake back for round number 3 a little bit later on. The next pairing out, we have Charlotte Leifting and Piper Bennett. Bennett dialed in with an 8 flat. She's in the rocket lane, I beg your pardon, for Stratus Form, Smith Concepts, Cheap and Easy Trailers, and 8 Crew Design. She was our number 1 qualifier. So she might well see a solo run a little bit later on if the field numbers become uneven.
Absolutely. Had a solo pass in the last round.
Oh, did she? Okay, sorry, I wasn't in the box. That's why I didn't see that.
Yeah, that's all
She's
right.
already received her reward.
And still basically nailed the pass as well. So, so Charlotte Leafing is going to do her best. Step up here, 130, close on the reaction time between these two. This will be a close race as it heads down on through there. Leafing does take the win. On that one, an 834 with a 2 on 833 dial in, an 803 on an 80 for Bennett. Looks like reaction time again.
There wasn't much in that. Neither race are doing, if you take the reaction time out of it, both races weren't too far away from their dial-ins. It was just that Leafing had the slightly better
couple of hundreds
combination of the two. Our next pairing out will be Savannah Condello and Georgia Leafing. Savannah in the Aeroflow lane for Fine Line Motorsports and 2528 Automotive Accessories. 820 her dial-in. She will be chasing Georgia Leafing in the Rocket lane, running for Speedflow Products. She's dialed in with an 894.
Good reaction time for Georgia there, 069.
Savannah with a little bit of work to do at the top end here. And she gets there. Leafing goes too fast, Patrick.
Wow.
Got there first by 700ths of a second, but an 892 with a 6. Handing the wing back to Condello there.
Juniors have just been throwing up all sorts of sort of curveballs today. I mean, just reaction times, breakouts. It's been all over the place. He's like Harry. We know he's always at the pointy end. We know this is his last time out in juniors, I believe. But Daniela here in the Rocket lane, Axiac, she's normally at the pointy end, but qualified number 25, which is a bit out of the norm for her, I think. Not to say that she's off her game or anything like that, but it's just that's the way racing can be sometimes. It just comes down to
Yes, I think sometimes that, as you say, that can sometimes be a mechanical thing, but I think in the case of Junior Drags today, a lot of the cars were running a little bit too quick for qualifying. So they get awarded a time and basically back to the back of the field. So that 25th qualifying spot, I believe, is not a representative of the time that she actually raced.
It's not necessarily representative of that, but it just goes to I suppose my point is someone who's sort of right on their game normally and is a very fierce competitor can just have a slight mistake, a miscalculation, and then all of a sudden you sort of tumble down there and you've got to fight your way back. But she's definitely got a pretty spicy dial in there at 793, pushing close to the cutoff.
I think we've got it. I was going to say we had a staging duel, but they both went in at exactly the same time. 057 on the tree for Reiko to an 093 for Axiac. A fair bit of experience racing down the track right now, and Reiko will take the win. He's going to move into the next round.
That was close as well, 400s margin of victory there.
I think nearly all of our races have been decided by only a few hundredths of a second so far in this round. Next up, we see Jacob Longo in the RMJ Mechanical Repairs Junior in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 893. He's taking on Zane Condello in the Rocket lane for Fine Line Motorsports and 2528 Automotive Accessories. Zane's dialed in with an 826. Both cars just moving up to the start line. Already seen Savannah go on through. McNamara's through. Zane, the third of the Fine Line Motorsports cars. No pressure whatsoever.
No sweat, mate. I think Zane's at the point where he's probably not feeling the pressure these days.
058 to an 077. I think my click was red.
Your click was red.
Oh no,
he's broken out.
Only just by 0.02 of a second. Handing the win back to Longo to move forward into the next round.
All right, we've got Tegan Smith, our number 2 qualifier, pulling up to the line, the final solo pass. with this round of the Western Weekender Junior Dragster category. 798 dial-in for Tegan here. She's been given the thumbs up and is going to edge forward into stage. As we mentioned before, even though it's a solo pass, you don't want to give up the opportunity to dial in. An 0.22 reaction time means that Tegan is very well dialed in there. 4.999 at 3:30. 7.98 with an O on a 7.98 dial-in. I don't know how much better you can get, aside from maybe a couple of hundredths better on the reaction time. That's a great pass.
Well, I guess the good thing about doing something like that on a solo is it gives you confidence that you're pointing in the right direction for your dial-in and where you're at with your tune, obviously, too.
Yep, definitely. Well, you got everything right on that one. I think that's got to be, that would have to be the best dial-in and run
combination,
ET today, yeah,
because you're only about 200ths away
yeah.
so far, but of course we will try our best to. There's nothing up here that highlights that.
No,
we'll just
yeah,
try and call that off memory and let all of our spectators and viewers on the live stream know that.
I got a feeling Cheryl Beddoes on the Harley earlier today was pretty close.
Yeah, well, she did perfect
reaction time, yeah, but I think her dial-in was really close too. Interesting to know.
Of course, we are numbers people up here, so
yeah,
it certainly does. It's interesting, the different combinations and how you actually see cars and bikes running down the racetrack. You see a good 60 foot, and then you might see it slow between there and the 330, for example.
Yep.
Obviously, as commentators, we don't know every vehicle in and out, where they should be running and what they should be doing, but we try our best to exercise our brain cells in memory.
Try our best to try our best.
Yes. So we're about to move into bikereview.com.au, a modified bike, of course. And our next pair of competitors will be Matthew Hunt in the airflow lane on the Suzuki GSX-R 1000. He's taking on Michael Riches on the Team Digger Suzuki Hayabusa. Michael's dialed in with a 970. So that both these bikes will be a heads-up start.
All right, Bushy, I might hand back over to our resident racer here, John Smorak.
Okay,
He's joining us today in the commentary box.
Not a problem at all, Pat. Thank you for your help. We hear the motorcycles move forward. As I said, Matthew Hunt in the airflow lane and Michael Riches in the rocket lane. Michael gets out here as much as he possibly can. Not on this motorcycle, but he's got a 750 that I believe he did a little bit of damage to. So he's been lent this bike for this weekend by Albie Davidson and Team Digger. So although similar in principle, of course, slightly different riding position and a number of different things different. So he has to obviously make those adjustments. Both bikes into full stage. The tree will count down simultaneously. Hunt with the better reaction time. Straight down the center of his lane. And gets to the finish line at 9.76 with a 142 mile an hour to take the win for Hunt. And he will move into the next round. Next pair out will be Albie Davidson and Jeff Feigl. Davidson in the airflow lane. Feigl in the rocket lane. Davidson dialed in with a 10.21, near enough to 0.3 of a second head start. Going to the bike in the airflow lane. Davidson with a bunch made up on the start line here. 1.8 tenths up his sleeve. And unfortunately, just ran a heap off his dial in, handing the win back to Weigel. Although the margin of victory in total wasn't much, it was only about 800.
700,
Yeah. Just goes to show you think you've had the race won, and I don't know whether Albie missed a gear or something there. Robert Simmons now in the aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 9.99, taking on Gareth Wilcox, dialed in with a 10.30. Well, one of those bikes not wanting to shift gear, I don't think. Wilcox goes too fast, 10.11 with a 5 on a 10.30, goes quick by a long way. Handing the win back to Simmons, who was, I'll say dead lucky, because he ran an 11.9, I think it was, on his 9.99 dial in.
Very lucky.
There's 2 races in a row.
Take them when you can get them.
Exactly, exactly. Our next pair of races is Sean Ricketts and Bobby Joe Simmons. Simmons will have a little bit of a task here. Ricketts is on a bit of a tear. I think he's taken trophies for 3 out of the 6 rounds already this season. 029 on the tree for Ricketts, 059 on the tree for Bobby Joe. Anybody's race at the finish line. Ricketts gets there with the win, but Simmons goes too fast, John.
Yep.
So Simmons broke the finish line beams first, but went too quick. That hands the win back to the other rider in this instance. Only that the other rider didn't go under the dial-in by more. Lucas Nego and Cheryl Beddoes to do battle now. Nego in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 9.45. Beddoes with a 9.10. .008 on the tree for Beddoes. She has been red hot on that start line every time she's come up to it today. And will take the win. 9.23 with a 4, 142 mile an hour. She got there by 0.2 of a second.
Good win.
Yeah, definitely. As the crew down there definitely jumped for joy when the win light appeared in her lane. Looks like we're going to move in.
008's not too shabby.
No, certainly a very good reaction time. I'm just wondering at this time of the afternoon whether the sun on that side of the Christmas tree does make it a little bit more difficult to see the ambers. However, now with the LED lights, it's probably not too much of an issue.
LED and the blinder on it, it's probably not that big an issue.
All right, moving into modified eliminator now, and their next round of competition.
Paul Lynette in the aeroflow lane and George Buck in the rocket lane. That's what he calls himself on Facebook, so I'm going with it.
You're going with that. I was going to say, you're not having a crack.
Hard to pronounce as my name.
That's why you get JB.
That's it. George is leading the track championship, I believe. Not by much, though.
It's definitely
CJ's just a little bit behind.
It's definitely a hotly contested championship. 0-1-2
for George. 0-72 for Lynette. Going to be hard to chase down from here. Takes a win. 7.92 and a 7.88. Good package.
I think Lynette might have had to get out of the throttle there. He did move way over towards the centre line.
Doing awkward stuff.
Yes, that's what they do. Our next pairing out will be Mark Tanswell taking on Lachlan McCaskill. McCaskill in the rocket lane, dialing with a 7.31. The big block Chevy powered dragster for Mark 1 welding.
He's going to have to sit there for 2 seconds on the start line. Mark's on a 9.42, so
yeah,
that's a big weight.
It certainly is in a modified drag, so Lachlan will just have to be patient, considering Tanswell's going to be past the 60 foot before McCaskill's let go. McCaskill's noticed that Tazwell's already gone into full stage. All right, McCaskill in there now. 3 counts down for Tanswell first.
5:03 light for Mark and a 1:34 for Lachlan.
Here comes that top end charge of the Dragster. The shoot was out early, 7:34 with a 5.
On a 7:31.
On a 7:31 at 175. So didn't pull it up that much at the top end if you look at the ET.
It was all in the reaction time, that race.
Next up, Chelsea Smith and Brooke Rapazzato doing battle. Smith in the Aeroflow lane. In the yellow rear engine Dragster taking on Brooke Rapazzato in the rocket lane.
I think the car Brooke's driving is Jeff Blake's car. I can see him out there at the front of the car.
Yep.
But her motor, I believe.
Actually, I did notice that the capacity of the engine wasn't, because I thought it had a 540 in it at one point.
I think that's the deal. It's Jeff's car and
yes,
Brooke and her dad's motor.
Would he let me drive it? I put an Escort
you can
1600 in it.
Yeah. You can try.
I've got one sitting on an engine stand. It wouldn't run. It wouldn't run the ET required though. That's the problem.
Ooh, 005 for Brooke and 025 for Chelsea. It's going to be a tough race. Chelsea takes the win. Brooke's car ran off, went 813 on a dial, and went 824.
That's unfortunate there for Brooke. Next up we have Jess Turner and Mark Bulls, a pair of rear engine dragsters on the start line right now.
Dial-ins very close to each other. Jess with a 778 and Mark with a 781. 300ths in a dial.
Just not very much at all.
Nah, not even a blink.
Both races in there now. The tree counts down almost simultaneously. Not much in the light at all, John. 040 for Turner to an 054 for Bull.
Be close at the finish line.
Definitely. 200s across the finish line. Turner got there first, gets the win. 780 with a 3. 166 through the finish line.
200th win margin.
Which at that speed wouldn't be very much at all. There was a race last meeting that was 2/10. I'm pretty sure it was 2/10,000ths of a second. I punched some numbers, and I think the margin in terms of what the speed the cars were doing for that amount of time was like 12 mil. Something like that, if my maths was right.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a disclaimer there. It might not be 100%.
We got both reds on, so something's going on.
Yeah, we got someone at the finish line in the rocket lane. I can't see anything on the cameras for finish line or turnaround. Might be one of the timing sensors just needing the block realigned or something along those lines. So usually only a few moments to fix that. Bob Sinclair goes through on a solo there to move into the next round. An 8:43 with a 6 at 156 mile an hour. Was a pretty good run. Even on his own, the reaction time was pretty decent as well. Our next pair out will be Alison Stewart in the LA Lubricants Jeff's Racing rear engine dragster. The 440 Ford power plant on board. Which is a little bit unusually modified to see the blue oval in the engine bay.
Yeah, it is. Mainly Chevs.
Yes. That
Or Holden sixes.
That seems to be the two engines of choice, or two manufacturers of choice. But good to see that Jeff stays true to the blue oval.
Jeff's Ford man through and through.
It's one of those things, isn't it? Rarely do you see people, I'll use the word switch sides, switch manufacturer from that point of view. You know, if you're a Ford person, you generally stick with Ford as much as you can. Obviously, in the case of a rear engine dragster, there's no make of car that you're putting it into as such. So you stick with the mechanicals that you can. And you know, you do your best to keep as many parts with that, whether it's the bow tie or whether it's the Ford oval attached or whatever it might be. It might be a 2J, you know, Toyota or a
Barra.
Or a Barra, yeah. And I think there's so many different engine combinations and different ways that you can go racing nowadays. You know, we see
beauty of bracket racing. You can basically race any engine combo that you want.
Yes, and you can build a car pretty much how you want to build it, and there's a class that you will fit into.
Exactly.
The class that you fit into. I mean, your trade, John, is building race cars and fabrication work. I mean, to most of your customers come to you and say, I want to run boosted Outlaws, or I want to run modified Eliminator, or like, do you sort of say, well, if we did it this way, it opens the door to this class?
Yeah, the more options you got, the better.
Yes.
With boosted Outlaws, you can still run Super Sedan if you want to.
Yes. Yeah.
With a dragster, you're kind of limited. It'll just be modified you could run in.
Yep.
But if you built a Roadster, you could run modified and super gas.
Yes.
Yeah, personal preferences.
Yeah, I think that is the beauty of drag racing as opposed to, you know, other categories, you know, in other forms of motorsport, where if you build I'll use the terminology of sports sedan, or, you know, I'm envisaging that those classes of car or those types of cars you can only run as a sports sedan because they're that heavily modified, they don't fit into something else. So, you know, from a drag racing point of view, that is certainly one of the benefits out of you know, building or buying a car, is that there's usually more than one category that you want to race in. I know that you personally have switched between a little bit of index racing and super gas.
Run a little bit of super stock for a little bit. Not very well.
Well, if memory serves me right, there was a few mechanical issues there, but
yep.
You know, definitely it's good to have that option. You know, if you come across a combination that works good for you and you're close to a national record, why not give index racing a bit of a crack?
Yeah, and there's lots of other events you can race at now, like the radial thing if you've got a door car.
Yes.
Or Grudge Kings. There's plenty of options where you can race.
Yeah, and I think having that opportunity, you know, and it's not just here at Sydney Dragway. There's race meetings happening at a lot of the regional tracks as well.
Yeah.
That may not get the same sort of coverage as a big facility like we're lucky enough to have here at Sydney Dragway. Yeah, promoters put on different things with their own sets of rules that.
That's why the junior drag bike thing's a very good thing in my opinion.
Oh, definitely, 100%.
Opens up the guys that want to race bikes.
Yes.
Like you can race a motocross bike when you're 8 years old.
Yes.
So,
well,
the sport's been missing that a little bit.
Well, there was people pushing for junior drag bikes back when I was racing.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So I don't know, that was political, some sort of rubbish.
Oh, what are you talking about? That doesn't happen in drag racing. I don't know what you're on about, John.
I remember the junior funny car thing.
Yes, yeah.
That was many years ago, and that got knocked on the head for no reason.
I think you know that it's important in some ways to to have some sort of, I guess, familiarity with between the cars. But I know that in other countries they run, for instance, sticking with the junior dragsters, they run junior drag bike, they run funny car, they have other different categories. But I mean, for us here in Australia, to get the fields that we do in junior dragster is pretty cool. Junior drag bike here in Sydney, you're slowly building a field, which is great. I think from a cost point of view, in many cases, the junior drag bike potentially is a lot cheaper than running the dragster. But it just depends on whether you're a bike person or a car person.
What I'd like to see in this country is, and I've seen it in the US, there's front engine junior dragsters.
Oh, I mean,
that is cool.
You and I are both in that because we're both into nostalgia. But
I don't know if that's on the books for anyone, but
is the engine behind the driver still?
No, the engine's in front of the driver.
It's actually in front. Okay. Yeah, wow.
Google it.
I will have a look. So what the chain runs down outside?
Outside.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, fair. There'd be some pretty interesting. And what do they run, like a fiberglass Hemi or something like that? As an engine cover, or what?
I think they're still like the traditional junior dragster
okay.
motor.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, would you? I mean, me as a
put a
hot rider, I'd cover it up and get, sort of do that. But I think obviously, when you look in the US, I was talking to one of our junior racers here not long ago, and he was talking about potentially having the opportunity to race in the US. And there was something like 650 cars that race at this event. It's a week-long deal.
I know Piper Bennett and her dad were over there this year, I think.
Yes.
And it was something like that, 600, 700 cars. Crazy.
That's a lot of cars. Yeah. Like when you look at like the US Nationals total, I think is like 1,300, and that race is over 5 days. Yes, I was just trying to think back when Dad and I went. It was a 5-day race meeting. And that's non-stop. It's not like there's 3 short days and Saturday, Sunday is a full day. It's 5 full days of racing. And I mean, to be honest, I'm a little bit carred out by that point. I know as much as I love cars and motorsport, by the end of the 5th day, it's like...
That's overwhelming, eh?
Yeah, it is a little bit overwhelming. But definitely something if you have the opportunity to check out a race meeting, whether it's US Nationals or if it's... some other race meeting that you might be lucky enough to be travelling around the US and, go and see how they do it in the US. It's a little bit different to here, but obviously the concept is the same.
It's 330 million versus 23 million. So.
Yes, yeah. All right, I'm not 100% sure what the hold...
Reds are still on,
yeah.
So.
While we fix this, whatever the issue may be, we'll just throw to our big screen for a couple of words from some of our sponsors. John and I will be back with you very, very shortly.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
We're still in modified. Ali Stewart in the left lane and Dan Whitemeister in the right lane.
Good to see the resurgence of the Holden 6-cylinder.
With a blower on it.
In this category, there seems to have been, a whole heap of people going, I've got one of them. Let's get out there and have a crack.
Why not?
And there's obviously some that are a little bit quicker than others, but it's all about having a car that you're passionate about, having something that you want to push. It could be a 4-cylinder turbo in there. It could be a 6-cylinder turbo. It could be a 2J, a Barra, a V8, a Hemi, whatever power plant, even a rotary, if that's what
Very
floats.
traditional car, Dan, short wheelbase, T-body, supercharged 6-cylinder Holden. And Ali's is a rear-engine dragster with a small block Ford. Sponsored by Scorpion Racewear and Cackling Pipes. Cackling Pipes is Dan. Dan? No, not Dan.
No, Grant.
Grant. Duh. 27 light for Dan. 37 for Ali. This will be close at the finish line. Look, Ali takes it.
Yeah, big closing speed difference there. Over 67 mile an hour. I think Dan's altered, slowing a little bit at the finish line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slowed down quite a bit.
Did look to be a little bit fuely off the start line, but
yeah, puffing some black smoke on it.
Moving into our next pair, we have Rocco Romano in the Nick's Mini Skips Bolton Dragster. In the airflow lane, dialed in with a 721. 9/10 of a second behind him is CJ Davies with an 831.
Yeah, Craig's second in the points at the moment, so important race.
Yeah, I think it's one of these championships that we have here at Sydney Dragway, because it's over so many rounds, it rewards a consistent showing. You don't have to win everything.
You can't afford to skip a race
No,
either. You
no.
have to do all 8 rounds.
Yeah.
Craig with an 033 and Rocco with an 034. Rocco moves around a little bit. Oh, and Craig takes the win. 834 and an 831.
Yep.
So it was a 300ths win margin. Very close.
Yeah, not very much at all. We're moving into our next round of Top Sportsman. And we're going to see Leo Georges in the Escort panel van. Dialed in with an 883. He's going to take on Salim Matter. Salim in the HB Tirana. Dialed in with a 775. A little bit of a chase for Salim, considering the carrot's going to be near enough to the 60 foot. And probably on the back wheels, like it was last time.
065 for Leo and a 309 for Salim. It'll be hard to chase this down.
Salim's
Leo
car
takes the win.
930, 893 with the 6. I'll get there at the end, sorry. I was just watching Salim's car. It seemed to be bouncing a little bit in the front end, not carrying the wheel, but not planning it either. Our next pairing, Joe Sorbello
And Scott Cousins. Scott's sponsored by Gas Motorsport. And Joe by Slingshot Converters. And Jenkins Performance Engines. I don't know if that's a grumpy bill.
Grumpy wouldn't be interested in an engine that's only 388 cubes, would he? You have to have a 1 in front of it, I'd say. Carry that 2 cylinders. Here we go. Sorbello away first. Cousins unfortunately threw it away on the start line with 3 thousandths too soon, John. Pops the chutes. Goes 763 with a 6, 174 mile an hour and a 770 just to make sure. And Sorbello out of the throttle, rolls on through for a 9.
Red light and a breakout.
Yep.
Gotta love it.
It was a good clean pass out of the Datsun though, once you let that button go.
Goes down the track nice, doesn't it?
I would certainly give it garage space, John, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Joe Gattalari in the VL Commodore for Cos Constructions, dialed in with an 852, taking on Simon Krieger with the 820 dial in. So the WB Holden utility for West End Performance is actually giving the head start to Joe Gadolari. Now, it's a little bit of an interesting concept. You wouldn't think it looking at it, would you?
No.
Gadolari away with an 0.35 light. And we'll take the win, 8.53 with a 1 on an 8.52.
Cutting it fine.
Yep. He didn't need to because
No.
Krieger was nowhere near him. All right, our next pair going through their burnout procedure. We have James Barnes over there in the Ford Mustang. He's dialed in with an 848, taking on Jaden Curry in the Holden
Jaden's got a
truck.
P plate on the back window.
Yes. Yep.
Red piece too.
Yep. Not long out of junior dragster now, stepping into this Tirana in Top Sportsman.
Yeah, I think his dad drove it before. Maybe. Oh, 012 against 004.
Yeah, Jaden
Gonna be close.
locked together at 8th mile. Jaden gets there first, but goes too fast, handing the win to James Barnes, who runs an 8.53. Not much in that one at all. That was side by side. Next up, George Matter in the A-Civil Drill Tech Solutions LH Tirana, dialed in with a 787, taking on Josh Boscovich in the Bosco Mobile Mechanical and Wild Ink Motorsport Merch XA Coupe.
The 427 Fontana, which is an aluminium version of a Ford block.
Can you still buy them, John, or are they...
Pretty sure.
Yeah. Not a very common thing that we see here in drag racing. I know the Fontana
Speedway, there's plenty of them.
yeah, I was going to say is more a speedway thing.
Benny Gadd had one of the first Fontanas in the country, I think.
Yes. Probably back when I drew that sketch.
A bit of purge of the nitrous there for Josh. Oh. 835 red for Josh. Runs an 8.2 on an 8.0 and George went 792 on a 787.
Yes, a good pass for Matter nonetheless. He'll take the win and move into the next round. Moving into Extreme Motorcycle now. And we're going to see Alex Borg take on Brant Gilliver. Gilliver had a crackover run on the last time that he faced the starter. Of course.
Gilliver, sponsored by Extra Soy Candles and Team Ape. Interesting sponsors. And Mick Hone Motorcycles.
Money's money, right?
Money's money. Alex Borg, sponsored by Azapati Racing.
It's great to see different businesses get behind all of our racing endeavours.
Alex qualified number 1 with a 7:13.
So Borg there, a 7.13 with a 5, 205 miles an hour. Gilliver with not a bad run, but just out horsepowered by that turbo Hayabusa. Next up, we're going to see Brendan Miglianico for Rams Head Services and Full Send Racing taking on Joe Curry in the Rocket Lane. Curry running for Twin Tune Performance Centre, VP Race Fuels, and of course Joe Curry Motorcycle Transport. Joe, I believe, trying this new combination. .064 on the tree.
Ooh, left turn for Brendan.
Yeah, right over towards the wall for Brendan, but brings it back to the middle of the lane. 8.22 with a 2, 195 miles an hour. You can see the very distinctive tyre mark that is left on a big arc over towards the wall.
That would have been scary.
No, yeah, it would have been, but I'd never do it, so it's all good. Diana Zapati and Mike Lawson, our next pair out. Down into pre-stage, bringing that top white light on. Lawson now also into full. 3 will count down. 1 flash and they're gone. Diane with a better light. Lawson in front at half track and we'll build the lead from there. 8.15 with a 7. 171 mile an hour through the finish line. To an 8.56 at 1.59 for Diane. Next up, we'll see Ryan Franks on a solo. Running for Azapati Racing and GSF Engineering. .003 on the Pro Tree, getting a little bit of a wiggle up at 3.30. Straightens out after that, a 7.68 with an 8.200 mile an hour through the top end.
200 mile an hour on a motorcycle.
Yep, and for those of us that are younger generation, that's 320 kilometres an hour.
Next up, we've got first round of Supergas. Two young fellas in the bracket, Nicholas Polito and Luke Romeo. Nicholas in the Ford Probe and Luke in the VP Commodore. Probe's an ex-Pro Stock car and the Commodore's an ex-Super Stock car.
Whose was the Commodore originally? Do you know?
That Steve Flynn had it in Perth, used to run B-class.
Ah, that's the white one that had the purple flash down the side. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Taverna built car, I believe. I think it got built when Hans's was getting built. Hans's Pro Stock car.
Yes. Yeah. So, of course, fixed index. Both races will leave the start line at the same time.
Good 006 for Nicholas. 078 for Luke.
Don't think Luke's going to catch him from there, John.
Beautiful. 9908, man.
Yeah, so total package there, 14 thousandths of a second away from perfect.
Hard to beat that. We've got two long-term races here. Vince Panetta in the Aeroflow lane and Roy Romeo in the Rocket lane. Both been racing a long time.
Where's Anthony today? You normally don't see Vince without Anthony.
I think it's him standing on the start line there, next to Ralph Perry. I think it looks like him. I don't know why he's not racing. He should be up here in commentary with me.
It could be. Another good pair of lights.
011.
Side by side across the finish line. Margin of victory, 63 10,000ths of a second.
Yeah.
Wow.
Tough racing.
It's 4,000s in the finish line, and I missed what the difference was in the reaction time.
On the start. Yeah, it is Tony walking back. Why aren't you racing?
That sounds like JB. Where is he?
Yeah.
You could ask the same question, John.
Yeah, that's it. Why aren't I racing? And Joe top qualified, so he gets the solo.
Yeah, of course, Joe Catanzariti in the Pontiac Firebird went 9.90 with a 2 in qualifying. The aim of the game in qualifying to run as close to that 9.90 as possible.
And goes 011. Runs it through for a 9906. Yeah. The worst light was a 32 in this round.
Yeah. And that's on a pro tree.
Yep.
All right, looks like our first round of second round of Super Sedan is about to get underway.
First or second round?
Making me doubt my scribble, John.
Oh.
It won't be the first time, I can tell you. It's all good. So second round of Super Sedan, we're going to see Sean Sorbello and Jimmy Donaro.
I wonder if Sorbello's related to Joe.
He's from Marsden Park. I would make that assumption.
Yep. Must be his great-grandson or something.
I don't know.
Have to go find out.
Turbo LS on board in the Commodore. Dialed in with a 1020. Taking on the carbureted Windsor in the Cortina for Jimmy Donaro.
Oh, 26 for Sean and a 42 for Jim.
Yeah, Jim with a little bit of work to do at the top end. Not a lot, but a little. And wow, there's a little bit of an upset there. 10.23 with a 3 on a 10.20 to take the win for Sean Sorbello.
8,000s win margin.
Yeah, wow. That's two really tight losses for Jimmy in a row.
Yeah. Here's Tex. Did you say he was running both brackets?
It appears to be. He was qualifying in both fields.
Yeah. Dave Gruber from Gilmore in ACT. Tex from the Northern Beaches. .085.
Oh, Gruber.
For Tex and 003 for David.
Gruber with a little bit up his sleeve, converts it to a win. It's 800ths across the finish line. Next up, we're going to see Debbie Robb in the XB Coupe. Dialed in with a 912. She's taking on Chevy Taylor over there in the Rocket Lane. Chevy in the bubble top. Dialed in with a 1024. So the Green Falcon to leave first by 1.1 seconds.
Good to see Debbie back. Cool car. So are Chevys for that matter.
Yeah, both certainly have their appeal, don't they?
Absolutely.
And that doesn't matter whether, we were talking before, it doesn't matter whether you're a Ford or a Holden, man.
Yeah, you can appreciate both.
Definitely. They both require similar garage space to store them. They're both massive. Wheels up launch, 002 for Taylor.
63 for Debbie.
Yeah.
This will be a hard catch-up.
And Taylor takes the win, 10.26 with a 7 on a 10.24 to move into the next round. Margin of victory less than 0.08 of a second. Battle of the utilities now. Rex Webster in the A40, taking on Lou Palumbo in the HX. The HX to do the chasing, dialed in with a 9.15. The big block Austin, a 9.48.
Lou taking his time. He's in. Close on the tree, 62 to Rex and 70 for Louis. Pretty close at the finish line. And Rex takes it.
Yeah, 9.540 on a 9.48 for the Austin. Margin of victory just over 0.02 of a second. And I believe, John, that concludes round number 2 of Sports Sedan. Sports Sedan, I was talking Sports Sedans before. Super Sedan, sorry.
Circuit race and bushy.
Yes, I know. I was talking Sports Sedans before. And of course, as I said, we're back for round number 3 of Super Sedan a little bit later on this afternoon. John's going to...
I'm going to hand off to...
yep, whoever wants to jump on.
Les,
do you...
Les?
Right, as we go down there, Danny Stadelmeyer, automatic winner by virtue of a red light on behalf of Glenn Featherstone over there in the Aeroflow lane. So first is worst. Danny broke out a 13.57 on the 13.70, but first is worst in this case. So the first offence was committed at the start line, and Danny broke out. So, but first is worst. Win going over there. Dashing Dave Gruber coming back up the return road in his little Tirana. That was a good win there. Had his work cut out, that's for sure. Christopher Varillas from Strathfield in the Ford Falcon Barra 4 litre. That's the silver car over there in the Rocket Lane, up against Jack Motorsevic in the Ford Falcon, also Barra 4 litre. 14.30 dial in for the Aeroflow lane and a 15.01 dial in for the Rocket lane. Let's see what transpires here. Jack with a bit of work to do. He may get it. No, double breakout, but Chris Varillas broke out by the lesser amount. So Chris Varillas into the next round. Okay, Don Zammit and Megan White. Holden Tracks. Oh.
Okay, so not as big a margin as you probably might expect with between a VT Commodore and a Trax.
No, but that's, you know, one's a V8 6 litre and this is a 1.8 litre. It's just, you know, like 4 times the capacity, and those Traxers aren't light either.
No, my brother's got one of them.
Has he?
So, yeah. Don't know if it's the same variant as this one, but only about a second between. Oh, I tell you what, Megan's got a pretty good light here, but Don Zammit slightly better.
Oh, gee whiz. There'll be dueling swords at the end of this round.
Yeah, it'll come down to the finish line. Whoever's closest to the dial-in will get the win. And it will be Megan White on a double breakout. The margin of victory, 0.08 of a second across the finish line. Both cars going too fast there, but Megan White under the dial-in by the least, and is handed the win. You can always tell when there's a breakout because there's a little bit of a delay between the cars crossing the finish line and when the win light appears.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the computers.
The cogs need to turn on the computer first.
Yeah, and give them a bit of a rattle on the side of the box there. Sean Dartnell in the Hyundai i30, 1.4 litre also. Dialed in with a 1650.
I still think I'm surprised that we don't see more of those electric vehicles out here running in this category.
Yeah, for street fighter it'd be ideal, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Well, it might be just like the photo that we just saw.
Don't mention that. 1657 with a 782 mile an hour for Sean Dartnell.
Geez, it's warm in here.
Yeah. Yes, we're just talking about a electric junior dragster in the US. Had some issues, let's just put it that way, eh?
Yep. Well, the usual issues
that go along with electrical vehicles, and it wasn't running out of battery.
No.
Something to do with charging, I dare say. Guy Greenland, we're moving into Super Street now, Les. Guy Greenland in the scrapyard backed VX Bellina wagon, LSA powered. 1086 the dial in. He's got the win already. Mark Elborn leaving 0.03 of a second too soon.
Listen to that whine of that supercharger in Greenland's car. Oh, he broke out, but first is worst. Mark Elborn red lit at the start line, and Guy Greenland runs a 10.859 on a 10.86.
Yeah, so 1,000ths under the dial for Greenland.
So pretty neat. Sammy Joe Johnson now in the rocket lane in the Holden V Commodore L98 6 litre up against Henry Spickak. Oh, Henry, he's got a habit of going through all these. He's just sneaking along there. He's just reliable as old father time. A 12.08 for Henry Spickak in the Aeroflow lane and an 11.65 in the rocket lane. So Henry in the Aeroflow lane will get the handicap start. You'll see he'll go first. By about, there'll be one, staggered light. Oh, Henry. Look at that. There's Debbie, the Rob Racing family getting back there. And then we see the eventual winner going to the car in the rocket lane. Robert Matesic and Richard Matasevic.
Yeah. Just got to say, it's kind of a little bit tricky, but a nice Ford versus Holden battle here. We've got the utility of Richard Matasevic dialed in with a 10.55 and a 10.64 the dial in for Robert Matesic in the Chevy Camaro.
Yep, they're not much difference between the two, isn't it? Yes, I think it'll be decided inside the computer. You won't be able to see the different lights. It's nearly heads up, but it will appear heads up, but the computers got it all worked out. Oh, slight stagger there, we get out.
002 green from Matasevic, Les.
Yes.
But
Matesic's out there with a red light, so he's sidelined. He can go back and cook barbecue for the team. And Matasevic on his 10.55 runs at 10.58 with a 9. So we saw the flashing lights there, but other guys, but a lot of guys like to run full pelt, so they at least get a time slip and make sure everything in the car's doing what it's supposed to. Braden Stewartson in the rocket lane in that little Audi, 050 reaction time. Craig Warren's got a lot of work to do. He might break out here. No. And Braden Stewartson there, at 12.12 on an 11.96, got there first. So he's into the next round.
Yeah, I think Braden there must have been on the brakes or something, because he had a 2/10 of a second head start over Craig Warren there, but the margin of victory at the finish line, only 0.08 of a second.
Yeah, it's pretty tight. Mark Hopkins now in that LX Tirana with a Holden 312 in it, dialed in with a 1085. Peter Villaris in that Holden Tirana, the LHLX, which is a 4-door, and the other one's a 2-door. So, oh gee whiz, nearly heads up. An 070 to an 066 reaction time. Whose race is it at the end? Villaris? No, he broke out. He runs an 11.012 on an 11.02. And Hopkins there in that little 312 cubic inch Tirana. Oh, here comes Uncle Tex again. And so the hatchback Tirana there will take the win. Adam Bowers and Tex Griffiths. This will be a real humdinger, Yuri. Adam Bowers a 10.02 dial in. Tex Griffiths a 10.39. So the mighty satellite in the rocket lane will get the handicap start. Adam Bowers to do the chasing, and that's an extremely quick HQ.
Starting to wonder, does Tex Griffiths adjust the dial-in for the heat sink of the engine? This thing probably doesn't want to do laps as more than it has to. Gets the win here too, 10.41 with a 7, Les, 125 mile an hour, and a 10.39 with an 006 light. Got there by 0.03 of a second.
Yes.
And we'll move into the next round.
Good mate of mine's Tex Griffiths. I've spoken to him twice. But because he drives a Mopar, he's right up there.
Yeah,
flying the flag.
That's it, isn't it? Because you're not one-eyed at all.
No, Cyclops. My sunglasses have only got one lens. Here we go, Andrew Riches in the rocket lane. We're on to street bike now. And Greg Hordham in the Kawasaki ZX 14R, 1441cc, dial in 1030. Andrew Riches at 1305. He's got the Indian Scout. That's the motorcycle, the machine in the rocket lane. He's dialed in at 1305. He'll get the handicap start. Greg Hordham to do the chasing. So Riches is in. Got out with a .155. Oh, Greg Hordham. This is going to be interesting. It's going to be very interesting.
I don't think he's going to catch him, Les.
The Indian will win.
Yes.
Does too.
Well, I tell you what, Hordham got there first, which I didn't think like he... It didn't look like he was anywhere near, but got there too quick.
Too quick.
Handed the win over to Riches in the rocket lane.
Correcto mundo. Jesse Barnes, Suzuki GSX 1300cc. That's Jesse in the rocket lane. Dial in 1005. Adrian Watson in the Yamaha R6. That's been a quick little bike all day. Jesse Barnes was the #1 qualifier in the street bike class. So he's dialed in with the 1005. He'll have to chase the little Yamaha down. Oh, there's not much in it.
No, not much at all. Barnes with a small advantage for Pro Tune motorcycles. Locked together at 1,000, and Barnes gets there first by 100th of a second. Wow, that was close across the finish line.
Yeah.
It was close all the way down.
Yeah, even from the start.
And it looks like Angela Phipps lucky enough to get the solo into the next round, Les.
Yep, she's just progressing well through the field here, and dialed in with the 1058. She'll test the dial in. Gets out with a .127. Still got that foot down. Now she's got it tucked up on the pegs. 10.69 on the 10.58 at 140 miles an hour, 140.27. Wow, it's fast on a motorbike.
Yeah, just around the 225 k's an hour or thereabouts.
Yep.
And it looks like they're moving forward the junior drag bike and junior dragsters. So while we build the safety equipment at the finish line, we'll just throw to some of the sponsors for a word from a few of our sponsors and partners here at Sydney Dragway. Les and I'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Thank you.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Bangshift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bangshift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making...
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Lincoln Delios doing battle with Joshua Burtonshaw. And it looks like Burtonshaw will take the round points this time around. 9.47 with a 9 on a 9.38.
Anastasia Lucky now in the rocket lane on a solo pass. In the little Kawasaki Ninja 300cc. Dialed in with a 9.53, a 9.53.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Now she gets out with a .468, but it's a solo run. Runs it on the 10.34 on a 9.53 dial-in. So she's got a bit of a room up her sleeve there. Playing it safe, I guess.
All right, moving into the Western Weekender Junior Dragsters. Their next round of competition. First race of the round will be Jake McNamara for Fine Line Motorsports, Bank of Mum and Princey Motorsports. Dialed in with a 7.97. He's going heads up with Tegan Smith.
Oh,
who's supported by APM Power Cruise, Stop Slow Traffic Control and Liquid Control also. See Tegan's older sister Chelsea in modified Eliminator.
Ah, is that the connection there?
Yes.
Okie
And we
dokie.
sometimes see Father Trent in a supercharged altered as well.
Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah. There we go. Jake McNamara had a triple O, so he's got a hole in one in qualifying earlier on. Tegan Smith been running hard all day. This is what... now, you can only say that this will be run and won by the reaction time. They're both dialed in the same. Oh, Jake, an 011 reaction time.
Yeah, it has a bunch up the sleeve, goes 8:09 with a 376 mile an hour through the finish line to take the win. Smith went 8:002 on a 797, but just gave away a little bit too much on the start line there.
Yep, so that's what I say, the reaction time, Jake McNamara there, pretty sharp on the tree. Attacked it. Jacob Alongo in the rocket lane there. RJ Mechanical Repairs, assisting Jacob. And Charlotte Leafty, the young lady from Oxley, Ireland, dived in at 8:32. An 8:32 is quicker than an 8:92, so the handicap start will be going to Charlotte Leafty in the Aeroflow lane. Speaking of the Aeroflow and Rocket, have you seen the size of their new building? They've got their own vanishing point inside.
064 on the tree for Leafting. She has the advantage over Longo and will convert that to a win. Leafting goes 8:41 with a 1 on an 8:32 dial in.
Oh, gee whiz, here we go. This will be good.
Now, what do you do?
Yeah.
It's Harry's last race meeting in Junior Dragster. Does the sister say, you know what?
Yeah.
Mate, I'm going to make you earn it.
Yeah, that's
or
right.
does she play nice and let him have the win and hopefully move into the final, obviously we'll move into it, the next round of racing.
Oh, well, it's the young fellas. The young man.
If you switch it the other way, it's her last chance to beat him.
Yeah, this is it.
8:04 the dial in for Harry, 8:05 the dial in for Chloe. It'll be heads up, pretty much like we just saw.
Yep. The computer will work out the difference there, the 1/100th of a second difference. We won't be able to see it.
The sad thing will be that if Harry wins it, his sister will go, I'll let you have it.
Yeah.
Just decredit it completely.
Yeah.
But
and then, of course, if she wins, why didn't you let me win?
Yeah. That's it. It won't be a good drive home back to Albion Park tonight either way.
Yes.
Just waiting on Harry to move into stage now.
Here we go, folks. Family affair.
0-4-0 for Harry on the tree. I guess this is the easiest way to determine it. He's outreacted it by a fair margin. And we'll take the win, 8:09 with a 0.77 mile an hour through the finish line to take the win.
Yeah, what a way to finish your career in the, or your racing in Junior Dragster. What a way.
Well, we've still got another 2 rounds of racing to go yet, Les. So
yep.
It looks like Savannah Condello has the solo into the next round.
Gee, look at that, our number 15 qualifier. That's good. Very encouraging for the young the youngsters to get a solo qualifier, automatic entry into the next round.
Savannah dialed in with an 8:20 here. Running for Fine Line Motorsports, 2528 Automotive Accessories. It's at least one of the Fine Line Motorsport cars. Well, we're going to see 2 of them into the next round.
Dialed in with an 820. Not a bad light either.
No, 025 on the tree. 0 Run it out the back door. Check the dial in.
look at that.
821 with a 2 on an 820.
Not bad, is it? Couple of thousandths. There we go. Well, that concludes that round of eliminations in Western Weekender Junior Dragster.
That it does, Les. And what we might do, just while we pack up the finish line safety equipment, we'll throw to a word from some of our sponsors, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Well, Pat, as we have come to expect from this series,
yes, sir,
there is cracking racing across all of our brackets. I cannot believe how many O-lights I've seen today.
It's got to be some sort of record for this season, I think.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not sure. Most people probably can't hear. There's actually 5 people in the commentary box at the moment.
Yes.
2 people that are on a mic, but you can probably hear in the background 3 other people going, "Oh!" with every second pass that goes down the strip because it's been so bloody close. It's good to see, and it's going to be close again. You know, with Sean Ricketts, Matt Hunt, they've been out here just sending these mod bikes down all day. Ricketts has dialed in for a 927. He's in full stage. Hunt with a 975, so he's going to leave first. An 025 to an 045.
There's another pair right there.
Here's a race.
Lucky Les is not writing down all the O-lights that he sees.
This is going to be close across the line here. Wow, Matthew Hunt does take the win over Sean Ricketts. Look at that. On the reaction time as well, 977 with a 7 on a 975 and a 929 on a 927 for Ricketts.
Taking absolutely nothing away from Matthew, but that's probably a little bit of an upset right there, Sean.
I
Sean
think
has
so.
scored points and taken a trophy, I think, every round so far.
Yep.
So congratulations to Matthew Hunt for taking that scalp.
Certainly. And Jeff Eagle down here with the no-stress solo pass. It's pretty easy away. He's, of course, going to take the win light here. Dialed in on 990. He's going to cross through for a 1022, so just low-stress solo pass for Jeff there. Right. Next up, we've got Cheryl Beddoes, also on a solo. She's got a 910 dial in. And has been absolutely on fire, I think, as you pointed out today, Bushy, with the reaction time.
Yeah, there's been a 000 and a 008 as far as I can recall.
Yep. 009 as well, I think.
Definitely got the eye in today, that's for sure.
Definitely put the commentator curse on her there. 286 for the reaction time.
100% we did that. We both did.
But she'll still got to obviously get that win on a 962 with a 9 at 140 mile per hour on the 910 dial-in.
The question is who takes credit for it?
Yeah, well, yeah. It's we as an operative sort of term,
Good
right?
answer.
Collective.
I like it.
That's it. All right, CJ Davies here. Solo pass in modified. It's the front engine Dragster with Shane's race engines. Small block Chevy 385 Cuba. Got an 831 dial in for Craig. He's usually a bit of a crafty racer, so I don't know whether or not he'll utilise this solo pass as a sort of throw it at the wall and see what sticks, or whether or not he'll just take a nice easy pass just to not stress the car. Find out very shortly. Definitely giving it an opportunity here. 017 reaction time for Craig. It's going to go through for a 630 with a 505 on a 631 dial-in. So I think maybe a bit of air temperature is probably helping, making a little bit more horsepower out there at the moment. It's starting to cool off.
Yeah, I think as the shadows start to cast their way, they're definitely across the racetrack. Almost back to the western wall, the eastern wall, I beg your pardon. The track temp will probably start to drop a little bit as well.
Yeah, can see a little bit of a breeze out there as well in the surrounding trees. So even though it's still showing about 23, which I think it's been 23 for most of the day actually, ambient air temp, there's probably a little bit of a slight chill factor out there now. And earlier on it was a tailwind, so if it's still going that same way, which I don't have any flags that I can see right now, that also sort of throws another bit of a variable in the mix when you're talking dial-in. If you're going to run it real close, a couple of extra mile per hour thanks to a bit of tailwind can always get you there faster.
It's also handy to note if there is a headwind, whether that's going to obviously slow you down.
Yep.
Not only for your speed, but the dial-in as well.
Yeah. All right, we've got Jess Turner in the aeroflow lane. 018 reaction. Lachlan McCaskill, 175. Turner is going to go on through 782 with a 1 at 165 mile per hour on a 779 dial-in. Lachlan McCaskill still pretty close on the dial-in too, a 33 on a 731. So nice passes there, but Turner will take the win.
Our next pair going through their burnout procedure is Alison Stewart in the LA Lubricants Scorpion Racewear Donaro chassis, crackling pipes backed rear engine dragster taking on George Bukareshvili in the rocket lane, running for a Race Max Direct Advanced Product Design, and Brian Tui Racing Motorsport Connections also helping George out. 788 the dial in to a 765 for Stewart. So Stewart will be chasing.
As John pointed out earlier, we believe George is in the lead modified at the moment.
Oh, he's thrown it away.
To a minus 013 for Ali as well.
Wow, both racers keen for that green light, I can tell you.
All sorts of upsets.
Stewart lucky that Bukareshvili threw the red already.
Yep.
And runs on through for 771 with a 4, I think it was.
So, very interesting. Double O lights, or O lights, all day, but red and green, unfortunately. All right, next pairing up, Chelsea Smith in modified Dragster in the aeroflow lane. 540 cubes of big block goodness. And then Bob Sinclair at the polar opposite end of the cubic inch race. Front engine dragster with a 210 cubic inch Holden 6-cylinder. It's got a great sound, this little Holden motor.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's probably been a fair bit done to it considering it's running 840s.
Yeah.
It does have the JZ head sponsorship on board. Of course, Joe Zulu, known for his development work of a 6-cylinder. And again, we see a big red light and another green red light, but with the green actually showing on the tree. First is worst.
Big red light for Bob Sinclair. We've got the LB3A, which is left before third amber, so pretty early off the button there, but nonetheless, Alison Stewart will go through. Joe Gattalari and Leo Georges pulling up to the line once again. See if Leo can keep the front wheels down on the van.
Let's hope he doesn't.
Yeah. Entertainment is always good. But, Gattalari just consistently pulling up to the line and taking win lights today. He's no stranger to the track championships, that's for sure.
Doesn't look to be lined up dead straight down the centre of his lane. Looks to be facing probably the wall at the finish line.
A little bit of left on there, yeah. Georges with a huge wheel stand and heads towards the wall. Big correction. Gattalari still moving towards the centre line, but should be safe. This will be close. 008 from Georges. Whoa, it hasn't benefited him though. 029 reaction from Gattalari. 863 on the 51 dial-in. Gets the win by 2.5 tenths. That's there was a big move happening for Georges there, and no doubt having to pedal and steer the car off the wall was what lost it out for him.
Yeah, I dare say that concrete got his attention pretty quick.
Absolutely.
Because, of course, the issue is we do prep the entire track here at Sydney Dragway, but obviously that close to the wall, there's not as much traction.
Not great. And the wall, surprisingly, doesn't have any prep on it at all, Bushy.
No.
I'm not sure if you're aware of that.
And if it did, you wouldn't want to use it, would you?
No. Well, it depends how spicy you want to get, really.
Joe Sorbello going into stage against James Barnes this time around. Barnes in that Mustang has thrown a 001 red.
How bad do you want it? 077 for Joe. He's didn't get there first, but still gets the 896 on a 92 dial-in. Barnes with the 001 red on the tree. Have all the competitors had a chat down in the pits if there's a bit of a side pot to see who's got the best reaction time today?
They must have. There must have been an email going around that I missed. Not sure. Looks like George Amata will get the solo this round.
George has been running pretty well today. The car tends to want to have a bit of a stab towards the centre line, or I should say towards the right. It's always been the centre line because he has been, funnily enough, in the aeroflow lane most of today, if not every pass today, I think. But never afraid to steer it. The guys have been working on the chassis setup, I believe, on this car because it has been known to throw the front wheels up in the air, but doesn't seem to be threatening to do that so much today in this round, which is always good.
Well, I guess there's a number of different ways you can handle that, and I'm sure that John sitting next to us would be able to give some sound advice. But I mean, we are talking a car with a pretty healthy horsepower balance or figure.
Yeah, I don't think the LH Tirana chassis was sort of really ever intended to have 632 cubic inches of big block in it. Yeah, so a bit of a traction issue there, but still going to run on through to take the win. The bonus of having a solo pass there for George Matter.
We're 7:057 on the tree. Lucky he was on a solo, because if there was someone beside him, that would have been the end of his race meeting this afternoon.
Absolutely. But, you know, that's, like I've sort of mentioned a couple of times today, with a solo pass, it can be an opportunity to throw something at a wall, see if it sticks, or it can be the opportunity to just take it easy on the car,
Yes.
really, because you know that you're going to get the win. It's up to every competitor to decide what's better for them. Josh Bošković back out in airflow lane for another solo pass. Top Sportsman coming on through now. Clear the engine out. Bit of a nitrous purge there. We'll get the dry hop. Make sure the clutch is set. There it goes. Josh will come into the lane. This is another example of what does this team need out of this car at the moment. Do they need a soft pass, or do they need to try something? Certainly going to try something. Josh is banging through the gears of the Lenko down there. A 11660 foot is pretty well on the money for that car. An 809 with a 1 at 165. Super clean pass from Bošković. In that one, the crew look pretty happy about it.
Jeremy, is that a PB?
Nah. Still clean. Close.
Yeah, we know we know you lowered the PB on that car last meeting, but I can't remember what the time was, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious whether it had been further dropped. But we've got our boosted Outlaw cars sitting in the staging lanes behind us. They're scheduled to run in one bracket's time, I believe. Super Sedan will be the next category out.
Yep.
I tell you what I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to hand over to John Summerarch, and I'll be back on the mic a little bit later. So I'll leave you with John and Pat for Super Sedan and a couple of other brackets here this afternoon.
Right, Super Sedan making their way to the line here. It should be round 3, I believe, in eliminations. David Gruber in the Queanbeyan engine service backed. LJ Tirana, 383 Cuba on board. LIT Consulting and Specialised Towing helping out with the program. Comes up against Chevy Taylor. The Taylor Marine exhaust, bubble top.
Chevy sponsored by Tilly Motorsport and BK Race Engines. I think Tilly do a lot of circuit racing cars, I believe.
They do, yeah. Yeah, they've had, well, I'm not sure which Tilly, but there's a couple of them in I'm trying to remember what the category was called. It used to be called Muscle Car Masters,
yep.
Touring Car Masters, I think it is now, TCM.
Yep.
So, yeah, there was quite famously, they had the 6-cylinder Valiant.
Yeah,
it was an absolute screamer, you know, punching well above its weight against all the V8s.
Yep.
I think he upgraded to a V8, and it just sort of didn't work out. But well, not for the first season anyway, compared to the 6-cylinder. But yeah, I'm sure they're giving a real good helping hand for Chevy Taylor. He's out of the hole with an 038. Gruber's hot on his tail.
For Dave, so close on the tree.
Absolutely.
Oh, Chevy takes it.
Double breakout there. So
And a 1,000th, oh no, sorry, 100th win margin.
No, 1,000th,
number.
you're spot on. Yeah. That's it's full of upsets today. I don't think you would look at those two cars.
First round.
Yeah, I don't think you'd look at those two cars and definitely have your money on Chevy, but it's pretty even money either way.
Yeah, Andrew Little went our first round. Sean Maher went our first round.
Yep. And we've got Sean Sorbello here. It was just the winner of a bit of an upset.
Yeah, definitely.
Previous round, and Rex Webster, of course, in the A40 Ute. That's no slouch with that big 540 under the bonnet.
Rex used to have a very nice FX show car back in the day in the 80s.
Yeah, okay.
Very nice.
He's a fan of round fenders then, I guess.
He definitely is.
Right, so we got Sean just making his way. Rex is in full stage. Sean's just going to get himself nice and ready. Sean, of course, running a turbo LS combo, so turbo guys don't mind being second into stage, getting the car up on the two-step. They're both in now. He leaves a 108, a 165. This should be close. A 948 for Webster to a 1020 dial in for Sean Sorbello. They're both getting skinny at the big end of the track. Rex gets the win, 955 with a 9 on a 48. Sean a little bit outside there on a 1037 with a 1020.
Yeah, slowed up a bit there.
Yep. Yep, for sure. But still good racing in the Super Sedan.
We're getting down to the pointy end.
Certainly are. Yeah, I can see some. Boosted Outlaws moving towards the tunnel and through the tunnel. Back around for another Chicago shootout round, of course. Yeah, everyone's running through pretty nicely there. We're up to Boosted Outlaws, round 3. Yeah, Super Sedan 3 of 5 rounds has just finished. All right, so the next round of Boosted Outlaws is about to start. Chicago shootout round 3 by the looks of things. Brittany Olive and Curtis Reed will be our first competitors through the tunnel. Fire up signal has been given, so let's get some supercharged goodness in the air. This will be just about a heads-up race, John, as you can see. It's 653 to 655.
Very close to the dial, 200s.
It's always pretty exciting when blown cars are that close on their dial-in, right?
Yep. Curtis in a Bob Meyer built dragster and Brittany in a Dave Yahara built dragster. Both well-known American chassis builders.
Certainly.
And both with Hemis.
Yeah.
The good stuff.
I think I heard someone say that everyone is a Hemi is a Hemi guy. They just don't know it yet. In my case, I can't afford it yet, so maybe that's why.
That's it.
But it would be pretty cool to have a dragster with a blown Keith Black 500 Cuba on it.
Wouldn't suck.
No, that's understatement of the year, John, I think.
And both Curtis and Brittany are third generation racers as well.
Certainly.
So on it goes.
That's it. It's in the blood, right?
Yeah, good to see.
Absolutely, all right. Getting both of them into full stage now, Curtis and Brittany both in. Drives 080 for Curtis off the line. Brittany's doing the chasing. Doesn't quite get there. 663 with a 9 at 208 for Curtis Reed, to a 658 with a 5 at 213 mile per hour.
Oh,
for
one
Brittany
on the
Olive.
start line.
Absolutely. So just over a 10th difference in the reaction time, but 700ths of almost 800ths of a difference at the big end. All right, next pairing will be Anthony Bull in the Aeroflow lane in the BA Falcon and Gareth Rogers in the Bantam Altered with the 521 blown Hemi.
Ex-Nitro car, Gareth's car.
Correct, yep. Was one of the
Aeroflow.
Outlaw hot rods.
Yep, Outlaw hot rods, yep. Anthony Bull's car with a small block Ford.
Yeah, the 412. Les was mentioning being a 412, it's probably an aftermarket block.
You would
in that
think
size.
so. Yeah.
But we don't want to get everyone's secrets, all right? So don't tell us how you got 412 out of it, Anthony. All right. So very keen. I was talking to the guys. I think I mentioned previously that Garrett's Combination's got a new blower on it compared to a much larger blower that's a bit healthier than his old
14,
one.
it just had a 6 on it before.
Yep, that's right, which basically the 6 was strangling that 520 cube Hemi. And the 14's obviously not wicked up like a fuel car, but it's letting it breathe a lot easier, and I think Garrett's having to adjust to the amount of mile per hour she's packing on in the back half.
Well, I see it went 739 in qualifying, so and only 129, so he's well off it.
That's right. Definitely, we've got a 680 dial in for Gareth on this one, which is probably a little bit
he must
more
be confident.
Indicative. I think bit of a cleaner burnout from Gareth. I think last time he did dip into the 6s, the last pass, but had a little bit of an issue with maybe the air bleed on the hat at the line. They got it sorted.
Yep.
But as a result of it, he didn't get a good burnout out. So certainly something that hasn't been an issue for Anthony Bull today. That thing has been ripping big skids before every pass.
Yep. Yeah, Gareth's got the all-star crew down there. I can see Justin Walsh down there and Fireball and all the boys.
Yep, absolutely. Corey Buxton. You got Morris McMillan out the front.
Yeah.
Gareth's wife, of course, Brooke, is backing him up out the front there. We've got Morris's wife, Monique, at the back.
Yeah, they're all there.
Eddie McConnell. Everyone's there. It's always handy when you work in a place that sort of seems to do this for a living, right?
Yeah, it's awesome.
We're all just jealous, really. We're not giving them a hard time.
Yeah.
All right. Both Bull and Rogers have the okay from their crew. They're going to start moving into stage for this round of Boosted Outlaws.
740 dial for Anthony and 680 for Gareth.
Whoa, a lot of wheel speed from
settled in the middle there, Gareth's car. Goes 702 and wins.
Wins it with the breakout from Anthony
He went
Bull.
under by 2,000.
Yeah, God, that's got to suck.
Heartbreaker.
Absolutely. A lot of, looked like a lot of wheel hop for Rogers there.
Yeah.
Probably just past the 330 or thereabouts, which would have been an exciting run.
Yeah. Still pretty new in that car, Gareth. I
He
don't think
is.
he's had a lot of passes in it.
Certainly. So it's had it's had a couple of passes. I think early on when they started the program, it had a bit of a transmission or a diff issue. Actually, I think they just sheared the diff off it.
Yep.
One of the first times it came out. And then a bit of an issue with the size of the motor versus the blower, et cetera, but I think he's got the combination pretty well where it needs to be now.
Yeah, it sounded good.
Just needs some more laps, right?
Yeah, yep.
So, great to see.
I wonder if he's still got his Topolino. He was racing a Topolino in modified for a little while.
I believe he sold it to
Did he
fund,
sell it, did he?
To fund this one.
Oh, okay.
I think.
It was a cool little car, that Kiwi car.
Certainly.
Brought it over with him.
Yep.
Lots of Kiwis in the race shop.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got the reds on, so I don't know what's going on. No,
Yeah.
someone in the middle of the track.
Yeah, it looks like they're replacing one of the cones by the thing. By the look of it, 660. Might have had a bit of a hard time. The timing cones have been in the firing line a bit today, so not necessarily directly from the car, but they've been getting pretty close with some of the exhaust. That's all good. Go back out and adjust. All right, while they're just adjusting this timing cone, we might just throw quickly to a word from our sponsors. We'll be right back with some more racing here at round 6 from the Speed Addict Clothing New South Wales Track Championships at Sydney Dragway.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com. Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, John, so we have the return of the Devil's Taxi. Danny McDessie made a pass earlier today, a 6:18 at 229 blistering miles per hour. The crew were extremely happy. They've skipped a couple of rounds, but we've got Danny back out here. Here's the noise. Pretty trademark burnout from Danny there. All the RPM. A fair bit of steering lock, I must say. So we're going to see Danny bring Mick Val up into stage. Of course, Custom Bodyworks on board the program with Al's Race Glides, Gillespie Racing Services, SCF Race Cars and JC Race Electrical. Well supported program for Danny. Big hit. 107, 60 foot for the big taxi. He's going to head on down for a 6:15 with a 3 at 232 miles per hour. Another absolutely astonishing run. The crew is all over that. So big congratulations, guys. Not sure if that's a PB, but it looks like everyone's pretty happy with that. I dare say Danny's out there putting all his fellow competitors on notice for the next competition he's got entered in. Okay, so that's Boosted Outlaws Chicago Shootout Round 3 finished. Up next we should have Extreme Bike for the third round. Again, before we get back into the juniors. All right, here we are. We just had a little bit of track maintenance down there with the timing system, but back into Extreme Bike. We've got Alex Borg in the Aeroflow lane as a party racing Hayabusa, and of course, Deanne as a party in the Rocket lane. Also, funnily enough, on a Hayabusa. Who would have guessed it?
Both the same size too, $12.99.
Certainly no lack of performance out of these two, so let's see. 089 reaction time for Alex Borg, 264 for Deanne. Both very clean launches. Alex goes through for the win, an 811 with a 948 to an 842 at 148 for Deanne. Good to see nice mile per hour. right back with Brant Gilliver at the line on the GSXR in the Aeroflow lane. Ryan Franks in the Rocket lane. Franks seems to be the bike to beat in this category.
I don't know if he's related to Gary Franks that used to ride a top bike back in the day.
Yeah, you know, we've been talking about the family relationship in drag racing all day.
Lots of family line.
There's a good chance of it. There's a lot of action going on in those two passes. Ryan Franks with a bit of an odd leave. Brant Gulliver has gone through for 8.25 with a 7. He's taken the win at 168 there. Franks a little bit of odd action happening down there. Joe Curry back out on the Destroyer that we haven't actually been able to see, but we believe that it is now turbocharged because the sound of that bike has changed drastically since the last time it was out here, and certainly not the same.
Turbo on a Harley.
We're thinking because of the noise,
Okay.
right? I mean, normally if they're a supercharged bike, you'll still get the exhaust sound, just like a car. If it's supercharged, you still get that same naturally aspirated sort of exhaust, but the sound of this thing is certainly a lot more muffled, but I think Joe's
just quit on him.
Yeah, there's a lot of testing happening this weekend for Joe with that combination. But certainly no stranger to racing a bike, so I'm sure he'll get it figured out and he'll be back better than ever.
Racer.
So Mike Lawson's just gone and made a solo pass there on the Hayabusa. So
just rolled the lights, nothing come up.
yeah, I didn't really see what happened there. I think it was sort of a late call because they both staged with the light system on, so maybe they just didn't reset the tree and just let him pass on. They'll count it as a win and roll him through. Haven't got an update on the racer details on the screen here, so I apologise I can't tell you who's coming up. Here we go, Brendan Miglianico. Oh.
What happened there? Must have reset the tree.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all right. Get that. There we go. That's a little bit nicer. Probably one of the cleaner passes that Miglianico has made today. 740 at
99 mile an hour. Wow.
It's a wild thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Full
send racing, absolutely.
Yeah. No doubt about it. He's had definitely a bit of a traction issue in previous runs today, but that was pretty well hooked up in comparison.
Sponsored by Rams Head Service too. Been around forever.
Absolutely, yeah. Guys up near Windsor there, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So, yes, definitely breathing well on that one. That will bring us back around to Junior Dragster, sponsored by Western Weekender. We'll get this is the semis for Junior Dragster. So we're making good progress today. We might jump onto a couple of words from our track sponsors, and we'll be right back as they set up. Actually, just before we do that, I'm just going to have a quick look. I think they're going to send Junior Bike out first, which is fine. They've still got to set up the rig. So we'll go to a quick shout out from sponsors, and we'll be right back with more racing and the semi-finals of Western Weekend at Junior Dragster.
Stay informed, up to date, and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles, and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Bangshift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bangshift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, so we've got the burnout battle is on between Anastasia Lucky and Josh Burtonshaw.
They both like their burnouts, that's for sure.
Yeah, Burtonshaw definitely not taking no for an answer when it comes to tracking that burnout.
He's not paying for that tyre, Dad must be.
Yeah, exactly right. So good to see Anastasia getting right up on the burnout stakes there as well. So we've got two bikes here, 963 for Lucky and 938 dial in for Burtonshaw.
340 light for Anastasia and 078 for Burtonshaw.
Josh has definitely been on the light today, so not a bad thing. He will take the win at 977 to a 1002. I know we'll have Lincoln Delios coming through on the little Honda CBR 125.
Incidentally, Lincoln's granddad is Craig Bomwick. He used to race Top Fuel bike.
Yeah, right, okay. It's a small world. Delios out with a 1:14 reaction time. There's obviously a solo pass in the Chicago shootout for junior drag bike, so he will take the win. He'll cross the 8th mile marker at 12.111 on a 12.0 dial-in, 52.49 miles per hour. And that will bring us into the semi-finals for Western Weekender Junior Dragster. First pairing will be Savannah Condello and Charlotte Leifting. You know, both 8 junior dragsters. Got 8.21 dial-in to an 8.34 for Leifting. Certainly their qualifying number has not been representative of the success they've had with racing today, so it should be a good shootout, I think. Both drivers edging into staging beams. Leifting with an 0.26 to an 0.61 reaction time for Condello. Condello is going to be doing the chasing here. She's out in front. She does take the win. 8.301 on 8.21 to an 8.55 with a 1.
Yeah, ran off Charlotte's car.
Yeah, didn't.
2/10 off.
The tune-up. A little bit tricky.
Yeah, we've got Jake McNamara in the airflow lane and Harry Rako in the rocket lane. 8.00 on Jake's car and 8.05 on Harry's car. Close enough to heads up.
Definitely. Yeah, we're talking about...
Dad Tommy there pushing the car back. Rako's car. Getting some exercise. Brett pushing Jake's car.
It's funny, John, you're talking about Charlotte Leifting in that last pass. She was off by a couple of tenths, probably down to tune-up.
Yeah.
Right? And the way that maybe the temperature's coming down out there, or I suppose the the air density and elevation, whatnot. Big change on a small capacity engine.
These are
right?
supposed to be very, very difficult to tune.
Yep. There's not an
I know,
excess of
it
horsepower.
frustrates a lot of guys that come from V8s and try and get these things to work.
Yep. Even more so if your background's EFI too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, where it's basically sort of doing it all. It's figuring out for you.
Yeah, that's right. These are carburetors and methanol.
All right, both into stage.
68 for Jake, 117 for Harry.
It's going to be an uphill battle.
Jake takes a win. 801 on an 80. And Harry a 806 on an 805.
Yeah.
All lost on the start line.
Absolutely. 400s. The margin of victory.
Yep.
Jake McNamara there. He's been driving great today, so big deal. And that's probably a bit of a deal down there on the line, as we've mentioned before. It's Harry's last.
Everyone's given the hugs.
Yep. Harry's
Good to
last
see.
time out in the juniors.
Very popular racer.
Absolutely, and
A really good kid too.
and a very dedicated family
Yep.
to back him up too.
Absolutely.
So great to see, and we'll salute you, Harry, as you head off out of the juniors, and can't wait to see what you turn up in next round.
Yeah.
see what categories
Might want
entered
to
in.
drive Dad's Tommy's Tirana.
We'll see. Any chance of that happening, Tommy? Harry going to be in the Tirana?
Yeah, he's not listening.
No, he's not listening. Yeah.
He's still got Chloe in juniors, so
Yeah, that's right. He'll be busy.
yeah. I think she's got a few more years to go.
Certainly. All right. So that should have been the semis for Western Weekender Junior Dragster. Everyone done. I believe we'll be moving on to Street Bike semi-final. Okay, so it looks like we've got Super Gas up in coming towards the lanes. So, John, you're pretty familiar with this category?
Yeah, Joe Canzariti's in the airflow lane, Nicholas Polito in the rocket lane. Obviously, they both got 990 on the window. Incidentally, Joe's car was an ex-Superstock car as well.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, it was the Cole Moan Seagas car.
Okay, okay.
Lots of well-known cars in this category.
Yeah. Well, you can't go past a good chassis, right?
If you say so.
Yeah. It's funny, actually, when I started doing commentary here for Track Championships, I wasn't aware of the Supergas category. Yeah, a lot of my sort of racing attention has been around, you know, funny cars and radial stuff.
Yep.
Mostly. So the first time I came in, I watched it, and the guys leave, obviously off the break, and then both cars died. I'm like, whoa, both cars have had an issue. And Bushy kindly, Polito, red light.
25 red.
Yeah, and a 027 for Katenzariti in the airflow
on the right side.
Bushy kindly sort of, well, Patters, you know, it's a 990 index.
It's a little polarising, this bracket, but
I think once you understand what it's about, how close they are, is what makes it exciting.
And when it's heads-up index, you can't just change the number on the window to suit what the car's going to do. So, it's super tough racing. Just about all these guys, except for the young fellas, are Australian champions at one time or another, and have been track champions. So,
and being in 990, it means that you don't necessarily have to have a mountain motor. You
Yeah,
don't
that's
have
right,
to have, you know, really high stress components. So it's, you know, it's relatively affordable.
Yeah, and the heads-up thing's a little more understandable for like a casual fan.
Yep. Yeah, big fan of heads-up racing myself, but.
Vince with a triple O. Stop it.
Vince Panetta. Put that in the book.
Stop it. Let's see what he runs.
Yep.
995 with an 8.
So not bad, but triple O. So the tune-up was a little bit off, but Vince was right on the money.
Yep.
Very, very good. All right, that is the semi-finals for Super Gas. So we're going to see Katenzariti versus Panetta.
Yep, in the final.
In the final on that one.
That will be tough.
Great deal.
I think they're number 1 and number 2 at the moment in the points.
Yeah, well, that would make sense. All right. So it looks like we're back to Mod Bike. Yeah, bike review, bikereview.com.au, modified bike. I think. Yep, Jeff Eagle and Cheryl Beddoes. Back to the line. $9.99 for Eagle.
Semis too, isn't it?
Should be. Yep. Semis on that one. $9.99 dial-in for Jeff Eagle and a 910 for Cheryl Beddoes.
It's been on fire today, Cheryl.
Certainly has.
Except when you commentated Thursday.
Well, you've just done it now,
yeah,
so
I know.
you're going to be blamed.
We'll see what she does.
If she runs a triple O, you can come again.
Commentator's curse. 363 for Cheryl. A 110 for Jeff. And Jeff takes a win.
Cheryl pretty decent on the dial in there. 917 or 910.
Oh, shut up now.
Yeah. Don't tell me, mate. You're going to have to talk to Cheryl next time you're down the pits. All right, Matt Hunt comes up on the solo pass, 975. So it looks like it's going to be Matt Hunt and Jeff Eagle in the final. Nice 0.79 reaction time from Matt on that pass. He's going to take full advantage of the opportunity to get his bike down the track. Get that dial in closer. Does break out a little bit, but not to worry. It is a solo pass, so he'll still take the win. It's always good data. Okay, so that was Mod Bike semi-final. This should be Street Bike, yes.
Semi-final?
Yep, semi as well, yep.
Okay. Jesse Barnes in the rocket lane and Angela Phipps in the aeroflow lane.
These two are at the line right now. You can see Adam Riches on the Indian down there.
Yep.
That sneaky
Cool
little
bike.
completely standard bike
Yeah,
that just
it's
manages
cool,
to
lads.
sneak its way into the finals round after round.
Consistency.
Absolutely. Angie's got the 170 reaction time. Let's see if she can retain that lead through the big end. And she does. Great job, Angie. 10.63 with a 7.
63 on a 62. Very nice.
Nice dial in. Good to see her. Jesse Barnes, uncharacteristically, a little bit off the money on that one. So, yeah, wheel stand always sort of makes it a bit difficult. Right, Andrew Riches.
That's 13.0 from a factory bike.
Not bad. A
Pretty
cruiser
cool.
as well, right? You
Yeah,
know.
cruiser, yep. I'd have one.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still pretending that I'm too young to have a cruiser, but I secretly want one anyway.
Yeah.
Right, Andrew's going to just ease that on down. No rush on the reaction time because we know that he's got
Definitely
the win.
no
anyway.
rush.
Still crosses through for a 13.2 on a 13.0 dial in.
Yep.
Nice to have that factory bike reliability, right?
Yeah.
Very good. All right, so we'll have Angie Phipps and Andrew Riches in the final for street bike. Cross that one off. See, I can't see what category. There has been a little bit of shuffling with the categories today, so our run sheet's not exactly accurate right now, but I'm sure it won't be a sec before we've got some cars through. I can see Super Sedan, I think, making their way to the lanes. I can see Street Fighter there as well, which I think we're going to have up next, which is round 2 of 4. Right, looks like we've got the tractor out there just to clean up the tracks a little bit. So we're going to throw to some sponsor messages and we'll be right back with more eliminations and semis for round 6 of the Speed Adict Clothing New South Wales Track Championships here at Sydney Dragway.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision-impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com. Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, back to racing. Just a little bit of track prep there, and we're going to get back around to Super Street here. So this is Go Logistics Super Street, round 3 of 5. They're going to knock this one out. We've got Guy Greenland and Tex Griffiths out there. The wagon versus satellite. Well, you know what? I can't actually see anyone else, so I'm not exactly sure where we're up to here.
So maybe semis?
Yeah. Well, but I can't see another car there either, so... here we go. Here we go. Adict and
59 light for Tex and a .201 for Guy.
Yeah, Tex cut a good light there. It's going to be a battle at the big end. Oh, breakout from Greenland, chasing down Griffiths. Nice one. Tex crosses for a 10.41 on a 10.34 dial in. So Tex will move on.
Tex eased out of that.
Yeah, I think so. Mile per hour is a little bit down.
Yeah.
Richard Matasevic in the XY Ute. It's got a 10.55 dial in. Sammy Joe Johnson, 11.60. Sammy Joe's been pretty good on the tree today, so let's see.
If you cursed her or not.
Yeah. I like the reality check, John.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right, old school versus new school.
Oh, you can claim that.
015 Sammy Joe. We'll keep it a 115 to Matasevic. He's got some chasing to do here. This will be a great pass from Sammy Joe Johnson. A breakout. A double breakout, but still takes the win. 11.59 with a 6 to a 10.53.
Lucky.
Wow. They'll take that every day of the week. All right. So next run through, we got Braden Stewartson in a little Audi RS3. Certainly taken some highly priced scalps here. We got Mark Hopkins in the LX Toronto with the little spicy Holden 312. 1085 dial in on this one. Right. The RS3 come up on the launch
good
control.
Line from Braden, 28. And Mark goes red.
056, another upset there. Let's just make sure if should be all good. Yeah, and a breakout for Hopkins too. Very uncharacteristic there. But great win from Braden Stewartson. The little Audi has been... I
think he's tied up with the Smith family, isn't he? Like Trent Smith and...
I think so, yes. I'm pretty sure the JM Auto Repairs
JM
group
Auto
is...
Repair sponsorship.
Yep. Yeah, they're all tied together there.
Racing family.
Absolutely. Right.
Megan White.
Yep.
Against Michael Zara.
Brett's got some time between running around to all the juniors to come out and actually... Give Megan a bit of support.
He's out there with his wife,
yeah, he's down there.
7.59 on the window for Megan and 15.73 for Michael.
Right, we've got Michael in full stage. Megan White edges the tracks in. She's going to leave first with a 2.14 reaction time.
Yeah.
Oh, Zara's got an 0.21.
Going to be hard.
This is going to be tough. I don't know if there's an overboost button on the tracks, but she'll be looking for it if there is.
Yeah, finish line racing, the brake lights on.
Yep.
For Michael. Intelligent racing.
Very good. Tell you what though, Megan was right on the dial in.
Yeah.
There's a 2,000ths over the dial in. That's not bad at all.
Just a little bit tardy on the tree.
Yeah, that's all right. It would be quite tricky in these.
Oh, in these cars, no delay box, no nothing.
No delay box, nothing like that. And you've got to figure
slow
out.
reacting.
Yeah, electronic throttle bodies in the late model stuff. You know, that's all something
difficult.
to consider.
Danny
Stademeier,
with a 16 light. Sean with a 191, but I think Danny missed a gear.
His shift on that one.
So he might have given this one away. Brake lights for Sean. That still goes under. Ah, boy.
I'm sure they'll have a laugh about that. Yeah, absolutely. They'll have a laugh about that down the big end, I reckon.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Christopher Varillas down here in the FG Falcon. He's got a 15:01 dial in. Of course, it is a solo pass, so he will take the win light. Let's see how close he can get to his dial. Goes through the 8th at a 9.700. That's going to work out to 14.96 with an 8, so a bit of a breakout there.
It's time to do it on a solo.
Absolutely. Might have turned the air conditioning off on that pass.
Yeah.
A good run. All right, that is for Street Fighter. That should have been round 2 or 4, I believe. Get that one. We've had Super Street as well. Looks like we're getting gas. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we can hear the sound of some modified races in the tunnel down there. So this should be the semi-final of modified. So we've got Chelsea Smith will be coming through in the airflow lane and Craig Davies in the rocket lane, the front engine dragster. Let's see what we've got here. Bit of a disparity here on the dial in, of course. 762 for the big block modified dragster for Smith in the airflow lane and 830 Dial in for CJ. Not one to be intimidated by big cubes.
Yep, big block versus small block.
Yep. Can't let the cubic inches or the wheelbase intimidate you, mate.
Yep. $830, dial in for Craig, and $762 for Chelsea.
Couple of big clear outs, I think, for Chelsea there in the Dragster.
Having a look at it.
Yeah, it might be a bit cranky. All right, as Chelsea pulls into the ready position, we've got APM Power Crews on board sponsoring, also slow traffic control and liquid clothing. Craig Davies in the rocket lane, supported by Shane's race engines.
Yeah.
Oh, a red light for Davies.
12 red for Craig.
040 is a nice pass. Let's see how close Chelsea gets a breakout, but still gets it courtesy of that cherry left on the tree by Davies there.
Yep.
He will be filthy about that.
Well, whichever way it goes, it's going to be an all-female final.
Yeah, absolutely. We got Alison Stewart here in the LA Lubricants, Jeff Racing Engines, rear engine dragster, and Jess Turner in the ETS Race Fuels.
And Chelsea just went through.
Yes.
Jess has got plenty of sponsors: Cavanagh Auto Parts, Dominator Converters, Denso Spark Plugs, Higgins Race Heads, Wild Ink. What if it's a tattooist?
Maybe.
PTHP.
All right, this is actually a pretty close race as well. John, we got 766 dial in for Stewart and a 778 for Turner in the rocket lane. So
Both tough races, so it's going to be a good race.
Definitely. Just over a tenth of a second difference between the lights. I think both have been pretty well on their game today, so...
Well, to get to the semis, you've got to be.
Exactly.
Oh, plain greens. 58 for Jess and a 116 for Alison. Alison's got it all to do.
Jess takes home the win light. 781 on a 778 dial in to a 772 on a 766. Again,
So it'll
that
be a
reaction
Chelsea
time.
Smith Jess Turner final.
Certainly. Dragster on Dragster.
Yeah.
It's pretty rare for modified. There's usually something different in the other lane, right?
Yeah. What happened to all them feds?
Yeah. All those feds and a lack of altereds today as well.
Not many alters.
Yeah, Lee Hartle Law, a notable
Yeah, I don't know.
notable exception there.
Don't know why they haven't raced.
Yeah. You know, things, this pesky thing called life and adult responsibility sometimes gets in the way. How dare it?
I can vouch for that. All right, we've got George Matter in the airflow lane and Joe Gattalari in the rocket lane. George has dialed a 790 and Joe's dialed an 853.
George has had the benefit of a couple of solo passes today as well, which is always good for moving on and getting good data. But see, it's going to be a close race. Bit of a wiggle from George Matter in the first 60 foot there. He's chasing it down. Oh, double breakout, but Joe Gattalari is the lesser of the two, so he's going to take the win there. George definitely saw Gattalari out early on in the pass, so he kept the foot buried. But it was his undoing in the end, so Gattalari will move on. Joe Sorbello out here one more time for his, I'm going to make this number up, 4,867 run down Sydney Drag Strip.
Yeah, and this will get Joe into the final.
Absolutely. 892 dial in. A solo pass, so it shouldn't really matter what it is, but
well, May as well test it.
Yep, Joe's not going to give it up.
67 on the tree.
The old Skyline sounds pretty good with that supercharged LS.
Goes
896.
896 on an 892. Be happy with that.
Absolutely. Put that one in the bank. Okay. Back out with
Josh
Tops.
Bosco out for a test pass.
Yep.
Put some laps on this car.
Certainly has. Not afraid of sending it down there, that's for sure.
Not sure if they've run a 7 with this car yet or not.
Well, they just ran an 809.
Yep.
And we asked if that was a PB, and they shook their head.
Okay.
Jeremy shook his head to Bushy, so it's got to be bloody close
yeah.
if it hasn't been a 7. So.
Yep.
Maybe considering it's a test pass here, it might have some bigger jets in the nitrous.
Yeah. Another kit.
That's it. Have we got one of the big bottles? Maybe.
Yeah.
Jeez, it must be heavy maintenance, this car, right? Clutch,
Yeah.
Liberty, nitrous,
Yep. All the
alloy
good stuff.
block. Yeah, like wow. Glutton
And
for
he's
punishment.
not shy driving.
No,
either.
that's right. Yeah, style's expensive, mate.
Leads with a 116 60 foot. It's 515 to half track. 81 slowed down a little bit there.
Slowed down a little bit, yeah. I thought it sounded like it got a little flat maybe after
Yeah, it was a little fluffy, wasn't
into
it?
second, yeah. That's all good. The potential's there. All right, so this will be back around to Super Street. So, yep, it'll be Go Logistics Super Street semi-final. On this one, we've got Sammy Joe Johnson and Tex Griffiths coming up to the line. Right, so a bit of a variation here. 11:58 for the VE Commodore, Sammy Joe Johnson in the aeroflow lane, to a 10:34 with Tex Griffiths. Both no stranger to the starting line at Sydney Dragway, so let's see who comes out on top. 2-2 reaction time. Oh, Sammy Joe's in there with an argument, that's for sure. Let's see how it pans out at the big end of the strip. They're getting close. Oh, a breakout for Sammy Joe. 11:55 with a 7 to a 10:38 for Tex Griffiths. Griffiths takes the win and moves on into the final. And it looks like it's going to be, the Satellite versus the Audi in the final for Super Street. Certainly a different look, but great to see later model stuff.
Had a day out, Braden.
Yes.
It's 125 on a tree.
Let's see, 12.0 dial in. Slight breakout, 11.98 with a 2.
Yeah, 8 there under.
Yeah. And he was off the gas as well. Look at
Yeah,
the
he
mile
was
per
too.
hour. Oh, wasn't off the gas? 89 at the 8th. Well, yeah, it's only 20 mile per hour. It's not really, probably down a little bit, but that's all right. He still moves on. Nonetheless, so Tex Griffiths, Braden Stewartson in the Super Street final. Now we're up to Street Fighter. Danny Stadelmeyer, Christopher Vorelis.
2 Barra-powered cars. Well, excuse me.
How dare you?
Danny's isn't a Barra. What am I saying?
You've just upset the entire AU Falcon community, John.
And myself.
Yourself.
Considering I own an AU.
Yeah. Mighty Intech power happening there, mate.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a old-timers disease.
Yeah, that's all right.
Oh,
Oh,
red for
good
Christopher.
Chris. Danny's going to take that. Danny, you can miss as many gears as you like in this pass, mate. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Danny, sponsored by Greyhound Rescue.
Good deal.
A very worthy cause.
Yes. Crosses through right on the dial in as well. 1368 on 1367. Very nice. All right, now we've got Michael Zara here, the solo pass. So it looks like it'll be Danny Stadelmeyer and Michael Zara in the final. See if Michael will take this as the opportunity to get a test pass in. Just a casual 290 reaction time there for Zara. The Statesman is a big, long wheelbase car, so your action time's not maybe its forte, but he's still going to run a slight breakout there as well. 1571, 719 on the 73 dial in, so still good to have.
Bring us into all finals now, I think.
I believe so. Have we got? I haven't seen Supergas again.
That was semis before.
Semis before. That's right. Yeah, sorry.
Right, I'm going to sign off. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you, Pat.
John, thanks for contributing today.
Les, and thank you, Bushy. I've had a good time. Hopefully next meeting I'll be racing.
Yeah, mate, you're always welcome in the commentary box, but we'd prefer to see you out there.
Yeah, all good. Thanks very much, guys.
Good on you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are all into finals from now on in. Lincoln Delios in the aeroflow lane, taking on Joshua Burtonshaw in the rocket lane. Not too much in the reaction times. Burtonshaw with a small advantage. He's dialed into the 9:38. Will he chase down Delios at the finish line? He does, but goes too quick. Lincoln Delios, 2 meetings in a row. 2 trophies. He's moved up to the gold this time around.
Yes.
12-18 with a 5 on a 12-10. Congratulations, Lincoln. And Joshua will have to settle for the runner-up spot. Went 9:31 with a 4 on a 9:38 dial-in. looks like he dropped a little bit of speed there, Les, too. He's down a little bit on his
Yeah,
qualifying speed. So I dare say it was probably out of the throttle or maybe on the brakes a little bit, but just missed out by a fraction.
That's it, 60, 60, yeah, so nearly 4 tenths. There we go.
And I dare say...
In the mile an hour, sorry.
I dare say our next final will be Junior Dragster. We can see them moving forward now towards the tunnel in the staging lane cams. And that final will be run, of course, for the Western Weekender, but will be run by Jake McNamara.
Yep.
And Savannah Condello.
Yes, there you go. You're getting pushed through the tunnel now. Rather entertaining at the Junior Dragster today.
All of our categories have been very entertaining, actually, Les. I'm genuinely serious, but I can't remember if we've ever had this many O-lights before throughout all of our categories, not only through racing, but also in qualifying. There would be, I reckon, easy 50 of them, I reckon, across our categories, if not more. Many races had pairs of O-lights. So there's definitely good to see that everybody's, the practice is definitely paying off as we get closer to the pointy end of our championship here for Speed Adict clothing. As I said, we're into all of our races now are for the trophies. And our next race out will be Junior Dragster.
Yep, they're down there. They're getting the go forward.
The twirl of the fingers down there from...
Savannah Condello. Yeah, she's the other combatant here.
All right, so in the airflow lane, we've got Jake McNamara. He's in the bright blue and pink car, dialed in with an 800, running for Fine Line Motorsports, Bank of Mum, and Princey Motorsports also helping him out. In the rocket lane, dialed in with an 821, is Savannah Condello, a Fine Line Motorsports car as well. So is there team orders here? I don't know. The other thing that might trump that, Les, is Savannah is going out with Jake. So
what?
Yeah, so it could be a little bit of extra tension. However, I have asked the question: is there team orders? And I've been told by a undisclosed source, but there is none. Right? Yeah. So which is good as a racer. As an ex-racer, I want to win because I've won, not because someone's gifted. I'm hoping that everything will be fine here. So Savannah in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 821. She's going to leave the start line first by half a light, pretty much. There's 0.2 of a second head start going to the car in the rocket lane. And young Jake in the aeroflow lane will have to chase her down. And let's see what will happen at the finish line.
Yes, it'll be it's a good little final here. It's you know, one of the guys against the gals, if you like.
I think the issue that Jake has here is Savannah's car is known for a really good top end speed.
Yeah.
The ET does not necessarily relate when you look at what a lot of other cars do for an 820 in terms of the speed.
Yep.
This car carries probably 1 or 2 mile an hour more. Doesn't sound like much, but when you're trying to win a race by a couple of thousandths of a second, that extra couple of mile an hour, seems an eternity to catch. All right, so Savannah into full stage, just waiting on Jake now. Jake will have to chase. All right, the treble countdown for Savannah first, and not too much in it, but Savannah has a very slight advantage on the start line. 0.39 to an 0.91 at the finish line. It will be Savannah. Jake got there first, but breaks out by 0.03 of a second. The hands instantly up on the head. 0.03 of a second. He went too fast. Savannah wins with an 8.28 with a 6 on an 8.21 margin of victory. Just under 0.08 of a second across the finish line.
That was a pretty good race. Poor old Jake there, missing out by 3 1,000ths. on his 8 flat dial-in. Oh, well.
Oh, well, it's
Never
fantastic to see both winner and runner-up. Obviously, very deserved. We haven't seen either of those competitors in the winner's circle for a little while, so fantastic to be able to present them both with the respective trophies.
Yeah, and these were qualifiers that weren't in the top 10, neither of them.
No,
So
they were reshuffled due to their qualifying times. But,
yeah.
certainly put on a good show throughout the day. I think most of Jake's likes were lights from memory and running pretty close to the dial-in. But this time around, he'll have to settle for the runner-up spot.
Yeah.
And Savannah takes home the gold.
Yep. Oh, well, that's the way the Mercedes spends.
Very much so. Thank you very much to Western Weekender, of course, for their ongoing support of Junior Dragster
fantastic.
Here at Sydney Dragway.
Yep. Great it is too, and it looks like it might be street bike, is it?
Yes, according to the schedule, street bike
Street
is the next
bike.
final out.
Oh, super duper. Beauty. Okay, so... Oh, well, it was... and, gee, hasn't it been a great day? Superb. All right, we're just going down with a couple of swipes of the tractor.
We'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Bankshift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bankshift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, we're moving into our street bike final now. We have Angela Phipps in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 10.55. She's on the white Hayabusa out of Pittown, racing for the family, taking on Andrew Riches. Andrew Riches racing for the Riches Racing Team, and Team Digger, he's dialed in with a 13.05. So 3.5 seconds head start going to the Indian in the Rocket lane. And the Indian with a little bit of an advantage off the start line. Maybe a little bit of final nerves there for Angela, but she's won. Riches has gone too fast by, he's gone a 12.96 with a 6 on a 13.05. So he got there by 0.6 of a second, but went too quick under the dial-in, handing the win back to Angela Phipps. She will be ecstatic inside that helmet, I dare say.
That's 4, 5, 9 1,000ths of a second. Wow.
Next up, we're going to see Matthew Hunt, who's Angela's partner in the Aeroflow lane. Matthew has thrown it away with the red light, 0.46. Jeff Weigel will take the win no matter what the result here, unless Weigel touches the wall or crosses the centre line, which he has not done. So he'll move into the winner's circle with that pass, at 10.41 with a 4 on a 9.99. Congratulations to Matthew and Jeff for making the final.
Yes, the both of them. It's been really tough racing today. Very, very close. There's not much, there hasn't been big margins at the top end. Okay, well, young Johnny Someranch is, we know how he loves his super gas racing and drag racing as general. He had a great time up here.
Yeah, seemed to have a good time. We're moving into his bracket, the one he's raced for probably most of his career in behind the wheel of that little Cortina. We have Vince Panetta in the Aeroflow lane racing for Straight Line Paint and Panel in the LX Tirana. Vince is taking on Joe Catanzariti in the Rocket lane in that all-black Pontiac Firebird. Of course, 990 is the ET that both these races want to see at the finish line. They'll leave the start line, the throttle stops will cut in, and then they'll release, and the cars will re-accelerate towards the finish line. 0.38 to an 0.15.
Oh, Catanzariti has the advantage at this stage. But because the car's black and there's no, I can't see anything. Oh, a double break out in the wind goes to Vince Panetta.
Yeah, so we've got a 989 with a 5, so that's 5 thousandths under, to a 988 with a 6.
Yeah, well, that's where it is.
Congratulations to Vince Panetta. You're taking home the winner's trophy here tonight.
Yep, that's good final in Super Gas. Haven't seen a Super Gas final for a while, but they've been running on the Chicago shootout deal because there's probably not many of them. But this is what you get. You get all the cars come out, they all go round, and you usually have a great final. They come out all the time. They don't get eliminated after each race. So really good for the spectators. They get to see everything. Anthony Bull now and Curtis Reed. Only boosted Outlaws.
This is our boosted Outlaw finals. We do have a little bit of a treat following this run. Curtis Reed in the Aeroflow lane for Valvoline and AFT Plumbing Services. He's dialed in with a 6.60. That car has run pretty much on that time all day long. He's taking on the Ford BA Falcon in the Rocket lane, driven by Anthony Bull for Shire Automotive and Mechanical. This is one tough Ford-powered Falcon.
Oh.
7.34 the dial-in here, Les. So Curtis will have to be patient on that start line.
Yeah, well, it's Anthony Bull's gone 187.81. miles per hour. Curtis Reed's gone 211.96. So you can see the difference between these two. But it is a dial your own. Anthony Bull's dialed in with that 7.34. He'll get to go first. Curtis Reed to do the chasing in the Dragster over in the Aeroflow lane. good
Both
final
cars
here too.
into full stage, just waiting on Curtis to bump in. He's in there now. The Falcon to leave first. Tree counts down, and a 116 to an 074. Reed with the advantage.
Wow, look at this. Oh, breakout by Curtis Reed. Got there first, but runs a 6.59 on a 6.60.
Yep, so 6,000ths of a second. Too early, too quick there for Curtis Reed. He'll hand the win back to Anthony Bull. So Bull's taken the win with a 740 on a 734. Congratulations to Anthony Bull.
Yep.
And commiserations to the Reed team.
Reed team, yeah. Oh, they put a valiant effort. Had to get that in. Yeah, so that's a great effort there by both teams. Curtis Reed there, he certainly did entertain the crowd and us up here. That's great watching those things, zoom down the quarter mile. It's Anthony Bull, that sedan. I thought a 116, which was probably a bit uncharacteristic for Anthony, but Curtis Reed there, he had a really a 0 in front of his reaction time, so he did something right there. He did everything right there, but at the end there, just a little bit too fast.
Yeah, I think obviously at these speeds, it's very, very difficult to differentiate whether you're going to pass anybody or not, and to lose a race by, for, was it 6,000ths of a second at that speed?
Yeah.
That to me, that just comes down to luck. It's either on your side or it's not.
Yeah. You either got it or you ain't. Oh, we got Brittany Olive and Danny McDessie here. Oh, look at this.
So this is a little bit of a treat for us. It's a demonstration run between Brittany Olive and Danny McDessie. I'll tell you what, Les, that VC Valiant of McDessie just sounds different.
Yeah, well, it's different. It does sound different from the old car. I remember that car vividly. That pinkish metallic-y red colour he had it.
Yeah, the dark red.
Yeah,
yes,
the dark red. Yeah.
Well, this is closer to what the car originally was.
Yeah.
Because this car was Danny's father's
car. Yeah.
Father's car. It was the family car back in the day when it was new.
Yeah.
And Danny deciding that, you know what, I'm gonna convert it. Going to keep the memory of the car alive, keep it in the family, but it's not going to stay standard.
No.
And it's very far from standard. But I tell you what, Les, this thing just sounds different.
Well, it leaves. It probably leaves in the same style as it did before. I think I'm correct. When every time I've seen this car, it always went to the right.
Yes, Danny has to steer it. There's no question of that.
Yeah.
But more than capable.
Wow.
Wheels up launch for Danny McDessie. They did not come down to the 330 mark. And Brittany Olive takes the win there, a 6.53 with a 5, 215 miles an hour through the finish line. And McDessie got there first with a 6.12 with a 1, 232 mile an hour for that Valiant there. And the win going to Brittany Olive. McDessie going too fast by 0.03 of a second.
And going too late on the thump of the pedal.
I dare say that's probably why he was breaking out, because he was trying to make the distance up. But Olive did get there first by 1/10 of a second. So definitely McDessie was running it out the back door to try and make that gap as close as possible.
Well, is that you got 232? Well, that must be that's the quickest he's run all day.
In terms of speed, probably more than likely.
Yep. So we've got Alex Borg now, an extreme bike, up against Brendan Miglianoko. Yes, that's right. From Oran Park is Brendan, and Alex Borg from Holgate, New South Wales, as a party racing. Behind Alex Borg, he's gone 214 today, and Brendan Miglianico has gone 188.20. There's both machines there. They take off. We've got number 1 qualifier in Alex Borg, number 1, and Brendan Miglianico is qualified at number 3. So these are the guys that have made it into the final. After I think they were working on a Chicago shootout type deal.
That's exactly right, Les. And Borg away with an 017 light. Miglianico in trouble here.
Yes.
And a 702 with an 8, 212 miles an hour for Alex Borg in the rocket lane there for Azipati Racing. 702 to 212 miles an hour. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, he's lowered the ET, but he's 2 mile an hour short on the MPH on the top end speed. So, Super Sedan, Chevy Taylor and Rex Webster. Haven't seen these two guys in the very much in the winner's circle, but gee, congratulating them both. Hang on, no, Sean Maher got eliminated before. I thought that was his little Tirana. Oh, we got the thing there.
Okay, maybe these looks like Chevy Taylor's pointing at the.
It's the wrong dial in.
At the dial in.
Yep.
Webster's already done the burnout and is waiting.
He's got the door open.
Problem is that we don't have their ET for qualifying, so I can't tell you whether, if he's going and running 1050s or something like that, then that's going to be a problem. But
he's talking to the starter now. I don't know. I didn't see the board flicker. Anyway, he's dialed in with a 1017 up here and a 948 for Rex Webster. So Webster to do the chasing in that Austin A40 Ute with a Chevy 540 in it. He's had that car in just about everything he's run. Rex, Chevy Taylor.
All right, just waiting on Taylor to bump into stage now. The tree will count down for the bubble top first. Away with an 042. Webster with a 163. Chevy Taylor out in front on half track. I don't think Webster's going to catch him from there.
But does he? Oh, he broke out.
He did, and Chevy Taylor went a 10.16 with a 7, so only 3.
That would make it 170.
Yes, so 3 thousandths of a second, handing the win back to Rex Webster. And Webster will take the win here at round number 6 of the Speed Addict Clothing Co. Championship Series for Super Sedan. And it looks like we have a pair of rear-engine dragsters for the final of a modified Eliminator.
Yes, it's Pitts Jess Turner from Victoria in the rocket lane with a dial-in of 7.8. Chelsea Smith from New South Wales there, and she's dialed in with a 757 in the Aeroflow lane. And Jess Turner from Victoria dialed in with a 7.8. So she'll get to go first, and Chelsea Smith will... Look at that big block Chev 540 for Chelsea Smith and a small block Chev 420 for Jess Turner. So this will be an interesting. Jess Turner will get the handicap start, and Chelsea Smith in that big block Chev 540 cubic inch, sponsored by APM Power Cruise, Slow Traffic Control Liquid Clothing, and for Jess Turner we got ETS Race Fuels, Cabernet Auto Parts, Dominator Converters, Denso Plugs, Higgins Race Heads, PTHP, and Wild Ink. That's INK. Close one here.
Another pair of O-lights. 017 on the tree for Smith, 028 for Turner. Who will it be at the top end? Chelsea will take the win in the Aeroflow lane. 761 with a 4 at 176 mile an hour on a 757 dial-in. Turner will have to settle for runner-up with a 784 on a 780 dial-in. Gave away a little bit at both ends of the racetrack. The margin was just over 1/10 of a second at the finish line.
Okay, we've got Super Street now. This is the final, the little howdy from Albion Park Rail over in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in with 11.96. Tex Griffiths at 10.33 in that big Plymouth Satellite over here in the Rocket Lane. So Tex Griffiths will have to do the chasing. So Braden Stewartson in that little Audi RS3 with a 5-cylinder turbo in it will get the handicap start. So Tex there, he'd want to be sharp on the tree, which he has been all day. And we'll see how Braden Stewartson, I think this, it might be, 1, 2, well, there's your winner.
There's your winner right there, ladies and gentlemen. I know Les would be disappointed with that. And but it is what it is. Braden, that's I think two trophies in a row for him.
Yes.
In this series. It finishes off with a 12.08 at 110 mile an hour on an 11.96 dial. And congratulations to Braden. Commiserations to Tex Griffiths in the Plymouth, left with an 0.10 red light.
Okay, we're into the final of Top Sportsman, which pits Joe Sorbello over in the Aeroflow lane in the Datsun Skyline. It's got an LS2 and with a 388 cubes, and it's supercharged. Joe Gatalieri from Cecil Hills, the Holden VL Commodore with a Chevy 555, naturally aspirated, with a dial-in of an 851. 851's quicker than 892. So go Joe Gatalieri over in the Rock Lane. We'll get the handicaps. Joe Sorbello.
Sorbello with a definite advantage here, racing towards the finish line. Will he convert that to a win? Another breakout, Les. 8.87 with a 7 on an 8.92. Goes too fast, handing the win back to Gatalieri. He wins by 600ths of a second.
Yeah.
Goes 8.52 with a 9 on an 8.51. Congratulations to Joe Gatalieri in the Rocket Lane for Cos Constructions.
Yeah, Joe Sorbello there, unfortunately. He got there first, but he got there too quick. Oh, this is the round we've all been waiting for in Street Fighter. Danny Stadelmeyer over in the Aeroflow lane up against Michael Zara in the Rocket Lane. Danny's dialed in with a 13.67, and Michael Zara from Woi Woi in the Statesman has dialed in with a 15.71. So, Michael Zara will get that. That's that big States. Yeah, there it is there. I think that colour is Syracuse. Yeah, Syracuse. And Danny Stadelmeyer there, he's got the, I guess about the same time engine.
Yep, Silver Fox though in the AU Falcon.
Yes, yeah. So he'll have to do the chasing. So Michael Zara will get the handicap start in that Statesman.
Near enough, 2 seconds head start going to the Statesman. And Danny's made up about 4/10 of that. Unfortunately, Zara, not the reaction time that would have deserved a final, but we'll see what happens at the top end of the racetrack.
Yes.
Double breakout. I saw the light, and that's why I made the noise.
Yeah.
Denny gets there first by 3/10, goes too quick, but Zara goes under the dial-in by more.
Yeah.
And hands the win back.
Yeah.
So drama aplenty here, Les, as we all would expect nothing less out of the Speed Addict Clothing Co Championship Series. Just when I thought that Danny had it in the bag, he could have very easily thrown that away.
Crikey.com. Well,
that's exactly it. I think that was our last pair of the evening, Les.
It was.
And on behalf of Sydney Dragway, I'd like to thank all of our racers for coming out today and racing, all of our officials for standing out in the sun and in the conditions to make sure the event happens, to all of our admin staff in race control. Thank you very much for the work that you do. To all of our viewers on the live stream, on the Sydney Dragway official live stream, thank you for joining us. I hope you've really enjoyed today's coverage, and we look forward to seeing you on online once again. If you get the opportunity, head out to Sydney Dragway. I know there's been a number of the viewers that have done that. They've come out and raced their car, had a ball doing it. But if you can't make it to the racetrack, It's fantastic that you spend your time and join us online. To all of our paying patrons that came to the racetrack, thank you very much for coming out and spending your day here in what has been an absolutely glorious spring day.
Yep.
And I hope you can go home satisfied that you've seen plenty of tough racing. We will be holding the trophy presentations down in the pergola outside the cafeteria in around 15 minutes' time. So if you were a winner or runner-up, please head on down with your crew and your supporters.
Yep.
And to collect your trophy. Les, Pat and I will be down there very, very shortly. As I said, in about 15 minutes. As for the rest of this evening, I'd like to say bid you all a farewell. Safe travels on the road for those of us that do have to travel, and we look forward to your company next time here at Sydney Dragway. Good night.
Thanks very much, Steve, and it's a goodbye from me as well. And Simon, if you're still listening, up there in Brisbane, cheery.